However, before they left, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went backstage to finish the procedures first. If you need any help, just tell me. Leng Xiaoting wouldn't ask Gu Ning about her history, but he was willing to help her whenever she needed it. Thanks, Gu Ning said. After that, Leng Xiaoting received Master Leng's call. His grandpa asked him whether he had gotten the injured lion yet. Hearing that Leng Xiaoting had already bought it, Master Leng relaxed and reminded Leng Xiaoting to bring it to him once Leng Xiaoting was free. When Gu Ning and the others arrived at the parking lot, they watched another drama, in which a man was chasing a woman, while another woman was chasing the man. The roles in the drama were precisely Zhao Xiyuan, Yang Jianping and Zhang Jejia. Yang Jianping was chasing Zhao Xian, while Zhang Jejia tried to pull Yang Jianping back, swearing loudly, "Yang Jianping, what the hell are you doing? Do you care about my feelings at all?" Because of Zhang Jejia, Yang Jianping couldn't catch up to Zhao Xiyuan, and he was mad. "Zhang Jejia, let me go." Zhang Jejia was pushed away and almost fell, but Yang Jianping ignored her, which irritated her greatly. "Yang Jianping." Without Zhang Jejia pulling him back, Yang Jianping immediately ran to Zhao Xiyuan and stopped her, begging, "Xiyuan, can we talk?" "I don't think that there is anything for us to talk about," Zhao Xiyuan said. "Xiyuan." Yang Jianping was helpless. At this moment he missed their good old days so much. Zhang Jejia followed him up and stood between Yang Jianping and Zhao Xiyuan, as if she was going to defend her man and their marriage. "Zhao Xiyuan, you've already divorced Jianping. Why can't you disappear from our sight?" Zhao Xiyuan felt like laughing. "Zhang Jejia, are you dumb or something? I work for Dedian Auction Company, and it's my duty to host the auction. In addition, it's your husband who is standing in my way now, not me." In fact, Zhao Xiyuan had the thought of showing up in front of them and getting revenge on them, but today was truly a coincidence. Zhang Jejia was struck dumb, because Zhao Xiyuan was telling the truth. However, once Zhao Xiyuan appeared, Yang Jianping directly ignored her, and Zhang Jejia blamed Zhao Xiyuan for that. "Yang Jianping, come home with me now." Zhang Jejia pulled Yang Jianping to leave, but Yang Jianping got rid of her. "Enough. I just want to talk with Xian." Yang Jianping said that like he was being serious, but no one believed him. "You're already divorced. There is nothing to talk about between you two." Zhang Jejia wasn't an idiot. It was quite obvious that Yang Jianping fell in love with Zhao Xiyuan again when Zhao Xiyuan had shown up in his sight. If they got along with each other again, Zhang Jejia would probably be abandoned, and Zhao Xiyuan was much more beautiful now. It was impossible that Yang Jianping could remain calm. "Couldn't we talk about Yeye? Yeye is my daughter." Yang Jianping snippet at Zhang Jejia. Hearing that, both Zhao Xiyuan and Zhang Jejia wanted to laugh. "Yang Jianping, stop acting. Don't you think it's disgusting? You never cared about Yeye in the last 2 years, and we signed the agreement when we got divorced. Yeye has nothing to do with you," Zhao Xiyuan said. Yang Jianping was really a man without basic moral standards. He had cheated on his wife and had even abandoned his wife along with his daughter. "Xiyuan, Yang Jianping tried to defend himself but failed, because he also knew that Zhao Xiyuan was telling the truth. "I am warning you to not follow me anymore. Otherwise, I'll call the police." Zhao Xiyuan turned around, walking away. "Xiyuan." Yang Jianping wanted to chase up, but was stopped by Zhang Jejia. "Yang Jianping, she doesn't want to talk to you. Why can't you stop being so shameless?" With a loud sound, Yang Jianping suddenly slapped Zhang Jejia in the face. His bloodshot eyes stared at Zhang Jejia, like she was his enemy. "It's none of your business." After that, Yang Jianping left Zhang Jejia alone, and went straight to his car. He made up his mind to contact Zhao Xiyuan another day. Zhang Jejia was struck dumb by the slap. It was beyond her imagination that Yang Jianping would beat her. Gu Ning and the others were standing aside watching the drama. They stayed not because they were bored but because they were worried about Zhao Xiyuan. Su Jinshen and the other men were all military officers with principles. They wouldn't allow innocent people to be hurt. Seeing that Zhao Xiyuan handled it well herself, they didn't interfere. But they all felt great sympathy for her. After the drama, Si Ming said acidly, "Well, he is shameless enough for cheating on his wife and abandoning his wife along with his daughter, but he even slapped a woman just then. He's a shame to men. Are you sure that you wouldn't do the same things?" Chiu Yusin asked with doubt. Hearing that, Si Ming got nervous and immediately said seriously, "Of course I wouldn't."
Nobody knows.
People may change. Chiu Yusin wasn't finding fault with Si Ming, but she lacked confidence in men after she had seen a lot. However, it didn't mean that she refused to fall in love, get married, or give birth to babies. Instead, she wanted to try and live her life. Exactly, people may change, like shouting. Su Jinchun wanted to use Leng Shouting as an example, because Leng Shouting had always stayed away from women, but he suddenly fell in love with Gu Ning and loved her a lot. However, before Su Jinchun could finish, Leng Shouting gave him a cold glance. Su Jinchun immediately changed what he wanted to say. I believe that Shouting would never do such immoral things, but I doubt that other men could be the same. Su Jinchun aimed at Si Ming on purpose. Si Ming was displeased and retorted, "Su Jinchun, how could you say that? You must know me well since we've been close friends for so long." "Exactly, because I know you so well, I can't promise that you won't do the same things." Su Jinchun deliberately annoyed Si Ming, then turned to others. "All right, it's already 4:30 p.m. Let's leave for the Fenglin Mountain Villa. It's a bit far and it'll be terrible if we get caught by the rush hour."
Su Jinchen.
Si Ming was mad, but no one comforted him. Gu Ning and Leng Shouting drove in the same car. Si Ming and Chen Ming shared another one, and Su Jinchen, Su Qinin along with Chiu Yusin drove another one. Once they were in the car, Leng Shouting said seriously to Gu Ning, "Ningning, I promise I'll never cheat on you, or ever beat or abandon you." Gu Ning was struck dumb. They were just joking, but Leng Shouting took it seriously. Gu Ning wanted to comfort him, but suddenly changed her mind and teased him. "Who knows? You previously said that you have no interest in dating or a relationship, but now you have me as your girlfriend." Gu Ning said what Su Jinchen didn't dare to say previously. Leng Shouting immediately explained, "It's because you're the girl that I want. Maybe you'll say the same thing to another girl," Gu Ning said. "I won't." Leng Shouting promised with determination. "How can you know that? You can't foresee the future," Gu Ning said. "I won't." Leng Shouting repeated with sincerity. Gu Ning didn't want to hurt him, and she didn't want to make him unhappy. "Fine, I trust you for now, but if you dare to do it one day in the future, I'll make you pay for it." Gu Ning pretended to threaten him. "I'll prove it to you." Although Gu Ning just said that she trusted him for now, Leng Shouting was cheered up already. He also understood that it was impossible for a person to unconditionally trust another one, so he would prove it by his actions. Fenglin Mountain Villa was a little far from downtown. Normally, it took half an hour of driving to get there when there was no traffic jam. Luckily, they left early and avoided the rush hour. But they met many red lights on the way, so they spent 40 minutes on the road before they arrived at Fenglin Mountain Villa. Fenglin Mountain Villa was built halfway up the mountain in an ancient style, and there was a stream that was 1 or 2 meters wide around the outside of the mountain villa. The stream flowed down from the top of the mountain and then passed through the mountain villa. In the mountain villa, there was also a 10-meter-high waterfall. At the bottom of the waterfall was a pool about 10 square meters in size, and there was a spinning water wheel next to it. It felt like they transmigrated to ancient times the moment that they walked into Fenglin Mountain Villa. Fenglin Mountain Villa was very famous in the capital for its beautiful views and delicious food. Many rich people and the authorities were frequent visitors here. However, it wasn't very large, and there were only 18 private rooms and no dining hall. Therefore, guests had to make a reservation beforehand. Fenglin Mountain Villa was always popular, but its owner had no intention to expand it, because he preferred to keep its rarity. What most rich people liked was precisely the rarity. Gu Ning and the others decided to have a tour around Fenglin Mountain Villa first, after they parked the cars in the parking lot, because it was still too early for their dinner reservations. "Gu Ning, would you mind if we had a competition of kung fu for fun?" When they walked to an empty grassland, Su Jinchun proposed. He was very curious about Gu Ning's level of kung fu. An ordinary girl couldn't have gotten control of two suspects with guns with their hands empty. However, Su Jinshin didn't believe that Gu Ning could be better than him, because he had been trained strictly in the army for so long, and had fought against terrorists on the battlefields. On the other hand, Gu Ning was merely a common high school student. She might be good at fighting ordinary people, but was hardly comparable to professionals. Su Jinshin had no intention to beat Gu Ning down. Instead, he was just curious about her level of kung fu. Before Gu Ning could respond, Si Ming and Su Qinin started to criticize Su Jinshin. Su Jinshin, how can you take advantage of a young girl? Aren't you afraid that shouting will tear you apart? Exactly, Jinshin, you're a man. How can you fight against a girl? Qiu Yusen disagreed with Su Jinshin's proposal, but she thought that Su Jinshin had to be doing it for a reason. Qiu Yusen was indeed right. Come on, you know nothing about Gu Ning at all. She's excellent at kung fu, and we will just be competing for fun. I won't hurt her. And shouting didn't say anything yet. Why do you all have to be so angry?
Su Jinshin asked.
Hearing that, both Si Ming and Su Qinin looked at Gu Ning with surprise. Then they looked at Lung Shouting, who didn't seem like he was going to stop them. Gu Ning smiled and said, I haven't fought in a long time and I kind of miss it. Let's do it. Since Gu Ning agreed, Lung Shouting wouldn't stop her. Si Ming as well as Su Qinin remained quiet, while Chun Meng was full of anticipation. He was waiting to see Su Jinshin fail. Su Jinshin and Gu Ning then took off their coats. Do you want me to hold back some strength? Su Jinshin asked Gu Ning in case she would be hurt. No thanks. Gu Ning directly rejected. However, in case Su Jinshin would intentionally hold back his strength to protect her, Gu Ning said to him, use your full strength please or you probably won't win. Hearing that, everyone but Lung Shouting and Chun Meng were shocked. Aren't you afraid that I'll hurt you? Su Jinshin asked. Maybe Gu Ning was much better than he had thought. Haha, you can try. Gu Ning laughed a little. Very well, Su Jinshin replied. Let's begin now. After that, the competition began. In the beginning, neither of them used their full strength because they just did it for fun and didn't want to hurt each other. Su Jinshin had thought that he could easily get control of Gu Ning within seconds. However, once Gu Ning started to move and attack him, he felt her strength and realized that it seemed like she had received professional training. Su Jinshin didn't dare to underestimate Gu Ning's ability now. As time went by, both of them increased the force of their attacks, but it was still even, which shocked Su Jinshin. Lung Shouting and Chun Meng were also astonished, because Gu Ning had made a lot of progress within a short time. She was far better than before when she had competed with them. However, no one was more surprised than Si Ming, Su Qinin and Qiu Yusen. It was beyond their imagination that Gu Ning was so good at fighting. Su Jinshin finally got frustrated, so he no longer treated Gu Ning as a young girl, but his real opponent. Gu Ning had improved herself a lot recently, and she wasn't timid at all facing Su Jinshin's aggressiveness. She also started to use her full strength without the help of her power. It was very exciting for Su Jinshin to have the competition with Gu Ning, just like he had done with other teammates in the Red Flame. People around them were also excited and enjoyed the show. Many were quite surprised by Gu Ning's agility and powerful attack. Jesus, she is so unbelievable. Indeed. It was even, but they all only complimented Gu Ning. Women were always thought to be weak when compared to men, but now a young girl was able to stay strong in the competition with a muscular man, which made people admire Gu Ning. Alright, I think it's time to stop. When they had been fighting against each other for a long while, Lung Shouting reminded them to stop. Although there was no winner or loser, they had enjoyed it. Hearing that, Gu Ning and Su Jinshin ceased at once. Lung Shouting took out tissues to wipe the sweat off Gu Ning's face, which was quite sweet. When the competition was over, a round of loud applause sounded. Jesus! Gu Ning, I didn't expect that, you're so awesome. Su Qinin jumped in front of Gu Ning with her face full of admiration. Su Jinshin had already felt hurt when he couldn't beat Gu Ning, and now his cousin even showed her obvious admiration towards Gu Ning right in front of him. I'm not bad either. Why don't you compliment me? Su Jinshin said. Come on, you're a military officer but you failed to beat a young girl.
Suki nhìn rít lít.
You! Su Jinshin was annoyed, but he also felt embarrassed. At this moment, Si-Ming remained unusually quiet. He didn't make fun of Su Jinshin, because he knew that he would be the same if he fought against Gu Ning. They were the ace members of the National Special Forces, but they couldn't beat a young girl, which was quite embarrassing. Well, it's time for dinner now. Let's go to the private room. Chun Meng didn't want to expose the fact that he couldn't beat Gu Ning either, so he immediately changed the topic. After that, they walked to their private room and the onlookers dispersed. Before the meal, Gu Ning called in Guangyao about the ongoing project. It had all gone well. However, the sky turned dark around 6 p.m. in winter, so they couldn't continue measuring without light, and would come back tomorrow. The designer and surveyors would stay until they finished their work, but Guangyao had to leave tomorrow because he still had a company to manage in City G. After the meal, Su Jinshin proposed to go have fun in a club, but Leng Xiaoting rejected, because Gu Ning was on her period now and she needed more rest. You're in an uncomfortable condition now, and I was afraid that you'd be bored so I turned Jinshin down, Leng Xiaoting explained to Gu Ning when they were back in the car. I understand, thanks.
Gu Ning smiled.
She of course understood why Leng Xiaoting did that, and she felt touched. On their way back, they passed an amusement park, and there was a Ferris wheel with all its lights ablaze. Gu Ning suddenly got interested and wanted to play in the amusement park. Leng Xiaoting of course wouldn't reject her, even though he thought that amusement parks were for children. No matter whether it was in her previous incarnation or this incarnation, Gu Ning had never been to an amusement park, so she really wanted to give it a try. Although it was a winter night, there were many people inside. Leng Xiaoting parked the car in the parking lot before he went to buy tickets. In the amusement park, many young couples or families were having fun, and it was full of children's cheers. Gu Ning came into this amusement park for the Ferris wheel. So the moment they entered, Gu Ning pulled Leng Xiaoting walking straight to it. There was a long line for the Ferris wheel, and they were waiting at the end of the line. It is said that a couple that takes the Ferris wheel together will end up breaking up, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting pulled Gu Ning to leave right away. Then we won't take it. He refused to break up with Gu Ning.
Guam Ning snurta with laughter.
However, when the Ferris wheel moves to the highest point and the couple kisses each other, they will be together forever. Really? Leng Xiaoting asked with doubt. Yes, if you don't believe me you can go and ask other people. Gu Ning felt like laughing. He was really like a cute kid, but anyway he really loved her a lot. Leng Xiaoting always trusted Gu Ning, but he also took their happiness seriously. Wait a second, Leng Xiaoting said to Gu Ning, then walked to a nearby worker. Gu Ning didn't expect that Leng Xiaoting would really go and ask other people. She was surprised as well as amused. And she was also curious whether Leng Xiaoting would feel embarrassed when he went to ask others about the kiss. Leng Xiaoting asked the worker and another 2 visitors, and they all said the same thing. Didn't you feel embarrassed? Gu Ning asked him when he walked back. Not at all, Leng Xiaoting replied. As long as it concerned Gu Ning, he didn't feel that it was embarrassing at all. When it was Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting's turn, they sat in the Ferris wheel together. As the Ferris wheel moved upwards, the noise and cheers on the ground started fading away. It felt like they were the only 2 people left in this world. Gu Ning appreciated the beautiful view in front of her eyes, but Leng Xiaoting fixed his eyes on her the entire time. What? Gu Ning asked. We're going to reach the highest point, Leng Xiaoting said. Apparently he had been waiting for it.
Guam Ning lau gagain.
We just moved 1/3 of the route. Leng Xiaoting looked upwards, and suddenly felt like the Ferris wheel moved very slowly. When they had almost reached the highest point, Leng Xiaoting's kiss fell on Gu Ning's lips. Not only Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting, every couple started to kiss when they reached the highest point. It was said that the Ferris wheel was set for couples. It was said that every time the Ferris wheel turned, there was a couple who kissed each other on the earth. That each of the gondolas were full of happiness, and the Ferris wheel existed for the reason that people who loved each other could share happiness together. It was said that you would be happy once you sat in the Ferris wheel. As the Ferris wheel moved upwards, you could get rid of the noise on the ground. In that case, you would be near to God, and you could make a wish when you reached the highest point. God would hear it, and if God believed that you were a good kid, your wish would come true. However, those were all old sayings which could comfort people. When the Ferris wheel passed the highest point, Lung's shouting didn't stop. Gu Ning had to pinch him to make him stop when they had almost arrived at the ground, but Lung's shouting looked at Gu Ning like he was innocent. Apparently he wasn't satisfied yet. It was normal that couples kissed in Ferris wheel, but it was unusual that they had kissed for so long. Gu Ning flushed when they walked out. It was still early, around 8 p.m., so they didn't leave right away, but walked around in the amusement park. All of a sudden, a picture flashed by Gu Ning's eyes. She saw a man who was around 40 years old holding a little boy who was around 7 years old at a high bridge. The river was 20 meters below them. After the man lost control of his emotions, he jumped into the river along with the little boy and they both died. The high bridge was right next to this amusement park. Gu Ning and Lung shouting had just passed by it. Su! I suddenly had a premonition. Come on, let's go to the nearby high bridge. Gu Ning couldn't tell Lung shouting that she had jade eyes which could foresee the future, so she could only make an excuse. Sometimes people might have a premonition when something bad was going to happen. Lung shouting then followed Gu Ning, running to the high bridge. From afar, they noticed that there were many people gathered on it, and many cars parked on the side. A little boy was crying loudly in the arm of the man who was standing on the edge. Seeing the scene, Lung shouting sensed that something had to be wrong, and ran faster ahead. Meanwhile, a young woman was crying while begging. I can give you money no matter how much you want. Please just let my son go. I don't want money. I just want Zhang Zhenghua to die. He has ruined my life. And if he doesn't come, I'll kill his son. The man roared in anger. It wasn't because he had enough money, but because he knew that money was useless now. He already did it. Even if he was willing to let their son go, they wouldn't let him get away with it. Therefore, he only wanted Zhang Zhenghua to die now. And it was acceptable for him to exchange Zhang Zhenghua's life with his son's. ID. Hearing the name Zhang Zhenghua, Lung shouting was slightly surprised. He naturally knew who he was because Zhang Zhenghua had a good relationship with the Lung family. Zhang Zhenghua? Isn't he the director of the National Medical Products Administration? And the man is Qin Huichuan. He's the chairman of Guanghua Pharmaceutical Factory. I heard that his pharmaceutical factory was found guilty of producing fake medicine, and he went bankrupt and ended up with huge debts. I think that he deserved it. Exactly. Nevertheless, he blames Director Zhang for it and kidnapped his son. Hearing the discussion among the crowd, everyone immediately understood what was happening now, and they all criticized Qin Huichuan. At this moment, Gu Ning and Lung shouting didn't dare to make noise, in case Qin Huichuan would loosen his arm and let the little boy fall, but they couldn't wait without doing anything. Gu Ning used her jade eyes to check the construction under the bridge. She thought that she could probably wait under the bridge and catch the boy when they fell. And she believed that Lung shouting was able to control the situation on the bridge. If the man was going to hurt the little boy on the bridge, Lung shouting could stop him. As long as the little boy was alive, she was confident that they could save his life. Shouting. Gu Ning told Lung shouting her plan in a low voice, but Lung shouting disagreed at once. No, it's too dangerous. You can stay aside, and I'll deal with it. He was worried about Gu Ning's own safety and didn't think that her plan would work. You don't trust me? Gu Ning seemed unhappy. She was angry because Lung shouting didn't trust her. But in her heart, she understood that Lung shouting was concerned about her. Ning, it's too dangerous. Lung shouting said again. I know, but we both want to help the little boy, right? Gu Ning asked. Lung shouting stayed quiet. He obviously wanted to rescue the little boy. Not even mentioning the fact that he was a military officer. The Zhang family also had a good relationship with the Lung family. Since we agree, why won't you let me try it? It was the first time that Gu Ning had been really angry at Leng Xiaoting. She disliked that he wanted to restrict her freedom even though he did it because he cared about her. Leng Xiaoting was worried about her safety, and she had the same feeling towards him, but she chose to believe in him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have allowed him to come here with her. Besides, she had foreseen this accident. If she did nothing, she would blame herself. Seeing Gu Ning getting angry, Leng Xiaoting was nervous. He hesitated for a second but still agreed in the end. Fine, you have to be careful. Do not get hurt. Hearing that, Gu Ning relaxed. I will be careful. Don't worry. Afterwards, Gu Ning turned back, disappearing from the crowd. Although Leng Xiaoting was still worried about her safety, he knew that the little boy was in the most dangerous situation right now. Leng Xiaoting understood that Qin Huichuan was determined to risk his own life, so it was impossible to negotiate with him. He could only wait until Gu Ning was prepared. If Qin Huichuan and the little boy fell down at the same time, Leng Xiaoting would try to catch them from the above, and the rest would rely on Gu Ning. Gu Ning climbed up onto the iron frame of the bridge until she was in position beneath Qin Huichuan. She took out a rope from her telepathic eye space and tied one of its ends around the iron frame, while the other end was fastened around her waist. Afterwards, Gu Ning fixed her jade eyes on Qin Huichuan. There was a knife in Qin Huichuan's hand, so Gu Ning couldn't directly shoot him. The little boy was still crying in fear. Meanwhile, the loud police sirens sounded and several police cars drove over. People around all stepped aside to let them pass through. The police cars stopped in the middle, and policemen got out of the cars one after another. Qin Huichuan, let the boy go and we'll consider giving you a lighter sentence, the leading policeman said to him. Bullshit. Do you think that I believe you? I don't care about the sentence. If Zhang Zhenghua doesn't die today, his son will. Qin Huichuan was furious. And if you dare to come one step closer, I'll jump into the river with him. No, please don't do that. Zhang Zhenghua's wife, Shun Minfang, begged while crying. Because the little boy was an important official's son, the policeman didn't dare to take action, in case Qin Huichuan would lose his reason and hurt the little boy. Tell Zhang Zhenghua to meet me right now. He only has 5 minutes. If he can't arrive within 5 minutes, I'll jump down with his son. Qin Huichuan shouted. He knew that the longer it was delayed, the more it would be to his disadvantage, so he wanted to finish it as soon as possible. If Zhang Zhenghua was still absent within 5 minutes, he will kill himself along with Zhang Zhenghua's son. Zhang Zhenghua was actually on his way to the bridge, but he couldn't arrive soon. Gu Ning suddenly thought of the fact that her sight could affect human bodies like what she had done to Chu Peihan and her other friends on Yuntai Mountain. Thus she looked at Qin Huichuan with her gaze filled with her power to see his reaction. All of a sudden, Qin Huichuan felt his body stiffen slightly. It dawned on Gu Ning that she was able to stiffen someone's body with her power on the condition of consuming a large amount of power, but it was an emergency. Gu Ning didn't care how much power it cost, as long as it could control Qin Huichuan. Therefore, Gu Ning kept attacking Qin Huichuan with her power to freeze his body. At the same time, she sent a message to Leng Xiaoting and told him to be prepared. Leng Xiaoting didn't know what Gu Ning was going to do next, but prepared himself. When Gu Ning thought that it was the right time, she abruptly jumped up from underneath the bridge and hit Qin Huichuan. Everyone was shocked by her sudden appearance. Reporters who had just arrived also caught the scene with cameras, but her face wasn't clear in the photos because of the long distance. Within seconds, Gu Ning got control of Qin Huichuan, while the little boy fell down onto the bridge. People were screaming in astonishment. Leng Xiaoting, on the other hand, dashed ahead to protect the little boy. Luckily, the little boy was safe and was back in his mother's arms, but he had just been through a terrible event and was now crying in fear. Oh, my poor little son! Shun Minfang clasped her son, trembling in horror. As for Qin Huichuan, Gu Ning broke his arms like lightning. He couldn't resist anymore, and was thrown directly onto the bridge by Gu Ning. After that, Gu Ning, who had consumed a lot of her power and energy, fell backwards. Oh! People screamed again. Ning Ning! Leng Xiaoting's heart was in his throat, and he immediately ran ahead to catch Gu Ning's hand. Although there was a rope fastened tightly around her waist, it would hurt her waist if she fell straight down like that. Leng Xiaoting was powerful and pulled Gu Ning up at once. Everyone around them admired their altruistic behavior. It was obvious that they were a team. Leng Xiaoting unfastened the rope around Gu Ning's waist and ran to an ambulance without delay. The ambulance had actually come here to help the little boy. However, unexpectedly, the little boy was safe, but Gu Ning was injured.
Infine.
I just run out of energy. I don't need to go to the hospital. Gu Ning didn't faint but just lacked strength. Leng Xiaoting didn't answer her, but wore a cold expression. He was a little angry at Gu Ning right now because she had promised to be careful, but still hurt herself. Gu Ning understood why Leng Xiaoting was unhappy, so she didn't say anything else. Instead, she leaned against his chest, quietly like a baby. Although Leng Xiaoting was angry, he was more worried about her. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhenghua finally arrived. Seeing that his son was safe, he was greatly relieved and ran to hug his wife and
Son.
Gu Ning went to get examined at the hospital. However, she indeed wasn't injured but only lacked energy. She could leave after she got a glucose injection. Leng Xiaoting couldn't wait and kissed Gu Ning wildly in the hospital to punish her. When Zhang Zhenghua heard that the person who had saved his son was admitted to the hospital, he immediately followed them to the hospital. Zhang Zhenghua didn't know that it was Leng Xiaoting along with a girl who had rescued his son until he arrived at the hospital, and saw that Leng Xiaoting was taking good care of the girl. The scene in front of his eyes surprised Zhang Zhenghua, and he couldn't believe that the man was Leng Xiaoting. The man in his sight was totally different from the Leng Xiaoting that he had met before. Although he hadn't been in contact with Leng Xiaoting often, he knew that Leng Xiaoting was always cold, especially in front of girls. Master Leng had complained about it many times. However, what was happening in front of Zhang Zhenghua's eyes was really surprising. Zhang Zhenghua wondered whether Master Leng knew about it. If Master Leng knew, he had to be super happy. Zhang Zhenghua also understood that Leng Weihua didn't care about family background. As long as the girl was a good girl, and Leng Xiaoting liked her, Master Leng wouldn't interfere. Therefore, Zhang Zhenghua didn't think further about the girl's family background.
Director Jiang. Leng Xiaoting grata Zhang Zhenhua.
Although the Zhang family had a good relationship with the Leng family, Leng Xiaoting was used to keeping a distance from them. Thus it was already rare that he greeted Zhang Zhenghua on his own initiative. Hearing Leng Xiaoting's voice, Zhang Zhenghua finally got his mind back. He bowed deeply to Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning. Thank you so much for rescuing Hao Yang. Hao Yang was precisely Zhang Zhenghua's son, and his full name was Zhang Haoyang. We're glad to help Director Zhang, Leng Xiaoting said. Well, then I won't bother you any longer. Zhang Zhenghua thanked Gu Ning again before he left. When Zhang Zhenghua was gone, Leng Xiaoting introduced him to Gu Ning. The Zhang family and the Leng family have known each other for generations. He's the youngest son of Master Zhang, and the director of the National Medical Products Administration. His father is Zhang Zhongyu, who is the head of National Antiques Association. We can invite him to have a look around Shangyun Antique Store and help you do the business.
Guam ning snurta widlaughtar.
You're really good at making full use of your network. Zhang Zhongyu was a famous expert. If he went to visit Gu Ning's new store, many people would certainly follow. In that case, she didn't need to worry about the sales. What had happened to Zhang Zhenghua's son went viral on the internet within a short time. Many were shocked by the moment that Gu Ning abruptly jumped out from underneath. Jesus! She must be a master of kung fu. Exactly. And the man who protected the kid was so cool too. I think that they must be a team. I agree. And she broke the criminal's arms like lightning. She's so incredible. What a pity that her face isn't clear. Otherwise, I would go to learn kung fu from her. Agree. The video didn't show the part where Gu Ning fell from the bridge, so nobody knew what had happened to her. Anyway, the little boy was rescued and Qin Huichuan was arrested by the police, which was a good ending. Leng Xiaoshuan was the first one who discovered the news in the Leng family. He screamed in shock after reading it, and surprised everyone else around him. Leng Xiaoxuan, what the hell are you reading? Leng Xiaojia was displeased. Leng Xiaoxuan replied, Uncle Zhang's son was seized by Qin Huichuan. What? Hearing that, several senior members of the Leng family were astonished. What happened? They asked Leng Xiaoxuan. Uncle Zhang's son was seized by Qin Huichuan, but was rescued by a girl, Leng Xiaoxuan said. He looked at Gu Ning in the video with admiration. This girl is so awesome. She jumped out all of a sudden and got control of Qin Huichuan like lightning. Not only Leng Xiaoxuan was shocked, all the others were also quiet surprised. Oh, I must tell Grandpa the news, Leng Xiaoxuan said and ran upstairs. Master Leng was also shocked after hearing about the accident. He called Jiang Zhongyu at once. Luckily, Jiang Zhongyu's grandson was safe. Why does this man look so familiar? Leng Xiaoxuan asked after Master Leng hung up the call with Jiang Zhongyu. Hearing that, Master Leng took Leng Xiaoxuan's phone and had a closer look at the man in the video. He also found that the man looked familiar, but failed to recognize who he was. The screen of the phone was too small for an old man, and the video only showed the back of the man, so Master Leng couldn't recognize the man right away. Grandpa, is it shouting? Leng Xiaoxuan suddenly asked with surprise. Shouting? Hearing that, Master Leng immediately recognized that the man in the video was indeed his grandson, Leng Shouting. He then called Leng Shouting without delay, and asked him directly. Leng Shouting admitted it, and also told Master Leng that he was fine and safe. Su Jinchen and his friends were drinking while singing in a club. Su Qinin, on the other hand, was reading the news on the internet for fun. And she read the news. Within seconds, she recognized Gu Ning and Leng Shouting because of their clothes, and told the others the news. All of them were shocked by what Gu Ning had done. Although they knew that Leng Shouting was fine, they still called him to make sure that they were safe. After they went back to the house, Gu Ning regained much of her strength. She wanted to walk on her own, but Leng Shouting insisted on carrying her in his arms while walking back to the bedroom. Gu Ning was really exhausted today, and soon fell asleep on the bed. Suddenly, she felt like something knocked her against forehead and it was cold. She opened her eyes and there was a thick fog in her sight. Isn't this the telepathic eye space? She thought to herself. Because she was familiar with the space, she wasn't terrified. However, there were many small crystals the size of a pearl floating in the air. She was confused about what those crystals were, and suddenly there was a line of words that appeared in her mind. In fact, those crystals were a solid form of her power, and could be used to cure diseases. In other words, she could directly use those power crystals to rescue people in the future. The amount of power crystals needed to cure diseases varied in different situations. The power crystals could melt in water, food, or be swallowed directly. Suddenly, it dawned on Gu Ning that she could use those power crystals to make medicines or skincare products, which would be highly profitable. At the same time, she was able to help ill people, which was good too. Once Gu Ning made the decision, she would definitely actualize it. When she opened her eyes again, it was already morning. Gu Ning's body was fully recovered, but Leng Shouting still didn't allow her to get up early and demanded that she sleep for a while longer. He even prepared breakfast and let her eat on the bed. Gu Ning felt like laughing but obeyed his order. Meanwhile, she kept thinking about her plan of producing medicines and skincare products. First, she had to build a professional team to produce medicines and skincare products. Then she needed to establish a factory and a company. After that, she could produce medicines and skincare products in the usual or common way, but add her power crystals into them secretly to enhance the effect. Therefore, the prescriptions and materials of medicines and skincare products were the same as those of other medicine factories, but the effect was really different. After the medicines and skincare products were produced and certified, they could come onto the market. Gu Ning decided to sell her medicines and skincare products across the country. As long as her medicine and skincare products were of high quality, there was nothing else to worry about. However, she didn't tell Leng Shouting her plan yet. When Leng Shouting was not in the bedroom, Gu Ning sent a message to Kay and asked him to help her investigate whether there were any medical companies barely staying afloat. She wanted to acquire one. Kay was surprised by Gu Ning's enthusiasm towards business. It seemed like she wouldn't miss any chance to make money. And Kay of course wouldn't reject his boss's order. Ling Xiaoting didn't allow Gu Ning to get up until he prepared lunch. After lunch, Gu Ning went to the antique street. Since she had bought Shangyun Antique Store, she definitely had to visit it and meet her staff. Ling Xiaoting went along with Gu Ning. The moment that they got to the antique street, Gu Ning unconsciously used her jade eyes to scan the antiques on the stands along the street. After a while, a bronze dagger with black mist mixed with white mist came into Gu Ning's sight. Gu Ning understood that the white mist was natural power, but she was confused by the black mist. She walked nearer and sensed a strong yin on the bronze dagger. Gu Ning guessed that this object was probably evil. Normally, evil objects were dug out from graves, but not every piece of ancient objects carried yin. It depended on the location of the graves. And once people had objects with yin, he or she would be affected by yin. Yin could cause nightmares, diseases, or even death. Gu Ning then looked at the stand owner. He looked pale and lacked energy. His forehead was even slightly dark. Obviously, he was already being affected by the yin. A person's forehead was the most important part of their face, and the condition of their forehead implied the person's luck or fate. If one's forehead was smooth and shiny, the person had good luck. But if the person was going through a hard time, his or her forehead would look rough. However, if the forehead turned black or dark, the person would be in great trouble. The stand owner in front of Gu Ning had obviously been deeply affected by the yin of the bronze dagger. If he didn't dump the bronze dagger right now, his life could be in danger. Gu Ning didn't believe in yin and yang before, but now that she saw it with her own eyes, she had to believe it. "Hi miss, these are all real antiques that I just bought from the countryside yesterday," the stand owner said to Gu Ning, but he sounded weak. Gu Ning thought for a second and picked the bronze dagger up. A flow of cold air immediately intruded into her body. Gu Ning felt extremely uncomfortable and used her power to protect her heart at once. When Gu Ning used her power to protect her heart, the power moved through her body and to the bronze dagger. Shortly, the black mist of the bronze dagger had decreased a lot. Gu Ning then realized that her power could drive yin away. Knowing that, Gu Ning continued to put her power through the bronze dagger to drive its yin away. Although Gu Ning's power was able to do it, it wasn't easy. When the yin was finally driven away, Gu Ning lost a lot of energy and her face turned slightly pale. "How much is it?" Gu Ning asked. 30,000 yuan. "No bargaining," the stand owner said. "No problem." Gu Ning directly took out 30,000 yuan and handed it to the stand owner. No matter how much was it, Gu Ning was going to buy it anyway because it was real. Bronze was an instrument made of bronze alloy, created in the Bronze Age of human civilization. From the late Shang dynasty to the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period, the bronze dagger was popular and its craftsmanship was excellent. The one in Gu Ning's hands was a bronze dagger with a sheep head made during the Shang dynasty. It was priceless. Seeing that Gu Ning bought the dagger without hesitation, the stand owner regretted that he hadn't sold it at a higher price. What he didn't know was that Gu Ning had saved his life by buying this dagger. "Is this everything that you bought from the countryside?" Gu Ning asked. She indeed wanted to buy some real antiques dug out from the earth. She also didn't want innocent people to get ancient objects with yin. "Yes," the stand owner replied. "Where are these ancient objects from?" Gu Ning asked again. The bronze dagger was newly dug out from the earth, so it must be from somewhere near the countryside. "Fengyang village," the stand owner answered. "Thanks," Gu Ning said. "What's wrong?" Ling Xiaoting thought that Gu Ning must have asked the stand owner so many questions for a reason. "This bronze dagger is real and it is newly dug out from the earth. Thus I thought that there is an ancient grave around the countryside where the stand owner got these ancient objects," Gu Ning said, but she didn't tell Ling Xiaoting about the bronze dagger's yin. "Do you want to go there?" Ling Xiaoting asked. "Yes," Gu Ning replied. Although it was illegal to dig up an ancient grave, it was necessary for her to do so. Otherwise, more innocent people would be hurt. "I'll go with you," Ling Xiaoting said. "I'm going to dig up an ancient grave." You're a military officer who is supposed to stop me from doing so, but you propose to go with me.
Kuning teaset.
Since I'm willing to take the risk of going with you, aren't you supposed to reward me? Leng Xiaoting looked straight at Gu Ning in an amorous way. Gu Ning of course understood what was on his mind, and gave him an angry look. Since when have you been so good at flirting? Ever since I've been with you, Leng Xiaoting replied. It was true that Leng Xiaoting had become outgoing and talkative since Gu Ning became his girlfriend. Gu Ning flushed a little and glared at him, but she didn't seem mad at all. Instead, Leng Xiaoting was turned on by her slightly red, beautiful face. Ning, if you look at me like that for much longer, I'll lose control of myself. His voice was hoarse. Gu Ning felt like laughing. Why couldn't she look at him like that? She just gave him an angry look, and he got sexually excited because of it? Leng Xiaoting was really horny now. Gu Ning ignored him and walked quickly ahead to keep a distance away from him. There were 3 workers in all in Shangyun Antique Store. One was the store manager and the other 2 were salesmen. When Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting got to the store, there was no guests inside. Seeing that they were coming in, a salesman welcomed them at once. Welcome to our store. Please enjoy yourself. Gu Ning didn't expose her identity right away, but ambled around in the store. It seemed like she had no intention to buy anything. In fact, Gu Ning did it on purpose to test their attitude towards different guests. And it turned out that they were still very polite and kind, at least superficially. After Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting had stayed in the store for a long time, a salesman even poured 2 cups of tea for them. When Gu Ning was about to open her mouth, a middle-aged man came inside with a sack in hand. Seeing the man, Gu Ning squinted, because this middle-aged man was in the same condition as the stand owner that Gu Ning had just met. Or to be specific, this middle-aged man looked even weaker and his forehead was even darker. Obviously, he had touched ancient objects with Yin. Afterwards, Gu Ning's sight fell on the sack in the man's hand. She used her jade eyes and saw that there was a pile of antiques inside, but most of them were fake. However, there were 2 real antiques. One was a bronze glass which was 14 cm tall, and the other was a bronze mirror that was 19.3 cm tall. Both of them were from Warring States period. Meanwhile, there was a mixture of white and black mist around the 2 real antiques. It seemed that the 2 ancient objects were from the same grave as the bronze dagger, and the grave had probably existed since the Warring States period or earlier. I just got a bunch of objects from the countryside. Do you want them? The man asked. Come on in. Let me check first, the store manager said to him. There were both real and fake antiques on sale in the store. As long as its style was good and its price wasn't high, they would buy it. Wait a second, Gu Ning said. The store manager stopped and looked at Gu Ning. May I help? Gu Ning took out her certificate and handed it to the store manager. The store manager was surprised to find out that their boss was such a young girl. Nice to meet you, boss. It was totally beyond their imagination that their new boss was so young. The other 2 salesmen immediately went over and greeted Gu Ning. Nice to meet you, boss. Gu Ning nodded lightly and said to the store manager, May I have a look of those objects too? The store manager was Chan Darong. He was in his early 40s and always worked hard. This year was the 20th year that he had been working in Shangyun Antique Store. He had started his career as an apprentice, and was now an antique expert. Sure, boss, Chan Darong said. He didn't despise Gu Ning just because she was young. The fact that she was able to buy Shangyun Antique Store already proved her ability. Smart people would never judge a person from appearance. After that, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting followed Chan Darong and the man and walked into a room. When they were in the room, the man put the sack down and opened it. Gu Ning pretended to choose among the pile of ancient objects before she picked the bronze mirror and the bronze glass up. I'll take these 2. Uncle Chan, you can choose among the rest, Gu Ning said to Chan Darong. Gu Ning needed to drive the Yin of those 2 objects away before she put them in the store. Otherwise, all the people in the store would be affected. Chan Darong was surprised that Gu Ning called him Uncle Chan. It seemed like their new boss was quite pleasant. Sure, Chan Darong said. He didn't ask why Gu Ning took the 2 bronze objects. Since Gu Ning chose them, she was going to pay for them herself. The two objects cost her 10,000 yuan in all. The man didn't know that they were real antiques, so he sold them at the same price as the fake antiques. Some antique dealers would go to antique stores first when they got a lot of ancient objects from the countryside. If antique stores didn't want their objects, they would sell them on the antique street themselves. Where did you get these ancient objects? Gu Ning asked the man. From several villages like Fengyang Village, Daning Village and so forth, the man replied. A question dawned on Gu Ning suddenly. These real antiques were newly dug out from graves. If the village citizens really dug them out from graves, they should know that they were real. Why did they still sell them at a low price to the antique dealers? Gu Ning couldn't figure it out. It seemed like she had to go to the village on her own to find out the truth. Later, Gu Ning used an excuse to use the bathroom and put the bronze mirror as well as the bronze glass in her telepathic eye space. There was a large amount of power in her telepathic eye space, so the two objects would be purified automatically. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting didn't stay in the store any longer and left for Fengyang Village. However, Gu Ning wasn't in a hurry to enter Fengyang Village in the day, because they were going to search for the grave. It was better if they slid into the village during the night. And they couldn't directly drive into the village, so they booked a room at a nearby hotel. They planned to park the car in the parking lot of the hotel before they walked to the village in the night. After their search, they found a small town 2 kilometers away from Fengyang Village, so Gu Ning decided to book a room and park their car there. Leng Xiaoting agreed with her after she told him her plan. Fengyang Village was located in an area near the capital, but because the capital was so large, it took at least an hour and a half of driving for them to get to the small town. And they still needed to walk for another 20 minutes to arrive at Fengyang Village from the small town. Therefore, Gu Ning prepared to leave at 4 p.m. It would be 5:30 p.m. when they arrived at the town, and it would be dinner time. In the winter, the sky went dark at 6 p.m., so it was a great time for them to discuss a plan after dinner. They still had 2 hours to prepare some food and tools before they left. There were mountains all around Fengyang Village. It was impossible for them to find the ancient grave the moment they got there. It would probably take them hours or even days to find it. And in order to not attract attention, they couldn't ask the villagers. However, no matter whether they could find the ancient grave, they had to go back to the capital tomorrow night. There were a lot of tools in Gu Ning's telepathic eye space, but it wasn't convenient for her to take them out, because she still didn't want Leng Xiaoting to know her secret. For now, Gu Ning wasn't clear about the condition of the ancient grave. Had only a few found it, or had a majority already found it? However, since antiques dealers were able to sell those bronze objects, the ancient grave must not have been discovered by the government yet. If the government knew about it, it would shut its entrance and send an archaeological team to do the study. However, the ancient grave was full of yin, and those archaeologists would be affected. 2. Gu Ning would give Leng Xiaoting her night luminescent pearl to protect him before they got into the ancient grave. But the most important first step was to find the ancient grave. 2 hours later, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting arrived at the small town, which was the one nearest to Fengyang Village. They booked a room and parked their car before they went to have dinner. After dinner, it was almost 6:30 p.m., and the sky was completely dark now. The two then set out on their adventure. Within 20 minutes, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting arrived at Fengyang Village, which was completely dark. Even with her acute sight, Gu Ning could barely figure out where the road was. She looked at the surrounding mountains and had no idea where they should start. The mountains were too far. Even though it was hardly possible, Gu Ning still used her jade eyes to give it a try. However, unfortunately, her jade eyes were only effective within 200 meters, and she couldn't see the mountains at such a far distance. Right at this time, they heard a car driving over. In order to not be discovered, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting immediately hid in the grass at the roadside. A van stopped at the entrance of Fengyang Village, and 4 men who each had a big backpack got out of it. "Come on. Be careful. Don't let anyone else find us," one of them said. Hearing that, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting understood that they came here for nothing. Good. They also thought that they could be grave diggers. Gu Ning instantly used her jade eyes to scan their backpacks. There were all kinds of tools for grave digging in their backpacks. Once they 4 men left, the van drove away. Without delay. Let's follow them, Gu Ning said. Leng Xiaoting gave her an affirmative nod. After that, they quietly followed the 4 men. Half an hour later they had climbed halfway up one of the mountains, and the 4 men never found out that Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were following them. Afterwards, they stopped at a rather steep rock wall and uncovered an area of grass. A hole immediately appeared. It was probably the dug-up grave. The 4 men fastened ropes and abseiled down. After the 4 men were in the ancient grave for a long while, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting approached the hole. However, they didn't get in right away. Gu Ning used her jade eyes to check the depth and the 4 men's location first in case they met them by accident. The hole was about 20 meters deep, and there was a tomb tunnel beneath it. About 3 or 4 meters from the tomb tunnel, there was an anteroom which was about 10 square meters in size, and 4 coffins were laid in the anteroom. The 4 coffins had been opened already. That was all that Gu Ning could see with her jade eyes. The 4 men were in the anteroom, but they didn't stay there because they had already stolen all the valuable objects there. Thus, they were walking towards other anterooms, but it wasn't easy to get into an anteroom. From the ancient objects that they had already found, they knew that the person who had been buried in this ancient grave had to be an important figure, so it was highly possible that there were traps or poison at the entrances of the anterooms. The 4 men came to another anteroom, but didn't dare walk in directly. Instead they checked the surroundings carefully and didn't walk inside until they were sure that there was no danger. Now was the time for Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting to abseil down. Gu Ning took out her night luminescent pearl, but didn't reveal it fully, because its light was very bright. Here. Gu Ning gave the night luminescent pearl to Leng Xiaoting. This is a night luminescent pearl. You can use it to light the way. It was too complicated for her to explain the Yin and her magical power, so she could only use the excuse. A night luminescent pearl? Leng Xiaoting was quite surprised that Gu Ning had such a priceless jewel, but he didn't ask further, and took the night luminescent pearl. Gu Ning also told Leng Xiaoting not to show its light fully in case the 4 men would find out. After that, they put on gloves and abseiled down. Once they were in the tomb tunnel, they walked to the first anteroom. Before long, they came to the first anteroom, which had already been robbed clean. It was a mess in there, and there were pieces of blackened bone with some armor in each of the coffins. They could be servants that had been buried together with their master. Right when Gu Ning was about to use her jade eyes to check the 4 men's location, they suddenly heard an agonized scream followed by messy footsteps. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting sensed that something must be wrong, and walked out of the anteroom without hesitation, but they encountered the 4 men right as they left the anteroom. The man who was running in the front saw 2 shadows in the tomb tunnel and was frightened to a stop right away. The other 3 men who were running behind him didn't expect that he would stop all of a sudden and knocked him over directly. However, they were in a dangerous situation and immediately struggled to get back on their feet. All of them were scared to death when Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting appeared in their sight. One of them said in a trembling voice, "Are you human beings or ghosts?" "Ghosts," Gu Ning joked because she thought that it was funny. However, the man relaxed instead. "You can speak, so you're human beings, but get out of here right now. There is a group of bats flying towards here." They weren't curious about why Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were here, because there were many grave diggers. It wasn't uncommon that others found this ancient grave. A group of bats? Hearing that, Gu Ning immediately used her jade eyes and saw a large group of black bats flying towards this tomb tunnel from an anteroom. The 4 men ran to the anteroom beside Gu Ning and were about to close the door, but Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were still out in the tunnel. "Hey, do you want to get in here or not? We're closing the door," one of them said. Although they were opponents as grave diggers in the same ancient grave, the 4 men had already warned Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting that there was a group of bats. If Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting wouldn't come inside, it wasn't their fault. Gu Ning and Leng Shouting then walked into the anteroom without delay, and a man closed the door tightly. They were all relieved afterwards. Seconds later, they all heard the continuous noise made by the large group of bats. What should we do now? The bats are afraid of light and fire, but there are too many bats and our flashlight are barely enough. I don't think that there is anything we can burn here, a man said. Reveal the night-luminescent pearl fully now, Gu Ning said to Leng Shouting. Leng Shouting nodded, then revealed the entire night-luminescent pearl. Shortly, the anteroom was completely lit up, which shocked the four men. They looked to the light source and rounded their eyes in shock. An night-luminescent pearl. Gu Ning and Leng Shouting stayed calm, examining their faces. If they were kind people, Gu Ning wouldn't mind bringing them out, but if they dared to scheme against them for this night-luminescent pearl, Gu Ning wouldn't help them at all. 3 of the 4 men were astonished, but didn't show any greedy expressions. However, the last one seemed to have his own plan. Of course, just because the 3 men didn't show their greed didn't mean that they had no intention to steal it from Gu Ning. So Gu Ning was on alert now. She turned to a man who was around 25 years old. He was the youngest one among them. You're injured. Indeed, the man had been bitten by a bat and his face started to turn back, which was a sign of being poisoned. Hearing that, the other 3 men looked to the youngest man with one accord and asked nervously, You're injured? Where? I was bitten by a bat. The man hadn't felt the acute pain from the back of his hand until now. He was horrified because they all knew that bats in ancient graves were extremely poisonous. Although he wouldn't die quickly, he would be dead after 1 or 2 hours if he hadn't been administered in time. Oh, the antidote! 3 of them immediately took off their backpacks searching for medicine. They were gravediggers and always carried all kinds of antidotes with them. They took out the antidote and covered the youngest man's hand with it. However, the antidote would only be effective after a long time. Besides, even if the poison in the youngest man's body was resolved, he would be weak in the following days, which would affect his later movements. Gu Ning walked to them and gave them a small porcelain bottle. If you trust me, you can take this. It will be effective within seconds. In the porcelain bottle was medicine that Gu Ning had made with her power and water today. They gave Gu Ning a glance but didn't take the porcelain bottle right away. It was hard for them to believe her. They had a suspicion that Gu Ning would kill them all and be in possession of all the antiques in this ancient grave. They had just met each other and they were opponents as grave diggers. Gu Ning understood why they hesitated, so she explained, I'll take responsibility no matter what happens. Hearing that, they chose to believe her for now and took the medicine. They also knew that their antidote wouldn't be effective soon. Although the youngest man could be saved, their following actions would be greatly affected. The youngest man took Gu Ning's medicine at once. Once the medicine, which was actually just a mixture of Gu Ning's magical power and water, went into the youngest man's mouth, he felt a cold air, and it was really comfortable. The cold air immediately flowed through his entire body. He didn't feel any more pain, and he stopped bleeding as well. Most surprisingly, he got his strength back like lightning. The people around his were all quite astonished. The man's wound wasn't healed yet, because of the lack of power. However, Gu Ning did it on purpose. If the medicine was too effective, it could cause her trouble. Thank you so much, the 4 men said to Gu Ning. My pleasure, Gu Ning replied and asked. You're professional gravediggers. Haven't you found anything strange about this ancient grave? Gu Ning wasn't sure herself, but tried to get more information from them. Once Gu Ning asked that question, the 4 men's faces all changed. Apparently, they indeed had been through something strange. The 4 men had been to this ancient grave last week, but they were all sick ever since. Thus they didn't come back again until a week later, when they recovered. Ever since they had been to this ancient grave, they had been having nightmares and lacked energy, but the 4 men didn't know why Gu Ning asked that question, so they stayed quiet and waited for her to finish her sentences. I can tell what has happened to you all from your appearance. Out of my kindness, I can be honest with you. The ancient objects in this grave are evil and contain If you take them, the yin would affect your health and you would be either weak or sick. It's also possible that you'll die in the near future, Gu Ning said. It sounded so unusual and unbelievable, but the 4 men who had been through it couldn't doubt it. Then what should we do? The youngest man asked in anxiety. Do you mean that we better give up these antiques? A man who was around 35 years old asked in an unpleasant tone. If you want to live, you better give up, but if you don't care, just take them, Gu Ning said. Stop scaring us. If we give up, you'll have the chance to take them all. Another man who was around 30 years old retorted. Although they had felt uncomfortable for a period of time, it was impossible for them to give up those antiques in such a large amount. Lao San, the oldest man among them, who was around 40 years old, snapped at the man. He believed what the man had just said, but he believed what Gu had said more. He had been a grave digger for a long time, and was willing to accept it. Since you don't believe it, I won't force you, Gu Ning said. Well, are you going to give up the ancient objects in this grave too? Lao San asked, but he obviously didn't believe that Gu Ning would. Of course I won't. Gu Ning said it plainly. Hearing that, the 4 men were upset at once, but before they could say another word, Gu Ning added, You should know that night luminescent pearls are full of power and can drive yin away. Thus the ancient objects won't affect me much once they are in my hands. They were grave diggers who had been in touch with far more unusual things than common people, so they sort of believed in yin and yang. Leng Xiaoting didn't have that experience, but he had heard of yin and yang. He neither believed nor disbelieved it, but he was curious about it. So what? We can steal the night luminescent pearl and it'll be ours, Lao San said aggressively. Lao San, how can you do that? The oldest man was displeased. Boss, are you going to listen to her and give up all of the valuable antiques?
Lang San Atge.
Only fools would give up the fortune right in front of their eyes. Well, do you think that you have the ability to steal it from me? Gu Ning asked with disdain. You? Lao San was irritated. However, before he could attack Gu Ning, his boss stopped him. The oldest man said to Gu Ning, Miss, I know that you're just being kind to tell us that, but it cost us a lot of energy and effort to find this ancient grave and dig this hole. It's impossible for us to leave here with empty hands. Of course I won't make you leave with empty hands. So I have 2 ideas. First, I can transfer 100 million yuan to your account and then all the ancient objects in this grave would belong to me, Gu Ning said, but she was interrupted by Lao San. 100 million yuan? Do you think that we are beggars? Random object in this grave is worth over 10 million yuan, he said in anger. He was right. A random ancient object in this grave was worth over 10 million yuan. Thus it wasn't fair for them. However, that was only when their life wasn't in danger. You indeed would rather die for money. Gu Ning shook her head resignedly and signed. Well, second, we can compete against each other for the antiques. That's reasonable, Lao San said, but others remained silent. However, physical attacks are not allowed. If you attack us, we don't mind fighting back, Gu Ning warned. And if you choose the second, I won't bother saving your life again, or protecting you from the bats outside. Gu Ning thought that she had already saved them once and warned them. Even if they were all dead in front of her eyes now, she wouldn't feel guilty, because they deserved it. Hearing that, the 4 men panicked a little. The large group of bats outside was indeed a major threat. All right, then we'll leave first, Gu Ning said. She and Leng Xiaoting then took out protective suits and put it on, in case the bats bit them. Gu Ning already knew that this ancient grave was dangerous, so she had checked related knowledge on the internet beforehand. She was aware that there could be bats, mice or snakes in it. Although the protective suit couldn't stop the poisonous animals from attacking them, it wouldn't be difficult for them to deal with them given their outstanding agility. Seeing that Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting put on protective suits, the 4 men were envious, especially Lao San, who was already jealous of them and couldn't wait to leave this anteroom. He was worried that Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting would get all the antiques before them. Hey, if you open the door now, the bats will get inside. Lao San tried to stop them. Don't worry. I won't allow a single bat to get in here. Gu Ning smiled with disdain. Lao San lost his patience and urged his partners, "Boss, let's get out of here now." However, his boss suddenly said to Gu Ning, "Miss, we choose the 100 million yuan over the ancient objects in this grave. But you need to keep your promise." "What?" They were all surprised. Lao San, on the other hand, was furious. "Boss, what do you mean? Are you scared of what this girl said?" "Lao San, I don't have the right to stop you, but if you still regard me as your boss, please take my advice and don't leave here. If you insist on walking out, you can go alone," the oldest man, Lao Da, said. He wasn't scared of what Gu Ning had said, but he knew that Gu Ning had told them the truth. Although grave digging was always dangerous, he wasn't willing to die for money. "What about you?" Lao San asked, looking to Lao Er and Lao Yao. Although Lao Er and Lao Yao were reluctant to give up the priceless antiques, they always trusted Lao Da and chose to follow his lead as usual. "We'll follow Lao Da," Lao Er and Lao Yao replied. "Fine, very well. I'll go alone." Lao San was extremely mad, and made up his mind to go out alone. He put on his mask and took out a burning torch. Gu Ning looked to Lao Da and others. "Since we made an agreement, you can wait here for us. Once we're out of this grave, I'll transfer the money to you. I promise." "Sure," Lao Da answered. He could only choose to trust her now. After that, Gu Ning said to Lao San, "To protect them, so you need to leave before us. I'm afraid that the bats will fly inside when you open the door." "You?" Lao San was angry that Gu Ning despised him. He snorted with anger and opened the door, walking out with the burning torch lifted in his hand. Nobody stopped him. Not because his partners didn't care about his life, but because he didn't value his own life. Because of the bright light of the night luminescent pearl, the large group of bats was just flying from left to right outside, but didn't dare to come inside. Before Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went out, she said to Lao Da and others in the anteroom, "It's his own choice, and whether he can stay alive had nothing to do with me." Lao Da and the others also knew that even if Lao San died, they couldn't blame anyone. "Once we're out, you need to immediately close the door," Gu Ning reminded them. The moment that Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were out, Lao Da closed the door and no bats had the chance to fly inside. In the tomb tunnel, Lao San was holding his burning torch, so the bats didn't dare to approach too close, but the light of a single burning torch was too weak in front of thousands of bats. Thus some bats still attacked Lao San once in a while, which scared him. As for Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting, they had the night luminescent pearl to protect them from the bats. However, if they didn't kill the bats, it could still be dangerous. No one could promise that the bats wouldn't attack them or bite them by chance. At this time, Gu Ning heard Lao San's agonized shout. Obviously, he had been bitten by bats. Lao San used his antidote to stop the effects of bats' poison. And although he survived, he was much weaker. "Let me ask you for the last time. Do you want the antiques or your life?" Gu Ning still had her sympathy towards Lao San and gave him one last chance. "It's none of your business," Lao San said in anger and continued to walk ahead. Since he said that, Gu Ning wouldn't persuade him anymore. She took out a flamethrower from her backpack and sprayed flame at the group of black bats behind them. The flamethrower emitted flames that were 2 meters long and 10 centimeters wide. Once the flame was sprayed out, a group of bats were ignited. They struggled, then died and fell. Lao San was so jealous of Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting. He was eager to grab the night luminescent pearl and flamethrower from them, but was afraid that he couldn't beat them alone. After spraying flame 3 times, almost all the bats behind Gu Ning were dead, but it wasn't realistic to kill them all, because some of them hid away. As long as they weren't being threatening, Gu Ning wouldn't bother killing them. Gu Ning only killed the bats behind her, but there were a lot in front of Lao San. With a single burning torch, he could hardly escape from their attacks. Lao San went to the anteroom that they had opened before the bats flew out, but he couldn't get inside right away because the bats were precisely flying out of this anteroom. He cautiously looked inside. There were a lot less bats in it, but they all flew backwards, seeing fire. "Don't go inside." Gu Ning tried to stop Lao San, but he refused to listen to her. Lao San walked in directly and later screamed in horror and pain. When Gu Ning followed him, she saw Lao San lying on the ground with blood around his body. He was dead already, and there was a black moving body standing in front of Lao San. It was a zombie. Before they went into the anteroom, Gu Ning had used her jade eyes and saw the zombie. She was shocked to find that there really were zombies in this world. It was because she was so stunned that she failed to stop Lao San in time, but she had indeed warned Lao San to not go inside. Beforehand, if he had listened to her, he wouldn't have been killed. But the truth was that Lao San had died because he refused to listen to Gu Ning's advice. In the first anteroom, the three men heard Gu Ning's voice and Lao San's scream. They had a premonition that Lao San was in trouble. If Lao San was really in trouble, they would feel terrible too because they had been working together for 2 years. However, Lao San valued money too high and he would risk his life for it. Besides, Lao San had betrayed them for money, which Lao Da kept a secret. That was the reason why he hadn't tried his best to stop Lao San. He had planned to dismiss Lao San after this time. Lao San had done a lot to discover this ancient grave after all. Boss, is Lao San in trouble?
Lao asked.
I have no idea, Lao Da said. He wasn't sure either. Lung Xiaoting was terrified too when the black moving body appeared in his sight. What the hell is that? He had been through many dangerous situations and places, and he had fought in the Amazon rainforest, but he had never panicked in front of scary beasts or enemies. However, this black moving body was too strange and horrifying. It looked like a human being, but had black fur all over its body. It seemed to be a gorilla but was obviously not. A zombie, Gu Ning said. It wasn't the normal zombies that they had seen in the horror films. This zombie smelt like rotten corpse, which was quite disgusting. What? A zombie? Hearing that, Lung Xiaoting was more than shocked. He had only heard of ghosts and monsters in tales. To his astonishment, there were really zombies in this world. His original views of this world started to change dramatically. The zombie was afraid of light and fire too, so it didn't dare to approach them because of the night luminescent pearl in Lung Xiaoting's hand. But a zombie was much more threatening to Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting than a group of bats, because it was really strong and could use other things to attack them. Without hesitation, the zombie threw the heavy cover of a coffin at them. It happened too fast and suddenly, so Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting were almost hit by it. However, the heavy cover hit between the two of them, so Gu Ning and Lung Xiaoting escaped in 2 different directions. However, that being the case, Gu Ning was out of the brightest light, and the zombie seized the chance, attacking Gu Ning with his sharp black nails. Ning Ning! Lung Xiaoting was shocked. He ran to Gu Ning at once, but unexpectedly, the zombie moved much faster than him and got close to Gu Ning like lightning. Gu Ning wasn't weak either. She fought against the black moving body with her magical power, so it didn't hurt her. At the same time, Gu Ning said to Lung Xiaoting seriously, "Keep the night luminescent pearl bright and never let it leave your hand." Gu Ning was really worried that Lung Xiaoting would ignore the night luminescent pearl in order to help her. If the night luminescent pearl was covered, it would be a great advantage to the zombie. Besides, if Lung Xiaoting lost the protection of night luminescent pearl, he would be hurt by it. Seeing Gu Ning being so serious, Lung Xiaoting bore her words in mind. Luckily, the zombie wasn't able to hurt Gu Ning, and Lung Xiaoting was less concerned. However, he still wanted to help Gu Ning. Lung Xiaoting had to be cautious and couldn't move too fast in case the night luminescent pearl would fall. So he immediately took out his gun, shooting at the back of the zombie. However, the bullets failed to hurt it at all. Guns or knives are useless. It's only afraid of fire and light, Gu Ning said to Lung Xiaoting. The zombie abruptly turned around when it was shot in the back. It wanted to attack Lung Xiaoting, but was scared of the bright light. Thus it turned back right away and continued fighting with Gu Ning. During the 3 seconds when the zombie turned back, Gu Ning finally got a chance to pull out the flamethrower, spraying flame at it. Boom! The flamethrower sprayed out strong flames which burned the zombie. It screamed and jumped around in severe pain. Gu Ning immediately took out a bottle of gasoline and poured it over the zombie. The fuel immediately ignited even stronger flames. The zombie's agonized scream was quite horrifying and it smelt so acrid. The three men in the first anteroom all felt terrified by the horrifying scream. And it didn't sound like a human being's voice. What is the sound? I don't think a human being can make it. Lao Yao's face turned pale. He trembled in fear and hid behind Lao Da. Is there any monsters? Lao Er was also scared and guessed.
Lao Da remained silent.
Although he had the same idea, he didn't want to scare himself. They wanted to go out and check it themselves, but none of them dared to move a step. The zombie stopped struggling after 10 minutes of being burned in strong flame. It fell down on the ground, but it was still ablaze. It seemed easy for Guning to kill the zombie, but it was just because of the flamethrower. Otherwise, it would have been extremely difficult to get rid of the zombie. Stare at it in case comes alive again all of a sudden. I'll go over there to search for ancient objects, Guning said to Lung Shouting before she went to the coffin. Guning didn't want Lung Shouting to follow her, because she planned to secretly put the ancient objects into her telepathic eyes space. In addition, there was a large amount of yin around these ancient objects. Guning was unwilling to let Lung Shouting touch them, even though he had the night luminescent pearl in his hands. Although the zombie stopped struggling, it twitched. Lung Shouting was also worried that it would regain its life suddenly, so he stayed at the same place fixing his eyes on. Guning went to the coffin, and even though there weren't many ancient objects in it, each piece of them was priceless. Most of them were made of bronze, which showed that this grave must have been built in the Warring States period. There were 12 pieces of bronze in the coffin, including a bronze sword, a bronze bird and beast pattern pot, an animal-shaped bronze statue, and so forth. Those ancient objects were completely covered by black mist, and there was no touch of white mist at all. The man who had been buried in the coffin had already turned into a zombie, so it was understandable that the ancient objects were so evil. Guning put 5 pieces of bronze into her telepathic eyes space, and the other 7 pieces of bronze were put into her backpack. She could easily put the ancient objects in her backpack into her telepathic eyes space, as long as she wanted. In fact, she put some pieces of bronze into her backpack for Lung Shouting's sake, in case he would think that it was strange that her backpack seemed the same after she had put so much stuff into it. After that, Guning went back to Lung Shouting's side. The black moving body was still twitching, so they couldn't leave yet. During this time, Guning used her jade eyes to look into another closed anteroom. There was no coffin in it, but a wooden box and a set of bronze chimes. Seeing the bronze chimes, Guning was greatly surprised, because she knew that they had to be extremely priceless. There were 65 pieces of bronze chimes in all, which were divided into 3 layers and 9 groups according to size, hanging on the clock frame. There was a fu bell and 45 yong bells divided into 5 groups in the middle and lower layers of the clock frame. Bells hanging in the middle layer had a bright sound, while those hanging in the lower layer had a low sound. Other than the fu bell and yong bells, there were also 19 yo bells, which was smaller than yong bells, hanging on the upper layer of the clock frame in 3 groups. 1. In 19XX, in the tomb of the Eastern Zhou dynasty, 2 sets of bronze chimes were unearthed. One group was made up of 9 pieces while the other was 7. The bronze chimes were exquisitely decorated and well made. According to the textual research, they were the court instruments of Wu Gua in the late spring and autumn period. Even after being buried in the earth for 2,500 years, the 2 sets of bronze chimes were still able to make clear and beautiful sounds. Unfortunately, the set of bronze chimes, which consisted of 3 layers and 9 groups, were still missing. If this set of bronze chimes in this ancient grave was discovered, it would cause a great sensation in music, art, and antique industries. Many famous museums would fight for it. Moreover, the whole set was worth at least several billion yuan, which was quite exciting. And in the wooden box were other ancient objects. To Guning's surprise, all the ancient objects in this anteroom were purely covered with natural power. Guning thought for a while and figured it out. The ancient objects that she had just discovered were buried with a man, who must have been tortured before he had been killed. Thus those ancient objects were affected by his deep hatred. And this anteroom where the set of bronze chimes was placed was separated from that one, so there was no yin in it. It wasn't hard to take the ancient objects in the wooden box, but the set of bronze chimes was too heavy to carry. In that case, Gu Ning had to put it into her telepathic eye space, and she had to avoid Lung Shouting. Therefore, Gu Ning said to Lung Shouting, "You can stay here and I'll go out to have a look. If you're worried about me, you can stand at the door of this anteroom, staring at this zombie and keeping an eye on me." Hearing that, Lung Shouting was of course worried about Gu Ning's safety, but he compromised in the end. The anteroom that Gu Ning was leaving for wasn't far away. There was only a short distance of 4 meters. Lung Shouting stood at the door, staring at the zombie which was still burning, and kept an eye on Gu Ning at the same time. Gu Ning went to the anteroom and used her jade eyes to check its door. Luckily, there were no traps or poison powder. She opened the door, which astonished Lung Shouting. He was concerned that there could be more bats or another zombie inside. "Ning Ning." Lung Shouting called Gu Ning worriedly. "It's fine." Gu Ning comforted him, then directly pushed the door open. Seeing that there wasn't anything strange coming out, Lung Shouting relaxed. Gu Ning used a flashlight to light the anteroom and said to Lung Shouting, "There's nothing terrifying in it, just pieces of bronze." Hearing that, Lung Shouting was relieved. Afterwards, Gu Ning walked inside. She immediately put the set of bronze chimes into her telepathic eye space and opened the wooden box. There was a lot of bronze in it because bronze was quite popular during the Warring States period. Gu Ning carried the wooden box out and put it down at the door. She then went back to check on the zombie which had finally stopped twitching and was almost burned into ashes. It was impossible for it to come alive again. One Fu, Yong and Yo bells are ancient Chinese bells that have different shapes and octaves. When combined and because of their shapes they can produce a full 12-octave scale instead of just 5 octaves. "I think we're done here. Let's go back now,"
Gu Ning sighed.
"Sure," Lung Shouting replied. He then went to carry the wooden box. Although it was heavy, Lung Shouting was able to lift it. They stopped at the first anteroom again and Gu Ning said loudly, "You can come out now." The 3 men in it couldn't wait to leave. Once they heard Gu Ning's voice, they immediately opened the door and walked out. Lao Yao asked, "What was the terrifying scream just then? I was so scared." "A zombie," Gu Ning said directly. If they didn't know the truth, they would probably think that it was easy to get the ancient objects in this grave. "What?" Hearing that, they were all shocked. They obviously knew what a zombie was, but they had only heard of it from the older generation's story. None of them had ever seen one in reality. "What would happen to the zombie?" Lao Yao asked again. "I burned it to death, but Lao San was killed by it," Gu Ning answered. Although the 3 men were mentally prepared, it was still unpleasant to hear the terrible news. After a few seconds of mourning, Lao sighed and said, "Let's move Lao San's body out of here." Although Lao San had betrayed them, they were close friends after all. Besides, he was dead now, and they felt that it was necessary to bury him well. "Wait." Before they could act, Gu Ning stopped them. "Lao San was killed by the zombie, and his body has already been poisoned. If you try to move his body, you might be affected by the deadly body poison and die in the near future. One can never be too careful. Besides, if he becomes a zombie later, a simple grave can't stop him. Thus I think that it's better to leave him here." Gu Ning wasn't threatening them, but it was possible even if barely. Hearing that, the 3 men were all shocked. No matter if it was true or not, they didn't dare to bring Lao San's body back, or to have a look of the zombie. Nevertheless, they didn't doubt what Gu Ning had just told them. Although they didn't see the black moving body with their own eyes, they had heard the strange scream, which a human being couldn't make. "Well, I think that we better leave now." Lao Yao was too scared to stay here for a second longer. Although he had dug up graves many times, it was the first time that he had been through such weird things. Not only Lao Yao, even Lao Da and Lao Er, who had been grave diggers for over a dozen years, felt that it was very terrifying. Afterwards, they noticed the wooden box beside Lung Shouting's feet. They knew that there had to be antiques in it. If they didn't know that there was a zombie, they would be reluctant to miss those antiques, but now they only felt that they were lucky. If they had been greedy and risked their lives for fortune, they would have been killed too. If they were dead, fortune would be meaningless. In fact, 100 million yuan was a lot, and each of them could get 25 million yuan. However, Lao San was already dead, so they would share the money with Lao Si, who had driven them here. There were 5 members in their team. Sometimes one of them would be the driver, while the rest went to dig graves. Although the amount of money they got couldn't compare with priceless antiques, they kept their life after all. Even if Gu Ning didn't give them the money, they wouldn't bother to argue. Gu Ning saw their reactions and had a good impression of them. The grave hole wasn't big, and it only allowed one person to get through at a time, so it was impossible to carry the wooden box and leave at the same time. Gu Ning then decided to fasten a rope around the wooden box and pull it up after she got out. When the wooden box was pulled out, the 3 men followed. Leng Xiaoting was the last one who got out of the hole. They couldn't leave just like that. They had to fill the hole before leaving. It was very deep, and the gravediggers had moved the earth somewhere else in case someone found out. Thus it wasn't easy for them to fill it now. In the following hours, they cooperated to finish the task. Leng Xiaoting didn't want Gu Ning to do the labor work along with them, so he told her to stay on the side and guard the wooden box, while the men went to move rocks and earth. They used rocks to fill in the bottom, and the earth was placed on the top. After that, Gu Ning planted a small tree which was as thick as her arm into the hole. Well, after what we've been through together, I bet you trust me to some extent now. You know that it's too late to transfer the money now. Thus I think that we should go back to town and stay in the hotel for a night. We can go to the bank tomorrow. What do you think? Gu Ning asked them. She had no intention to trick them, but they were still strangers after all. Although there were many antiques without Yin in the wooden box, Gu Ning didn't tell them nor share with them. Since they already made the agreement, they had to stick to it now. No problem. Lauda agreed with Gu Ning. 100 million yuan was a considerable amount of money, and they couldn't transfer it online. In addition, they indeed had a certain amount of trust towards Gu Ning now. If Gu Ning wasn't willing to give them the money, she wouldn't have rescued them. And they already felt lucky enough to stay alive after what they had been through. Money wasn't very important to them now. However, our friend is waiting for us now, Lauda said. Gu Ning understood that it must be their driver. Actually, it would be convenient if they had a car to move the wooden box back. Oh, do you mean the one who drove you here? I think that we should probably move this wooden box back by car. Please call him to pick us up. Gu Ning sighed. Hearing that, the 3 men were surprised. How come she knows it? However, they soon realized that Gu Ning must have seen them. Unexpectedly, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting had noticed them at the very beginning. After that, they climbed down the mountain and went back. It was around 12 a.m. when they left. Once they were back at the foot of the mountain, their phones got reception. Lauda immediately sent a message to Lao Si and told him to pick them up. When they walked to the entrance of Fengyang village, the van was already waiting there. When the man in the car saw Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting, he was surprised. Lauda, who are they? And where is Lao San? Lao San's dead, and these 2 are our lifesavers. All right, we better leave right now, and I'll tell you that details when we get back, Lauda said. What? Lao San is dead. The man who was called Lao Si was astonished. Although he never liked Lao San, they had known each other for many years. It was shocking that Lao San was suddenly dead. Besides, what had happened in the ancient grave? Why were these 2 strangers their lifesavers? Lao Si had many questions in his mind, but Lauda wouldn't tell him until they got back. They all got in the car and drove to the small town. On the way, they introduced themselves to each other. Lauda's full name was Li Maosong. He was 42 years old. Lao Er was Sun Chao, who was 38 years old. Lao Si was Zhao Jiangquan, who was 29 years old, and Lao Yao was Guo Yang, who was just 26 years old. Gu Ning introduced herself to them too, but she didn't tell them Leng Xiaoting's full name. She just told them that Leng Xiaoting's family name was Leng. Other than that, she also told them that she and Leng Xiaoting were a couple. Li Maosong and Gu Ning exchanged phone numbers so that Li Maosong could contact her. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at the parking lot and stopped beside Leng Xiaoting's car. Leng Xiaoting got out and moved the wooden box to the trunk of his car. They had prepared a big suitcase in the trunk. Leng Xiaoting placed the ancient objects into the big suitcase and then carried it back to their room in the hotel. It would be too noticeable if they carried the wooden box. Gu Ning ordered 2 rooms for the 4 men, and the 2 rooms were right next to the one where Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting stayed. Gu Ning did it on purpose to calm the 4 men's worries. After that, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went back to their room, while Li Maosong and the others went into the same room, because they had a lot to discuss. What did you get? Zhao Jiangquan asked the moment they walked inside. Nothing, Li Maosong replied. What? Why? Zhao Jiangquan was shocked. We almost died in there. Who cares about the antiques? Sun Xiao said seriously. He then told Zhao Jiangquan what they had been through in the ancient grave. Zhao Jiangquan rounded his eyes in shock and felt terrified. A zombie? Jesus, it is real? And the zombie killed Lao San? Zhao Jiangquan didn't blame them because they had made the deal with Gu Ning, because he would have done the same thing. Life was more valuable than money after all. Lao San had risked his life for money, and had been killed in the end. Nevertheless, can we trust them? Zhao Jiangquan asked. He was worried that Gu Ning would lie to them. I trust them. If they didn't want to give us the 100 million yuan, they could have just abandoned us in the grave. Moreover, she did rescue us after all. If she is unwilling to give us the money, we won't say anything, Li Maosong said. All right, it's useless to think further about it. Let's have a rest now. They knew that it was meaningless to think about it right now, and they all agreed with Li Maosong, so they stopped discussing it. Lao Er and Lao Si left for another room afterwards. That night, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting slept like babies, but the 4 men could barely sleep. Although it was useless to be worried, they couldn't help doing it. The next morning around 7 a.m., the 4 men got up and gathered together in a room, waiting for Gu Ning. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting made it a habit to get up early, so they were both awake at 7 a.m. Gu Ning understood that Li Maosong and his friends had to be anxious throughout the whole night. Thus she didn't want to let them wait any longer, and called Li Maosong once she was prepared. However, it was too early, and the bank wasn't open yet. Therefore, they had to wait till 9 a.m. Li Maosong and his friends immediately went outside, waiting for them in the passage after he hung up the call with Gu Ning. Thus, the moment that Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting stepped out of their room, they saw the 4 men in the passage, which was quite amusing. The bank isn't open yet. Let's go check out and have breakfast first, Gu Ning said. Sure, the 4 men answered. Afterwards, they checked out together and went to have breakfast. Then they drove to the bank without delay. At 9 a.m. the bank opened. Gu Ning and Li Maosong went to complete the transfer procedure. When the money was transferred to their accounts, Li Maosong and his friends were finally relieved. Miss Gu, Mr. Leng, thank you so much for saving our lives this time. Li Maosong thanked Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting seriously. No matter what, they had earned a lot this time. Sun Qiao and the others also thanked Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting. You're welcome, Gu Ning said. Goodbye then. After that, they separated, and Gu Ning along with Leng Xiaoting went back to the capital. Are you going to put those ancient objects in Shangyun Antique Store? Or keep it elsewhere? Leng Xiaoting asked. I'll choose some to put in Shangyun Antique Store, and we can keep the rest in your house for now, Gu Ning said. She didn't want to attract too much attention because it was illegal to dig up ancient graves. Sure, Leng Xiaoting said. After they arrived at the capital, they went to the antique street first. There was a big suitcase of antiques in their car, and it wasn't safe. Thus Leng Xiaoting would stay in the car, while Gu Ning left for a while. Actually, Gu Ning deliberately avoided Leng Xiaoting, because she planned to take out some ancient objects from her telepathic eye space. And it wouldn't be convenient if Leng Xiaoting was with her. Most importantly, it would be strange if she carried a pile of antiques around all the time, so she had to avoid Leng Xiaoting. Gu Ning went to buy a 26-inch suitcase first and put several antiques in it before she walked ahead. When she walked past a public washroom, she went inside and secretly took out more antiques from her telepathic eye space. Afterwards, she went straight to Shangyun Antique Store. However, The moment that Gu Ning arrived, she saw a person arguing in Shangyun Antique Store. There was a group of onlookers gathered around at the door of Shangyun Antique Store, and a man inside was arguing in anger. Chun Darong, Master Luo just sold Shangyun Antique Store, and you are already starting to ruin its reputation. This teapot is obviously a fake, but you claim that it is real. I wasted 200,000 yuan on it, and you need to compensate me. Otherwise, I'll call the police. The group of onlookers burst into discussions. No way. Shangyun Antique Store deceives consumers. Shangyun Antique Store may not have done it in the past, but it's hard to tell now since its boss has changed. Exactly, businessmen only care about profits. I think the new boss is ruining Shangyun Antique Store's reputation. True. Chun Darong didn't panic but calmly looked at the middle-aged man who was causing trouble in the store. Mr. Wu, are you sure that this is the teapot that you bought from Shangyun Antique Store? Mr. Wu ran a restaurant outside of the antique street. He was rich and loved to collect antiques. Unfortunately, he didn't know much about antiques. Are you kidding me? If it's not, I wouldn't come here. It's the same as the picture. Mr. Wu was angry. Really? Let me check first, Chun Darong said. Mr. Wu then gave the teapot to Chun Darong without hesitation, like he wasn't lying at all. Chun Darong had a closer look of the teapot then said, "You're right. It indeed looks the same as the one in the picture. But there is something very different." Where? Mr. Wu was nervous and refused to believe it. Obviously, Mr. Wu came to cause them trouble on purpose. Both Chun Darong and Gu Ning, who was outside, were aware of that. Chun Darong sneered and asked, "Did you bring the picture with you? I can point it out for you." Seeing Chun Darong being so confident, Mr. Wu instead hesitated. Is there really something different? He thought to himself.
Impossible.
It is an exact replica of the real one. How come it's different? It seems that you don't have the picture with you. Don't worry. I do. Chun Darong smiled after Mr. Wu remained silent for a long while. Jian, go and get the contract of the teapot for me. The purchasing of real antiques required the signing of a contract between the seller and the buyer. Not only the text contract, but also the full-scale high-definition pictures of the objects needed signing, in order to prevent such things from happening. Some people might buy the real antiques and use fakes to extort money. No problem. Jian was a worker in Shangyun Antique Store. He immediately went to the document room. At this time, Mr. Wu felt more nervous, because this teapot wasn't the real one. Although it was an exact replica, it was fake. However, he couldn't back away now. Thinking for a while, Mr. Wu forced himself to face it. Jian gave Chun Darong the contract that they had signed with Mr. Wu. But Chun Darong didn't open it right away. Instead, he said seriously to Mr. Wu, "Mr. Wu, I don't know why you had to do this today, but if you're willing to stop it now and apologize, I can pretend that nothing has happened. If you insist, I won't show any sympathy." Mr. Wu, however, felt humiliated. If he stopped it right now, it would mean that he admitted that he used the replica to try to extort money, which was quite shameful. Thus Mr. Wu argued in anger, "Chun Darong, don't ever try to scare me. I did buy this teapot at Shangyun Antique Store." Mr. Wu ignored the worst result that would occur if his scheme was exposed directly in public in the end. "Well, since you insist, you can't blame me." Chun Darong didn't bother to waste time arguing with Mr. Wu any longer. In fact, the clearest proof isn't the difference between this one and that one in the picture, but that this teapot is newly made. There is a smell of smoke around it too. Saying that, Chun Darong looked straight at Mr. Wu. "Mr. Wu, I think that you're too impatient and stupid." Hearing that, everyone was surprised. "What? It's fake. I knew Shangyun Antique Store wouldn't do such a thing." Exactly, I think Mr. Wu is so shameless to try to trap Shangyun Antique Store. I agree. Most of the people chose to believe Shangyun Antique Store, so they all defended Chun Darong. It's bullshit. Mr. Wu raised his voice in anger, but wasn't confident. He didn't expect that Chun Darong had such an acute sense of smell. To be exact, he didn't know that there would be a smoke smell around the newly made teapot. Chun Darong wasn't irritated at all. "If you don't believe me, You can invite Masterswa to come here. Masterswa was a household name in the antique street. He was both an antique expert and a skillful handicrafts maker. Everyone had great respect for him, and he was well known for his honesty. Therefore, once Masterswa showed up, people would believe him. Hearing that, Wu panicked. He tried to grab the teapot but was stopped by Chandarong. His action totally exposed his scheme. Jian, call the police. Chandarong was a kind person but not a coward. Since Mr. Wu insisted on shaming himself in public, he wouldn't mind helping him. And it was also a great chance for him to set an example, in case such a thing happened again. Mr. Wu immediately begged Chandarong. Mr. Chan, it's all my fault. Please forgive me this time. I promise that I won't do it again. However, Chandarong ignored him. Seeing that, Mr. Wu wanted to escape, but was caught by Chandarong. Chandarong, you better let me go now, or my cousin-in-law will get revenge on you. Mr. Wu threatened. Mr. Wu's cousin-in-law was the boss of Guyun Antique Store, which was also located at this antique street, and his name was Zhang Hongqiang. Once Mr. Wu mentioned Zhang Hongqiang, many people started to realize the dirty secret behind Mr. Wu's scheme. Guyun Antique Store wasn't far from Shangyun Antique Store. Although Guyun Antique Store was popular too, it couldn't compare with Shangyun Antique Store. Therefore, Shangyun Antique Store was always Guyun Antique Store's opponent. The previous boss of Shangyun Antique Store was a member of the Antiques Association. So Zhang Hongming didn't dare to cause him trouble, even though Zhang Hongming also had powerful support. He had schemed against Shangyun Antique Store in vain before. However, now Shangyun Antique Store had a new boss. Zhang Hongming also found out that the new boss was just a young girl, so he couldn't wait to damage Shangyun Antique Store. Be my guest then. Chandarong wasn't afraid at all. You! Mr. Wu was mad. Before long, policemen arrived and took Mr. Wu away. The crowd dispersed later too. Gu Ning didn't walk inside until then. Seeing Gu Ning coming, Chandarong immediately went out to welcome her. Nice to meet you, boss. Hi, I brought some real antiques to sell, Gu Ning said. She didn't mention what had just happened at all, but she was very satisfied with the way Chandarong had handled it. Real antiques. Real antiques. The minute that Gu Ning finished her sentence, two surprised voices sounded at the same time. One was from Chandarong, while the other was from outside of the door. Gu Ning and Chandarong looked towards the voice. It was an old man who was around 70 years old, followed by two bodyguards. Seeing the newcomer, Chandarong immediately went forward to welcome him with great respect. Master Su, it's so nice to meet you. You're always so energetic. Stop flattering me. I just came to see whether there are any good objects for collecting. Miss, you just said that you have some real antiques. Would you mind showing them to me? Master Su quickly walked to Gu Ning and urged. Master Su had a great relationship with the previous boss of Shangyun Antique Store, so Chandarong was also very familiar with him. Master Su was known as an antique addict around this street. Gu Ning smiled gently and said, Sure, please follow me, Master Su. Gu Ning then guided Master Su to the lounge. They sat down in the lounge. Gu Ning opened her suitcase and bared the antiques in their sight. There were 5 pieces of bronze in all, including a bronze dagger, a bronze spear and so forth. Other than the bronze, there were also 5 other ancient objects like the pastel plate, a pair of pastel dragon and phoenix bowls, a Chongzhen blue and white pen holder and so on. Both Chandarong and Master Su were shocked when they saw the 10 ancient objects. Boss, are these all real? Chandarong asked and couldn't believe his eyes. It was too unbelievable to be true. Although the 10 ancient objects weren't the most expensive ones among all the antiques that Gu Ning had till now, they were like a fortune in Chandarong's eyes. Any single one of them was worth at least millions of yuan. Master Su didn't trust Gu Ning as much as Chandarong did, because he had just met Gu Ning, so he decided to do an appraisal. Come on, give the identification tools to me right now. Master Su urged Chandarong. Chandarong went to bring the identification tools from the counter at once. Master Su was then absorbed in appraising the ancient objects. Chandarong joined him too. The most exciting moments for antique lovers were when they appraised ancient objects, even if the ancient objects weren't theirs. It's real. Master Su was thrilled after the identification of the first ancient object. Afterwards, Master Su and Chandarong appraised the other ancient objects one by one. During the time, they were getting increasingly excited. When they finished appraising everything, Master Su pointed at several ancient objects and asked Guning, "Miss, what are their prices?" Although it was hard to get real antiques, people had different tastes concerning collection, so Master Su would only buy what he liked. "How much do you think they're worth?" Guning asked Master Su. There were no exact prices for antiques, only approximate ones. "From my experience, each of them is worth about 3 million yuan. Would you mind selling them to me at the price of 3 million yuan each?" Master Su asked. He gave Guning a reasonable price. "You can just pay me 8 million yuan in all," Guning said. She had bought those antiques at the price of thousands of yuan each, so she didn't care much about its price. Hearing that, Master Su was quite surprised. "Really? Do you think that it's a profitable deal?" Although she had to be very rich if she had bought Shangyun Antique Store, she was a businesswoman after all. And the most important thing for a businesswoman was to make profits. "Of course it is. And I also want to make friends with you. Please don't mind the fact that I'm very young," Guning said. She understood that Master Su was from a powerful family, and it wouldn't do her any harm to make friends with him. Great. I like your personality." Master Su laughed and agreed. Although Guning was merely a young girl, she was mature and stable, which left a good impression on Master Su. He appreciated her ability and was also curious about her. "Well, I personally like porcelain, but one of my old friends likes bronze. Let me call him now and tell him to have a look here." Master Su just made friends with Guning, and he couldn't wait to help Guning attract more clients. "Thank you so much,"
Guning sighed.
"My pleasure," Master Su replied, and he called his old friend at once. However, before Master Su could say a word, when the phone was answered, another old man said in the phone without delay, "Hey, are you back in the capital? I just arrived and I'm at the antique street now. Don't you like bronze? There are several pieces of bronze in Shangyun Antique Store. Come on and have a look," Master Su said. "What?" Another old man was obviously excited. "I'm coming right now. Wait for me." Master Su's old friend was coming. As the boss, Guning of course couldn't leave right away. Thus she sent a message to Lung Shouting and told him to wait for a while longer. Guning was busy with her business, so Lung Shouting didn't mind waiting for her. Around 40 minutes later, Master Su's old friend arrived. He called Master Su loudly before he even walked inside. "Su, come here," Master Su replied, and an old man who was around 70 years old immediately came over. If Lung Shouting had been here, he would have recognized this old man, because the old man was exactly Zhang Zhongyu, who had been the head of the National Antiques Association. However, Guning failed to recognize Zhang Zhongyu. Zhang Zhongyu was also followed by 2 bodyguards. Most of the people in the antique industry knew Zhang Zhongyu, so they were all surprised to see Zhang Zhongyu walking into Shangyun Antique Store. And the moment that Zhang Zhongyu entered Shangyun Antique Store, many people followed him. When they saw that Master Su was also there, they were surprised again. "Master Zhang, nice to meet you." Chan Darong greeted Zhang Zhongyu, but Zhang Zhongyu was in a hurry to see the bronze, so his sight fell straight on the suitcase which was laid on the table. He came to the suitcase and immediately started to appraise the bronze. Although Master Su had already done the appraisal, and Zhang Zhongyu believed his judgment, he still preferred to do it again because he enjoyed it. After the appraisal, Zhang Zhongyu also thought that they were real antiques. Wow, it's so hard to get real bronze antiques nowadays. It wasn't because bronze antiques were really rare, but because many ancient graves with historical value had already been dug up and all the unearthed ancient objects were placed in the National Museum. Thus it was very rare to see them in the market. The bronze antiques exhibited in the National Museum were only available for viewing, and antique lovers could only collect bronze in the market if there were any available. When the crowd heard that all the ancient objects were real, They were astonished. Although it wasn't uncommon that there were real antiques in an antique store, it was unusual to see so many. In addition, Master Jiang came here to do the appraisal in person. If the news went abroad, many buyers would come to acquire the antiques which had been appraised by Master Jiang. Sometimes people collected an antique not because it was real, but because of the appraisal's influence. It was an honor for an antique collector to have an antique which had been appraised by a famous expert. "What do you think?" Master Su asked. "I like this bronze dagger very much, but unfortunately, it's not my favorite bronze." Jiang Zhongyu wasn't disappointed, but felt that it was a shame. What kind of bronze do you want, Master Jiang?" Gu Ning asked. She carried many kinds of bronze antiques with her. Maybe she had what Jiang Zhongyu wanted. If there was a bronze antique that Jiang Zhongyu wanted very much, Gu Ning was willing to take it out. Jiang Zhongyu looked to Gu Ning. Seeing that she was a young girl, he thought that Gu Ning came here with Master Su, so he turned to ask Master Su. "This is..." "Oh, she's the new boss of Shangyun Antique Store, Gu Ning," Master Su replied. "Oh, it's you." Jiang Zhongyu was surprised. Although he had heard that the new boss of Shangyun Antique Store was a young girl, he didn't expect that she was so young. Nevertheless, Jiang Zhongyu didn't despise her just because she was so young. Instead, he appreciated her a lot because it was rare to see a teenager who loved antiques nowadays. Onlookers around them were also surprised, looking at Gu Ning. To their astonishment, the new boss of Shangyun Antique Store was such a young girl. "Yes," Gu Ning smiled. "May I know what kind of bronze you want, Master Jiang? If I can get it in the future, I'll show it to you first." "Very well." Hearing that, Jiang Zhongyu was excited. "I just want a bronze sword, but it's so hard to find one." Gu Ning coincidentally had a bronze sword in her telepathic eye space. The bronze sword was taken out of the coffin. It had been covered with yin, but now had been purified after a day in her telepathic eye space. However, Gu Ning wasn't sure whether Jiang Zhongyu would like the bronze sword because it wasn't famous. Gu Ning smiled. "It seems that Master Jiang is quite lucky today. I indeed have a bronze sword, but I'm not certain that you'll like it." "Really? Please show me right now." Jiang Zhongyu was thrilled and urged. "Of course, but please allow me to get it. It's in my car which is parked in the parking lot," Gu Ning said, standing up. Everyone was surprised that Gu Ning would leave a real antique in her car. Wasn't she afraid that it would be stolen? Jiang Zhongyu nervously chided her. "You left it in the parking lot? Aren't you afraid that it'll be stolen?" Gu Ning smiled and explained. "It's guarded by someone, so it'll be safe." Hearing that, Jiang Zhongyu relaxed. "Then go get it now," he urged again. "Sure," Gu Ning said. However, when she had only walked a few steps ahead, Master Jiang called her again. "Wait a second. Did you put the bronze sword away because you need it for something else?" Although Jiang Zhongyu wanted to own a bronze sword, he didn't want to grab it from Gu Ning. "No, I didn't carry it here because the suitcase can't accommodate that many antiques," Gu Ning explained. Hearing that, Jiang Zhongyu was relieved and he urged once more. "That's great. Please go get it right now." Gu Ning left, but she didn't go to the parking lot. Instead, when she was sure that there was nobody following her, she went to the washroom again and took the bronze sword out of her telepathic eye space. She wrapped it with cloth, then went back to Shangyun Antique Store. Right after Gu Ning left, several antique lovers who admired Jiang Zhongyu came to Shangyun Antique Store and bought two antiques. One was the pastel plate and the other was a bronze glass. They were sold at the price of 6.6 million yuan in total. Including the transaction with Master Su, Shangyun Antique Store made 14.6 million yuan today, which was the highest daily profits that Shangyun Antique Store had ever achieved. They had made over 10 million yuan in a day before, but it was still less than today's profits. Moreover, today wasn't finished yet. Master Jiang was likely to buy the bronze sword which Gu Ning was bringing. After about 10 minutes, Gu Ning was back. The crowd immediately stepped aside to let her pass, in case they accidentally damaged the valuable antique in her hands. Jiang Zhongyu went to welcome Gu Ning the moment she appeared in his sight. He couldn't wait to see the bronze sword, but no matter how excited he was, he didn't take it right out of Gu Ning's hands. He didn't go ahead to appraise it until Gu Ning put it on the table and unwrapped the cloth. The ridge of the sword was straight and sharp. The front sill was narrow and the sword was relatively thin. It was perfectly cast and well preserved. Jiang Zhongyu's hands were trembling with excitement. People around him were also nervous. Master Jiang later asked Gu Ning, "Miss, how much is this bronze sword and the bronze dagger?" Although Jiang Zhongyu liked the bronze sword more, he didn't want to miss the bronze dagger either. "What's your opinion?" Gu Ning asked. "Both of this bronze sword and the bronze dagger are delicately made, especially this bronze sword. There is a Hetian jade set on the hilt, so its owner must have been a noble man. I think it's worth at least 40 million yuan, and the bronze dagger is worth around 10 million yuan, Jiang Zhongyu said. Actually, no matter how much these two bronze antiques were, he would buy them anyway. Everyone around them drew a long breath in after they heard the price. It was a fortune. They were all envious of Gu Ning now. Even Chandarong couldn't believe his ears. After this deal was settled, they would indeed reach the all-time record for profits within a day. Chandarong now thought highly of his new boss, who was able to strike big deals continuously. "Well, it's my honor that Master Jiang came to my store today. I think that you can just pay me 40 million yuan for these two bronze antiques," Gu Ning said to Master Jiang. "What? 40 million yuan? That was directly 10 million yuan off." Everyone was shocked by her generosity. "What did you say?" Jiang Zhongyu couldn't believe it. 40 million yuan, Gu Ning said affirmatively. "Are you insane?" Jiang Zhongyu blurted out. He didn't mean to humiliate Gu Ning but just couldn't believe it. Businessmen always wanted to earn as much as possible. But Gu Ning was being so generous. 10 million yuan was a lot. Gu Ning felt like laughing, but she knew that what she had done was truly unbelievable, so she explained with patience, "Master Jiang, I'm not insane. You can just pay me 40 million yuan. And let me be honest with you, I am already making a fortune from the deal." Seeing Gu Ning being so certain, Jiang Zhongyu didn't hesitate anymore. In addition, 40 million yuan wasn't a low price after all. She could make a lot of money while he could save a lot of money, which was a win-win. "Great, I owe you then. No matter what kind of trouble you encounter in this antique street, feel free to ask me for help," Jiang Zhongyu said to Gu Ning. He really liked Gu Ning's personality and generosity, so he would love to help her. After that, he took out his name card and gave it to Gu Ning. "This is my name card." Everyone was jealous of Gu Ning now. With Master Jiang's support, nobody would dare to cause Shangyun Antique Store trouble anymore. "Thank you so much." Gu Ning of course wouldn't reject. However, when she saw the name on the card, she was astonished. To her surprise, this Master Jiang was precisely Jiang Zhongyu, who was Leng Xiaoting's grandpa's old friend. It seemed that they were meant to meet each other. Leng Xiaoting had told her that he planned to invite Jiang Zhongyu to visit Shangyun Antique Store someday. Unexpectedly, Master Jiang came here today on his own. That also explained why so many people followed him in coming to Shangyun Antique Store. He was an important figure in the antique industry. Master Jiang indeed was influential. In the following minutes, they went to sign a contract and transfer the money. Because the amount of money of this transaction was relatively large, they couldn't swipe a card, and could only transfer the money. When they had finished all of this, Gu Ning walked Master Su and Master Jiang to the door. Before they left, Master Jiang said to Gu Ning, "Miss, I have an old friend who loves paintings and calligraphy very much. If you have any famous paintings or calligraphy, would you mind telling me?" Hearing that, Gu Ning immediately realized that Jiang Zhongyu's old friend had to be Leng Xiaoting's grandpa, Leng Weihua. "Sure, I will," Gu Ning smiled. Afterwards, Master Su and Jiang Zhongyu walked away happily. "Su, let's go visit Leng now. You've been to Hainan for months, and we haven't gathered together for so long," Jiang Zhongyu said like he really missed their gathering, but actually he just wanted to show off. "Stop acting. I know what's in your mind. You simply want to show off in front of Leng." Master Su rolled his eyes and hit the point without hesitation. They had been old friends for dozens of years, and they couldn't hide secrets from one another. However, they indeed hadn't gathered together in a long time, and they would love to meet and chat with one another. Ah! Zhang Zhongyu didn't feel embarrassed at all. He showed off in front of me the other day. Why can't I do the same thing? I'm so envious that he got Zhao Mengfu's Luo Shenfu. Although Zhang Zhongyu had a preference for bronze, he also liked other collectibles, especially Zhao Mengfu's Luo Shenfu. He would definitely buy it if he saw it. Leng Weihua preferred paintings and calligraphy, and Master Su liked porcelain, but both of them wouldn't miss any collectibles. Ah! Master Su was amused. Zhang Zhongyu and Leng Weihua were like little kids. Master Su was also aware of the Luo Shenfu because Leng Weihua had purposely called him that night. Master Su was also envious of him, but he wasn't as excited as Zhang Zhongyu and Leng Weihua. After Master Su and Zhang Zhongyu left, Gu Ning talked with Chen Darong in a room. Gu Ning said, "The New Year festival is around the corner. Both of the salesmen can have year-end bonus of 100,000 yuan, and yours is 200,000 yuan." Hearing that, Chen Darong rounded his eyes in shock. Normally, they only had a year-end bonus of 10 or 20,000 yuan, which was quite a lot to them. "Uncle Chen, as long as you're loyal to me, I promise that you'll get a reasonable bonus." Gu Ning took out a contract handing to Chen Darong. "This is the new contract that we need to sign together." Chen Darong took the new contract and read it with full attention. When he found out that he was able to have 10% shares of Shangyun Antique Store, he was so shocked that the contract almost fell from his hands. Boss won. Chen Darong breathed fast now like he had won the lottery. "Right, I understand that you are probably amazed, but I'm only a student now, so I need you to manage this store well. Don't ever think that you don't deserve it, because all my managers share the same treatment," Gu Ning said seriously. "However, if you betray me, you can't bear the result." Chen Darong didn't expect that Gu Ning, who was just a young girl, could be so powerful, and he indeed felt threatened. Since Gu Ning said that all of her managers shared the same treatment, Chen Darong agreed in the end. Gu Ning was his boss after all. "Boss, don't worry. You'll always have my loyalty," Chen Darong said and promised with sincerity. Gu Ning wouldn't trust a person unconditionally, but she was willing to give them a chance to prove themselves. All companies hired strangers to work for them. Without proof of time, it was impossible to know who was loyal and who wasn't. In fact, most people were hardworking and upright. After signing the contract, Gu Ning left. Leng Xiaoting had been waiting for Gu Ning for 3 hours, but he was as patient as usual. Gu Ning, on the other hand, felt guilty and apologized. "I'm so sorry to make you wait for so long." "It's nothing. You don't need to apologize," Leng Xiaoting replied. After that, Gu Ning told Leng Xiaoting what just had happened in Shangyun Antique Store. Leng Xiaoting was surprised. Grandpa Su and Grandpa Jiang. Those two masters were Leng Weihua's best friends and had known Leng Xiaoting since he was a child. Thus Leng Xiaoting felt close to them to some extent. When they left, they also told me that they have an old friend who loves paintings and calligraphy, and reminded me to tell them first if I get any in the future. "I thought that their old friend had to be Grandpa Leng," Gu Ning said. "Indeed. They're Grandpa's best friends, and Master Su is Su Jinshan's grandpa," Leng Xiaoting said. "What?" Gu Ning was astonished. What a coincidence. Master Su turned out to be Su Jinshan's grandpa. It was almost 3 p.m., but Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting didn't feel hungry. Master Su and Zhang Zhongyu arrived at the Leng family's house later. Because it was daytime, the younger generation in the Leng family either went to work or to meet friends, and only Master Leng was home. It wasn't convenient for an old man to hang around outside, especially in the cold winter, so Master Leng stayed at home almost every day, which was quite boring. Therefore, when he heard that his best friends were coming, Master Leng was cheered up at once. He immediately told the housekeeper to prepare 2 cups of tea and waited in the living room. "Leng, I have something good to show you," Zhang Zhongyu said even before he walked inside. He couldn't wait to tell Master Leng with obvious pride. Hearing that, Master Leng realized that they must be here to show off. All of a sudden, Master Leng seemed displeased. Are you bringing something good to show me? Or to show off? Master Lung hit the point, but Jiang Zhongyu wouldn't admit it. He complained in an aggrieved tone. How could you say that? I just came to visit you and show you something good. If I kept it to myself, you'd blame me for hiding it. What should I do? Stop it. Just let me have a look. Master Lung rolled his eyes at Jiang Zhongyu and couldn't wait to see what he brought with him. They sat on the sofa, while the bodyguards placed the antiques on the table. When the cloth was unwrapped, Master Lung rounded his eyes in shock seeing the bronze antiques. These are a bronze dagger and bronze sword. Ah, yes. And they are both delicately made. Common bronze antiques are hardly comparable to them, Jiang Zhongyu said proudly. Where did you buy them? Master Lung asked. Shangyun Antique Store, Jiang Zhongyu replied. Master Lung was irritated and complained. Why didn't you tell me that you were going to the antique street? And now you're showing off in front of me. How can you do that to me? You did the same thing the other night when you got Zhao Mengfu's Luo Shenfu. Jiang Zhongyu argued. Master Lung had called him that night, so he barely slept. If Master Lung had told him the next day during the daytime, he wouldn't have been rushed. Master Lung didn't know how to retort.
Ah, maste shulauga.
Lung, we won't forget you. In fact, I went to Shangyun Antique Store alone after I heard that it had a new boss. Unexpectedly, I found some good real antiques there. Su is a bronze lover, so I told him to have a look, but we didn't see any paintings or calligraphy yet, so we didn't call you. However, I did tell its new boss to inform us first if she gets any famous paintings or calligraphy in the future. Hearing that, Master Lung felt more comfortable. Master Su added, we were really amazed by the new boss of Shangyun Antique Store. Although we already knew that its new boss is a young girl, I didn't expect that she is only 18 years old. She's pretty, able, mature, and adorable. I think she's exactly right for Jinshin, so I plan to get Jinshin to chase her. Forget it. The girl is only 18 years old, and Jinshin is too old for her. I think Ruining and her are exactly right for each other, Jiang Zhongyu argued. Master Lung was also astonished that the new boss of Shangyun Antique Store was only 18 years old. Seeing that both Master Su and Master Jiang thought highly of the young girl and even wanted her to be their granddaughter-in-law, Master Lung was quite curious about her. Although Lung Xiaoting already had a girlfriend, Lung Xiaomin was still single. However, what they didn't know was that the young girl was precisely Lung Xiaoting's girlfriend. If Lung Xiaoting found out their plan, he wouldn't dare to punish the three masters, but Su Jinshin and Lung Xiaomin would be in danger. After a short argument, they dropped the topic. Master Su was also eager to see Luo Shenfu. Lung, let me have a look of Zhao Mengfu's Luo Shenfu right now. He wouldn't allow himself to miss such a great chance to see Luo Shenfu. Once Master Su mentioned Luo Shenfu, Master Lung was proud again. He told the housekeeper to fetch it. Let me be honest with you. In fact, Luo Shenfu isn't a gift from Xiaoting, Master Lung said like it was a big secret. Then who gave it to you? Master Su and Master Jiang were curious. Xiaoting's girlfriend, Master Lung replied proudly. What? Hearing that, both Master Su and Jiang Zhongyu were greatly surprised. Xiaoting has a girlfriend? Yes. Master Lung was obviously happy. He had always been worried about Lung Xiaoting's marriage. Since Lung Xiaoting was willing to have a girlfriend now, he was more relaxed. Wow, it's really surprising. Tell us more about the girl. We're both curious to see what kind of girl can win Xiaoting's heart, Jiang Zhongyu asked without delay. I haven't met her yet. Xiaoting won't allow me to investigate her. Saying that, Master Lung felt slightly upset. Master Su and Jiang Zhongyu were surprised once more. But they were aware that Lung Xiaoting never liked anyone else being involved in his personal affairs. Ah! Lung, do you feel upset? Master Su and Jiang Zhongyu laughed out loud, while Master Lung forced a smile. He couldn't help blaming Lung Xiaoting for making him lose face. Gu Ning had stayed in the capital for 6 days, and it was the time for her to leave. Xiaoting, I have to go home tomorrow, Gu Ning said to Lung Xiaoting during the meal. Hearing that, Lung Xiaoting suddenly lost his appetite, and remained silent. Although he knew that Gu Ning would stay in the capital for a week at the most, he was reluctant to be apart from her. Most importantly, he couldn't leave with her. "You've kept my company for so many days and you should go back to work," Gu Ning added. Gu Ning was unwilling to be apart from Leng Xiaoting too. But she thought that their careers were as important as their relationship, so she believed that Leng Xiaoting had to go back to work now. "Sure," Leng Xiaoting answered. "When is your flight tomorrow?" "In the morning. I'll fly to City Ji to deal with something first," Gu Ning replied. Knowing that Gu Ning was going to City Ji, Leng Xiaoting was displeased. Especially when Gu Ning said that she was going to deal with something there. He was concerned that she would turn to City Yi. Gu Ning understood what was on Leng Xiaoting's mind, but she couldn't promise not to meet City Yi just because he wasn't happy about it. She wasn't sure whether she would meet City Yi and City Ji. It all depended. Moreover, Gu Ning wouldn't cut off the connection with City Yi just because he liked her. They were friends after all, and she needed the Qing gang's support. However, she absolutely wouldn't give City Yi any chances or flirt with him. She would reject him once he told her about his feelings towards her. And it would be up to City Yi whether he would still want to be her friend after she rejected him. If he hated her or even picked on her afterwards, she wouldn't stay quiet and would fight back. After the meal, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting went to check on the office building before they went back to Leng Xiaoting's house. The moment that they were back in the house, Leng Xiaoting pressed Gu Ning against the bed and kissed her wildly to vent his emotions. As the kiss progressed, Leng Xiaoting got sexually excited from touching Gu Ning's body. Gu Ning immediately stopped him. "Xiaoting, I'm still on my period." What Gu Ning had just said was like a bucket of cold water poured on Leng Xiaoting from head to toe, but his sexual desire was still burning. Of course, he wasn't willing to hurt her, but he was unwilling to take a cold shower either. In the end, he made a decision to punish her by making her use her hands. Gu Ning's face turned completely red. She knew that Leng Xiaoting did it on purpose, but she couldn't refuse to do it, because she wanted him to be comfortable too. After a long time, Gu Ning's hands were sore, and Leng Xiaoting gradually calmed down. In fact, Gu Ning could use her power, but she didn't because it would be meaningless. Jiang Zhongyu went back to the Jiang family's house and told his family that Leng Xiaoting had a girlfriend during the meal. Jiang Zhenghua suddenly said, "Oh, isn't she the one who rescued Hao Yang? I bet she's Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend." "What? The girl who rescued Hao Yang is Xiaoting's girlfriend?" Hearing that, the members of the Jiang family were astonished. "Are you sure?" Jiang Zhongyu asked. "Not 100%, but I saw that Leng Xiaoting cared about her very much. And he was holding her hand at the side of the patient bed the entire time in the hospital," Jiang Zhenghua said. "Then it could be true. Xiaoting never gets close to a female. It really surprises me that Xiaoting's girlfriend rescued Hao Yang. I think that she isn't simple at all according to her agility." Jiang Zhongyu was curious about Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend now. Leng Weihua didn't mention that today, maybe he didn't know about it either. Around 7 p.m., Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning went out to have dinner together. Leng Xiaoting drove Gu Ning to the trade center and went into a private room of a Western restaurant. Just as they went inside, but the door wasn't closed yet, Gu Ning heard familiar voices from outside. She was surprised and looked forward. Unexpectedly, she saw two faces that she could not be more familiar with. And her face turned cold unconsciously. Qiziyue Tangyushin, what a coincidence. Actually, she hadn't planned to act against them this time, so she didn't pay attention to them. But since she met them by accident today, it would be a shame if she still did nothing. Leng Xiaoting sensed Gu Ning's the emotional change at the very beginning. He followed her gaze to look ahead. Although he just saw their backs, he recognized them as the people who had competed with him for Su Beihong's The Injured Lion. Leng Xiaoting always had the feeling that Gu Ning had strong animosity against those two people. He thought that there must be a grudge between them, but he didn't know any details. Gu Ning quickly went back to normal, but she used her jade eyes to follow them. Coincidentally, Qiziyue and Tang Yexin sat in the room adjacent theirs. Gu Ning drew her sight back and thought about how to teach them a lesson. In fact, it was so easy for Gu Ning to kill them right now, but Gu Ning had no intention to let them die so easily. They cared about fortune and fame so much, so she would destroy their fortune and fame before pushing them towards death step by step. Moreover, Gu Ning wouldn't hurt herself during her revenge, because she had family and a boyfriend. She had to make allowances for the result. Gu Ning checked on what they were doing in the private room next door every once in a while with her jade eyes. Before long, Tang Yexin stood up and left. Gu Ning's gaze followed her into the ladies' room. Gu Ning felt like it was a great chance, so she went to the ladies' room too. When Gu Ning went in the ladies' room, there was nobody else around. She used her jade eyes to find the toilet compartment that Tang Yexin was in before she took out a bottle of cleansing oil and poured it on the ground in front of it. After that, Gu Ning hid in the opposite toilet compartment. Soon Tang Yexin pushed the door open, stepped on the cleansing oil, and slipped backwards with a scream. With a loud sound, Tang Yexin hit the toilet, which was flushing, and the water kept washing against her back. The loud noise attracted a lot of attention from other women in other toilet compartments, and they all walked out at once, Gu Ning included. "Miss, are you all right?" Gu Ning immediately stepped forward. "Let me help you, ah." However, just as Gu Ning walked to the door, she slipped too and flew at Tang Yexin with a scream. Tang Yexin was injured again, and could barely utter a word because of the great pain. "Oh, I'm so sorry, miss. I didn't do it on purpose. I just wanted to help you." Gu Ning pretended to be panicked. She stood up and apologized at once. At the same time, she also thought that it was disgusting because she just slipped in the toilet too in order to hurt Tang Yexin. Although Tang Yexin was beneath her, it was still disgusting. However, nobody was in a worse condition than Tang Yexin now. It was extremely painful, disgusting, and irritating to her, but she wasn't able to stand up on her own. Tang Yexin's loud scream also attracted a lot of attention from people who were at the private rooms near the ladies' room. Many of them came to check on what was going on. Leng Xiaoting and Qi Ziyue walked out as well. Leng Xiaoting merely wanted to see what had happened, but Qi Ziyue recognized that it was Tang Yexin's voice. The cleaner came into the ladies' room before anyone else did. She avoided the oil on the ground and helped Tang Yexin get up. "You!" Tang Yexin glared at Gu Ning after getting back to her feet, but couldn't say a word because of the great pain that she was in. Gu Ning lowered her head like she was innocent, but actually she was laughing to herself. Leng Xiaoting was worried after he found out that the agonized scream was from the ladies' room, because Gu Ning had just gone there. However, before he went to ask for details, a woman who was supported by two other women came walking out of the ladies' room, followed by Gu Ning and other women. "Yexin, what happened?" Qi Ziyue ran to her and held Tang Yexin. The cleaner explained, "This lady just fell in the ladies' room. Come on, let's go to the hospital." Qi Ziyue put Tang Yexin on his back without hesitation and left at once. Seeing the scene in which Qi Ziyue carried Tang Yexin, leaving in a hurry, there was a touch of gloating that flashed through Gu Ning's eyes, which was caught by Leng Xiaoting. He had a feeling that Gu Ning had to have been involved in the accident. The other people dispersed, and Gu Ning went back to the private room along with Leng Xiaoting. After they were both seated, Leng Xiaoting asked, "Was it you?" "Yes," Gu Ning admitted. Leng Xiaoting wanted to say something but didn't say it. He wanted to know why, but didn't want to annoy Gu Ning if it was private. Gu Ning understood what was on Leng Xiaoting's mind. "If you want to ask me anything, just ask. What grudge between you two made you do it?" Kiss manga. "And it seems like you have strong animosity against her every time she appears in your sight. I'm not trying to invade your privacy, but I'm worried about you." He suddenly felt that maybe he had respected Gu Ning's privacy too much because he had no idea about her enemies. As Gu Ning's boyfriend, he was supposed to be aware of both her friends and her enemies, so that he could help her. "I hate them to death," Gu Ning said, but she didn't tell Leng Xiaoting the whole truth. "I know that you've always been confused about why I'm so skillful at fighting as a senior high school student. Let me tell you the reason now. It's because of my tutor. Her name is Tang Aining. She was the daughter of the Tang family in the capital. The woman you just saw is her half-sister." Saying that, Gu Ning was obviously mad. Thinking of what had happened to her in her previous incarnation, she was full of anger. 10 years ago, because Tang Yashin's mother had deliberately gotten involved in her marriage, my tutor, Tang Aining's mother, was caught in a car accident due to a mental breakdown and was in a vegetative state. After that, Tang Yashin and her mother replaced my tutor Tang Aining and her mother in her family. My poor tutor was dumped by her father into a dark killer organization for strict training, and she had to do many dirty deeds for the Tang family afterwards. She wasn't willing to do so, but her mother was in her father's hands. If she disobeyed her father's orders, her father would kill her mother. She did many terrible things, but she rescued me and taught me kung fu. In my eyes, she's my family, but she was killed by her half-sister. Thus I must get revenge for her. Gu Ning felt like crying now, and she even trembled in anger and sadness with her eyes full of deep hatred. Ling Xiaoting came over and held her in his arms. Don't worry. I'll help you. No, I'll do it myself, Gu Ning said with determination. Fine, but if you need anything, let me know, Ling Xiaoting said. He understood that Gu Ning could only vent her anger by doing it on her own. Within seconds, Gu Ning calmed down. After the meal, they went to watch a movie before going back home. As for Tang Yashin, her pain was finally alleviated, and she was able to speak like normal. She shouted in anger about making complaints against the restaurant because there was oil on the ground in the ladies' room, but she was stopped by Qi Ziyue. They had already left the restaurant, and the oil would have been cleaned. Without proof, they couldn't make the complaint. Even if they successfully complained, an apology was the most that they could get, which was meaningless. The next day, Gu Ning got up at 7 a.m. to catch her plane, which would take off at 9 a.m. Ling Xiaoting had already prepared breakfast for her. After breakfast, he drove her to the airport. When they were about to separate, Ling Xiaoting gave Gu Ning a key. This is the key to my house. I don't stay in the capital all the time, but you can use it if you come here in the future. It showed his affection towards Gu Ning that he was willing to give her the key. Gu Ning took it without hesitation. She wouldn't reject free high-end accommodations. However, she was going to buy her own house when she went to the university in the capital, which would give her a true sense of belonging. Ling Xiaoting had worried that Gu Ning wouldn't take the key, but now he relaxed and felt happy. I'll leave now, Gu Ning reluctantly said to Ling Xiaoting. I'll visit you after the New Year festival if I'm free. Ling Xiaoting was unwilling to leave her too, and he would rather tie her to his body so that they could be together forever. Great, Gu Ning said. Then she left. She went into the lounge, but it still was more than 10 minutes away from the departure time. Gu Ning thought for a while before calling Zhou Zhenghong. Zhou Zhenghong had nothing special to deal with today, so Gu Ning told him to pick her up at the airport of City Ji. Zhou Zhenghong of course wouldn't turn her down. After Gu Ning was gone, Ling Xiaoting went back to the Lung family's house and gave his grandpa the injured lion. Master Lung beamed with pleasure seeing the injured lion. However, once Master Lung heard that Ling Xiaoting was going to leave for the military base soon, he was displeased and complained, Do you seriously take this place as a hotel? Oh no, you would at least stay at a hotel for a couple of days, but you've never stayed or even eaten at home during the days that you've been in the capital. Ling Xiaoting understood that it was his fault that he hadn't spent much time with his grandpa, so he said, Well, then I'll have lunch at home today before I leave. Hearing that, Master Lung was cheered up at once. Very well. Come on, let's play chess together. It had been a long time since they had played chess together while chatting and drinking tea. The plane that Gu Ning took landed at the airport of City Ji at around 12 p.m. The moment she got off the plane, she called Ling Xiaoting first and told him that she had arrived. At this time, Ling Xiaoting had just finished lunch and had left the Lung family's house. Great. I'm going to the military base now, and I can't use the phone while I'm on the base, so I'll call once I'm free. All right, take care of yourself, Gu Ning said. She understood that any mobile phones or other equipment for communication were banned on the military base, in case enemies could figure out their location by tracking the satellite signals. Even if Ling Xiaoting didn't turn off his phone in the base, he still wouldn't have reception there. You too, and I'll miss you, Ling Xiaoting replied.
Medo, Gu Ning sighed.
After a short time of talking, they hung up. When Gu Ning walked out of the exit, Zhou Zhenghong immediately walked forward to welcome her. Nice to meet you, boss. Nice to meet you too, Uncle Zhou, Gu Ning. Please follow me this way, Zhou Zhenghong said. After they were in the car, Zhou Zhenghong said, Boss, let's go have a meal first. It was almost 12:30 a.m., and Gu Ning had to be hungry.
Alright, Gu Ning said.
Where are we going after the meal? I can decide where we'll dine then, Zhou Zhenghong asked. To the factory, Gu Ning said. No problem. Zhou Zhenghong drove to the direction of their factory at once. However, when they were passing an office building, they saw that a group of people were fighting. To be specific, a group of security guards were beating another group of men who were in ordinary clothes. There were approximately 50 of them in total. All the security guards had steel sticks in hands, while those who were in ordinary clothes were empty-handed and were generally injured. It was very brutal that the security guards were beating them in public like that. However, when Gu Ning noticed the company board with the name Hongyun Real Estate on it, she realized why those security guards were so violent, and the reason for this mess. She told Zhou Zhenghong to park the car at the roadside and made up her mind to get involved. Although those migrant workers were employees of Hongyun Real Estate, and it was to Gu Ning's advantage that the company was in a mess now, those migrant workers were innocent, and Gu Ning wouldn't step aside just because they worked for Hongyun Real Estate. Boss, what are you going to do? Zhou Zhenghong was puzzled. I'm going to help those migrant workers, Gu Ning replied. The security guards all have steel sticks in their hands. It's too dangerous. Zhou Zhenghong was quite worried. I'll be fine, Gu Ning said. You can stay in the car and call the ambulance. Many people here are injured. If the police come later and take me to the police station, don't worry about me. I can handle it. After that, Gu Ning got out of the car and quickly strode towards the people in the fight. Zhou Zhenghong was still worried, but he trusted Gu Ning. He knew that although Gu Ning was bold sometimes, she wouldn't do anything which she couldn't handle. Gu Ning understood that it was useless to try to stop them by shouting, so she directly joined the fierce fight. She grabbed a steel stick from a security guard's hand and kicked him away. Then she used the steel stick to knock the steel stick out of another security guard's hands, and also kicked him away. What the F***CK? A nearby security guard was irritated and hit Gu Ning with the steel stick in his hand. However, before his hand could fall, Gu Ning caught it and broke it without delay. The security guard immediately screamed in great pain, and the steel stick fell on the ground. Afterwards, one after another, the security guards were punched by Gu Ning within minutes, which shocked the crowd who were standing afar. Jesus! She is so awesome. How can she fight against so many people alone? Exactly. It's so unbelievable. Hongyun Real Estate staff were also astonished. They didn't expect that the situation would change so fast just because of a young girl. After the security guards were all beaten down on the floor, the migrant workers also stepped aside. All of them were injured and 1/3 of them were badly injured. When it was almost over, the police cars finally arrived. However, even though they heard the police sirens, nobody stopped because once a party stopped, the other party would take the advantage. Thus there had to be winners and losers. 3 police cars stopped at the roadside, and around 10 policemen got out. The leading policeman shouted, "Stop it! Stop right now!" However, no one listened to him. Bang! The captain was mad and anxious. He shot the gun into the air, and those who were fighting finally stopped. However, only 5 security guards were still able to stand. Meanwhile, a security guard tried to hit Gu Ning during the break, but was kicked a few meters away by Gu Ning, which shocked everyone again. How dare you fight in public? Get all of them back to the police station. The captain didn't ask what was going on at all, but directly arrested Gu Ning and the others. Apparently, he did it because of Hongyun Real Estate's influence. Wait a second, Gu Ning said and stopped them. The policemen who were approaching them unconsciously stopped. To some extent they were scared of this young girl who was standing in front of them because she alone had beaten down so many men. Do you want to resist? The captain asked. I did beat them. Gu Ning pointed at the group of security guards. then turned to the group of injured migrant workers. But they were beaten by them. Thus why are you only arresting us? Can't you see that they are injured? Aren't they supposed to be sent to the hospital first? Gu Ning was angry, so she wasn't in the mood to be polite. You! The captain was mad, but Gu Ning had told the truth. Those injured people were indeed supposed to be sent to the hospital first. Right then 3 ambulances came. Take the injured to the hospital, the captain ordered. Hongyun Real Estate's leaders didn't come out until now, and then they told others to support the injured to get into the ambulances. Wait! Gu Ning immediately stopped those who supported the injured security guards to ambulances. I called those ambulances for the injured migrant workers only. You? They were annoyed. Stop being so cruel, one of Hongyun Real Estate's leaders said in anger. I'm being cruel? I think that we all know what is going on here. Gu Ning sneered. Besides, they were beaten by the security guards of Hongyun Real Estate. So Hongyun Real Estate has to pay for their medical expenses. And you've injured our people too. You should pay their medical expenses too, another man said. No, I just did it out of kindness. I think that I should be rewarded for that instead, Gu Ning retorted. What Gu Ning had just said really aggravated the people from Hongyun Real Estate. You're so unreasonable, a leader of Hongyun said. Well, I think that the surveillance cameras will prove who is right, Gu Ning said. Who do you think you are? Do you really think that you can hurt Hongyun? Another one of Hongyun's leaders asked with disdain. Let's go and see. Gu Ning wasn't afraid at all. She had the proof of Hongyun's illegal behavior in her hands now. Sooner or later she would make Hongyun Real Estate go bankrupt. After that, she ignored them and helped the injured migrant workers to get in the ambulances. And then the rest of the people, including Gu Ning, were taken back to the police station. Gu Ning understood that they wouldn't release her once she was brought into the police station, unless she did something. However, before that, she still followed the policeman to get in the car. She took out her phone to call someone the moment she was in the car. However, a policeman beside her tried to grab it. Hongyun had told them to take good care of this young girl, so they absolutely had to stop her from calling for help. Gu Ning avoided his hand and gave him a cold glance. The policeman was struck dumb all of a sudden. I'm not a criminal, so you have no right to stop me from calling, she said. So what? Do you think that anyone can save you after you've annoyed Hongyun? The captain asked with disdain. Although he was scared of her outstanding skills at fighting, he believed that she was merely an ordinary girl without power. In addition, they had guns, so she wouldn't dare to hurt them. Haha, that's interesting. Actually, there are many important figures in City G who can help me. If you still want to keep your job, I think that you better shut your mouth, Gu Ning said arrogantly, as if Hongyun Real Estate was nothing in her eyes. Although the policemen were snobbish, they weren't dumb. Hearing what Gu Ning had just said, none of them dared to stop her again. If she truly had the support of important figures in City G, they would be digging their own graves if they annoyed her. Aves. Gu Ning then directly called Yin Zhenglin. Hi, it's rare hearing from you. Do you have a problem? Yin Zhenglin was happy to receive Gu Ning's call. Uncle Yin, I encountered some trouble, so could you please help me? Gu Ning told the story simply and hoped that Yin Zhenglin would tell the police station to release her. Hearing what she had been through, Yin Zhenglin replied seriously, No problem. Just wait a second and I'll call them right away. Thank you so much, Uncle Yin. Oh, may I talk to you in person about something important later? When will it be convenient for you? May I come and visit you? Gu Ning asked with a certain amount of gravity. Obviously, it had to be something special if Gu Ning needed to visit him and discuss it with him in person. Sure, Yin Zhenglin answered. After hanging up the call with Gu Ning, Yin Zhenglin called Li Feng, who was the head of the Public Security Bureau in City G. Li Feng immediately called the police station afterwards. It took less than 5 minutes and the car hadn't even arrived at the police station yet, when the captain received his leader's call. Zhang Chao, did you arrest a girl called Gu Ning? Let her go right now, his leader roared in the phone. His voice was so loud that everyone in the police car heard it. Zhang Chao, who was the captain, was surprised, looking to Gu Ning, but Gu Ning only smiled. But Hong Yun. Zhang Chao didn't know who had called his leader, so he wanted to remind him. So what? The head of Public Security Bureau called me in person, and he had just received the mayor's call, his leader said. What? Zhang Chao was stunned this time. The mayor? The girl just called her Uncle Yen. Isn't the mayor's family name Yen? Jesus. She really isn't simple at all. Sure, I'll let her go right now. Zhang Chao didn't dare to say another word. He told the policeman who was driving the car to park it at the roadside, then turned to Gu Ning. Miss Gu, you may leave now. His voice was even trembling. Gu Ning didn't bother to pick on them. She just got out directly. However, before she left, she said to them, the mayor already knows about what just happened between the group of migrant workers and those security guards. You either solve it in private or punish the bullies. Because we all know that it was Hong Yun's fault. After that, she was gone. Gu Ning did it not because she wanted to help the policeman, but because she didn't want the group of migrant workers to suffer. Zhou Zhenghong followed behind the police car at a moderate distance. When Gu Ning got out of the police car, he immediately stopped. Gu Ning walked over and Zhou Zhenghong opened the car door for her at once. Boss, are you all right? Although Gu Ning seemed fine, he still asked worriedly. I'm fine. Let's go eat now. I'm starving after the fight.
Gu Ning sighed.
Zhou Zhenghong felt like laughing and drove ahead without delay. After Gu Ning was released, Zhang Chao called the leader of Hong Yun, who had told him to take good care of Gu Ning, and told him about it. The leader was very terrified, because he had almost annoyed an important figure and caused Hong Yun a lot of trouble. If the chairman found out, he would certainly be fired. As for the fight that had happened between the migrant workers and the security guards, Hong Yun handled it personally in the end. Gu Ning and Zhou Zhenghong went straight to the factory after the meal. There were 3 new workers who joined them in the factory. One was a designer and the other 2 were carvers. The 3 newcomers didn't know that Gu Ning was the real boss, and nobody had the intention to tell them. Thus when Gu Ning showed up, Chong Qingshan and the others only called her Miss Gu, instead of boss. Around 5 p.m., Gu Ning received Yan Jinglin's call. He was off duty and was about to go home. If Gu Ning was free now, she could go and meet him in his place. Gu Ning was free, so Yan Jinglin told her the address. Zhou Zhenghong wanted to take Gu Ning, but was rejected. Gu Ning didn't want to waste his time, so she planned to go there on her own. On the way, Gu Ning went to buy some fruits and nourishing products as gifts for Yang Zhenglin. His house was located in Jinxiu Villas, which was developed 10 years ago when the house price wasn't very high, and 4 million yuan was enough to buy a house, but now it would cost 10 million yuan. 4 million yuan was a lot 10 years ago, but it was nothing to the Yan family. Master Yan had been involved in business in the early stages, but because Yan Jinglin worked in politics and had no time to run the business, Master Yan then handed his business to his younger brother's son, who was also Master Yan's nephew, and the Yan family shared the dividends. If Master Yan hadn't had another source of income, he wouldn't be able to collect antiques just relying on his retirement pay, which was just over 10,000 yuan a month. When Gu Ning just arrived at the gate, she coincidentally met Yan Jinglin. Oh, why did you bring all this stuff to visit me? You didn't need to do that. Seeing Gu Ning coming with packages of goods, Yan Jinglin was surprised. I'm the guest and I should bring gifts for you.
Gu Ning smiled.
Yan Jinglin didn't argue with her any further. Gu Ning did it out of politeness after all. Afterwards, Yan Jinglin told Gu Ning to get in his car, and they went inside together. Yan Jinglin didn't tell Master Yan that Gu Ning was coming. Thus when Master Yan, who was dealing with the flowers and plants in the yard, saw Gu Ning getting out of Yan Jinglin's car, he couldn't believe his eyes.
Grandpa Yan. Gu Ning smiled.
Hearing Gu Ning's voice, Master Yan was excited. Girl Gu, why didn't you tell me that you were coming? I would have prepared beforehand. Master Yan slightly chastised Gu Ning. I just wanted to surprise you, Gu Ning said.
Mesti yan la ugalila.
However, when he noticed the packages in her hands, he said, Why did you bring so many things here? You didn't have to do that. I'm the guest and I'm supposed to bring some gifts.
Kuning replit.
Come on in. Master Yen welcomed Gu Ning to come into the house. The Yen family's house was decorated simply. The moment Gu Ning walked inside, a charming woman who was over 40 years old walked downstairs. She was Yen Zhenglin's wife, Xiao Lihua. What a beautiful girl! Xiao Lihua's face lit up with pleasure when she saw Gu Ning. Yen Zhenglin had 2 sons but didn't have any daughters. Xiao Lihua had always wanted a daughter in the past, but her body had been damaged when she had given birth to her second son, and she couldn't get pregnant anymore, which was a great pity in her life. And now seeing Gu Ning, who was beautiful, polite and adorable, she liked her at first sight. Come here and let me introduce you too. This is your Aunt Xiao. Master Yen introduced Xiao Lihua to Gu Ning. Nice to meet you, Aunt Xiao.
Kuning said politteli.
Lihua, this is Gu Ning. Zhenglin and I have both mentioned her in front of you, Master Yen said to Xiao Lihua. Hearing Gu Ning's name, Xiao Lihua wore an expression of shock and admiration, because she had heard of what Gu Ning had done. She was so young, but was talented in both stone gambling and antiques. She was also excellent at kung fu and had saved Yen Zhenglin's life from a sniper. After the shock, Xiao Lihua's eyes lit up with great excitement, and Gu Ning just smiled. Xiao Lihua now appreciated Gu Ning more than ever. Come on in. Make yourself at home, Xiao Lihua said to Gu Ning. Gu Ning sat down and Xiao Lihua immediately went to pour a cup of tea for her like they were really family. Xiao Lihua was the vice principal of a high school in City G. She was known as a strict teacher in her school, but she was very gentle and kind at home. After pouring the tea for Gu Ning, she immediately went to cook. You can step away. I have something to talk to Girl Gu about, Master Yen said to Yen Zhenglin and pulled Gu Ning aside, which was quite amusing. Girl Gu, you're really unbelievable. You cut out over 30 pieces of jade and made 2.3 billion yuan in city tongue, but I think that you've probably made more than that, right? Master Yen said to Gu Ning with admiration. He understood that Gu Ning didn't want many people to know that she had done that, so Master Yen didn't tell his son and daughter-in-law. Gu Ning smiled. Yes, I cut out another dozen jade afterwards. Gu Ning had no plan to tell Master Yen that she had established a jade provider and raw material provider, because it wasn't a good time. Master Yen was so astonished, but he thought that it was reasonable. Gu Ning had already cut out over 30 pieces of jade, so it was nothing that she could cut out more. Gu Ning came to the Yen family's house to discuss something serious with Yen Zhenglin. Thus she went to talk with Yen Zhenglin after chatting with Master Yen for a short time. It was highly confidential, so Gu Ning proposed that they discuss it in the study. Yen Zhenglin didn't think further and guided Gu Ning to the study. Girl Gu, you can tell me now, Yen Zhenglin said after both of them were seated. Kissmanga.in. Uncle Yen, did you already know that Hongyun Real Estate schemed against Shanghua Real Estate the other day? Gu Ning asked, although she knew that Yen Zhenglin had to be aware of it. Yes, I know about it, Yen Zhenglin replied. Well, then I'll lay my cards on the table. In fact, I'm the real boss of Shanghua Real Estate. As for what Hongyun Real Estate did to Shanghua Real Estate, Ren Kong has been sentenced and we got the compensation too, but I don't think that it's enough. Of course, Hongyun Real Estate won't give up either, because Shanghua Real Estate grabbed a big deal from Hongyun Real Estate. From what I know about Feng Chongqing's character, he will definitely try again. Therefore, it's unavoidable that Shanghua Real Estate and Hongyun Real Estate will compete against each other. Compared with staying quiet, I prefer to take action before they do, Gu Ning said calmly and clearly, but Yen Zhenglin was amazed. What? Gu Ning owned Shanghua Real Estate, which is quite surprising. She established Jade Beauty Jewelry, and now Shanghua Real Estate. Does she have any other properties? She is a girl full of surprises. Although Yen Zhenglin was curious, he didn't ask the questions. What's your plan? Yen Zhenglin asked later. Yen Zhenglin clearly knew that Hongyun Real Estate wouldn't give up, because Feng Chongqing was an evil person who was selfish and cunning. No matter who annoyed him, he would set himself to be revenged. Hongyun Real Estate had suffered a double loss in the competition with Shanghua Real Estate, and it was just a matter of time before they started conducting their schemes again. Therefore, it was understandable that Gu Ning would rather take action before them, but how? I already have proof of Hongyun Real Estate's illegal behavior. It's enough to throw Fang Chongqing into jail. However, there are some government officials involved in it as well, so I can't do it alone. Uncle Yen, would you mind giving me a helping hand, and you can also make a remarkable achievement? Gu Ning said. What? You have proof of their illegal behavior? Yin Zhenglin was shocked and couldn't believe his ears. Without asking, he knew who the government officials that were involved in it were. Yin Zhenglin had done his investigation too, but hadn't gotten any solid proof. And he absolutely wanted to achieve something which was quite important to his career in politics. Yes, I also have the evidence of the two officials' acts of bribery and corruption, as well as having mistresses. Their amorous pictures are in my hands too, Gu Ning said with certainty. Hearing that, Yin Zhenglin took a long breath in. He was greatly shocked. He had investigated for so long. Although he indeed had gotten something, it was barely enough to unseat them. But Gu Ning got control of so much evidence all of a sudden. It was hard to not be surprised. Are you sure that your evidence is real? Yin Zhenglin asked. 100% sure. Sorry, but I can't tell you how I managed to get the evidence. Uncle Yen, if you're willing to cooperate with me, I'll show you the evidence right now, but if you have any concerns, I'll turn to someone else, Gu Ning said. She wasn't threatening Yin Zhenglin, but she also didn't want to force him. Nevertheless, she knew that Yin Zhenglin would give her an affirmative answer. It was the most unexpected gift that fell into his lap, and Yin Zhenglin wouldn't reject it. To be honest with you, I've been investigating them recently, but I haven't found any solid proof yet. You're such a smart girl, and I think you must know my political enemies planned the assassination last time, Yin Zhenglin said. Of course, Gu Ning replied. Yin Zhenglin then agreed to Gu Ning's plan, and Gu Ning took out a folder, giving it to Yin Zhenglin. Seeing that Gu Ning had casually put the important evidence in her backpack, Yin Zhenglin was anxious. What if it got lost? Yin Zhenglin took the folder and opened it to read the materials inside. There was a thick pile of papers in the folder. On the top was criminal evidence for Hongyun Real Estate. Its senior management had bribed Lu Shikuan, the vice mayor, and Wei Qingguan, the head of the Roads and Traffic Authority, with over 100 million yuan, and had gotten many benefits in return. Other than Lu Shikuan and Wei Qingguan, there were other government officials involved in the bribery as well. Although the amounts of the bribes were much less, they could be sentenced to years in jail. Some people had died in a forced demolition Hongyun Real Estate had conducted, but it had refused to compensate them. Besides, Hongyun Real Estate had committed illegal tax evasion, amounting to nearly 500 million yuan within 3 years. And one of their construction sites had used low-quality construction materials, which caused many accidents. Apart from Hongyun Real Estate, a famous hotel of the Hongyun Group secretly provided sex services. Among the prostitutes there were underage girls. Although it wasn't uncommon in a majority of hotels, it was illegal. And once it was reported, the hotel would be in trouble. Additionally, a person had died of food poisoning in a famous restaurant of the Hongyun Group, but it had been judged as death from a heart attack in the end. Even though Yin Zhenglin knew that Hongyun Real Estate had many dirty secrets, he was still surprised by what they had done. Yin Zhenglin was very furious by the fact that Hongyun had gotten away with so many crimes. Gu Ning, who was sitting on the opposite sofa, also felt his great anger. The other papers showed the criminal evidence for Lu Shikuan and Wei Qingguan. It was written on the papers that they had accepted bribes from Fang Chongqing and illegally provided aid for him to cover his crimes. Kay also got videos and stored them on a USB flash disk. There were also many amorous pictures that they had taken with their mistresses in bed. Each of their faces was too clear to deny it. The mistresses' information was also attached, including their names, addresses, places of work, and when they had started the sexual relationship with Lu Shikuan or Wei Qingguan. Lu Shikuan had an illegitimate child who was already 8 years old. More shockingly, they had been involved in a murder too. 3 years ago, the previous head of the Roads and Traffic Authority had died in a car accident, which had caused a great sensation at that time. After the previous head of the Roads and Traffic Authority had been killed in the car accident, Wei Qingguan had been promoted to be the new head. Yan Zhenglin slapped the papers heavily onto the table with a loud sound and said in great anger, "I'm so shocked that they have gotten away with so many severe crimes. Lu Shirkuan and the others have to be investigated and sentenced to jail, but I can't make the decision alone, so I first need to talk to my leaders tomorrow. I'll contact you then. What do you think?" It concerned different groups in politics instead of just Yan Zhenglin's personal grudge, so he couldn't make the decision on his own. Sure. Gu Ning understood it, so she agreed. However, please don't expose me, because I don't want to be involved in politics. I won't. Yan Zhenglin knew that Gu Ning would be in danger if his political enemies found out that she was involved. However, in that case, Gu Ning wouldn't get the reward which belonged to her. In actual fact, Gu Ning didn't care about that. Kissmanga.in. Oh, Uncle Yan, if the Hongyun Group is going to be punished, can I get some of its properties? Gu Ning asked. Gu Ning only wanted some of Hongyun's properties, because most of its construction sites were of low quality, and the Hongyun Group's construction material company was notorious. Jiangsu was already involved in the construction material industry, so Gu Ning wouldn't bother to get involved as well. As for the loan company, Gu Ning wasn't interested. However, the construction industry, construction machinery leasing, construction workers, floor heating installation industry, and the home appliance industry of Hongyun Real Estate Real weren't bad. There were 2 first-tier cities, 3 second-tier cities, and 4 third-tier cities in Province D, and its capital city was City D, while the rest were small cities. Hongyun Group had a construction project in the second-tier city of City J, which had just started construction. It covered an area of 200 acres. There was also a shopping mall of great quality under construction, so Gu Ning would take it over and continue to build it. There were 7 shopping malls, 6 4-star hotels, and 5 restaurants under the name of the Hongyun Group. All of them were located in the 3 second-tier cities in Province D. Gu Ning also had plans to take them over. Of course, after taking over, Gu Ning wouldn't continue to run them. Except for the shopping malls, all the hotels and restaurants would have to be refurbished. In other words, Gu Ning only bought the property rights and would start the business anew. It wasn't hard if she had the foundation that Hongyun had built. Although its hotels and restaurants weren't very popular, it was profitable. Yan Zhenglin didn't expect that Gu Ning was so ambitious as to take over the Hongyun Group. But since she had already made up her mind, he wouldn't stop her. If Hongyun Group is seized due to illegality, it will be owned by the state. Its assets will be used to offset the losses and other expenses before it is put up for auction. Since you want it, I can promise to give you priority to acquire it before anyone else. However, the Hongyun Group's industries aren't small, so you will need a lot of money. This wasn't a violation of the law, thus Yan Zhenglin could make the promise, but he didn't know whether Gu Ning could afford the Hongyun Group's industries. I think that the total price won't exceed 3 billion yuan, and if Uncle Yan is willing to give me a discount, it would be much better, Gu Ning said half-jokingly. Haha, Yan Zhenglin was amused, but it proved that Gu Ning had at least 3 billion in hand. Even though Gu Ning didn't ask him for the favor, he would also try to give her a discount given the significant evidence she provided. After the deal, Yan Zhenglin and Gu Ning left the study. What are you two talking about? Do you have to be so mysterious? Why can't you tell me? Master Yan complained the moment they came out. Actually, Master Yan was just kidding because he knew that it had to be highly confidential since the two discussed it alone. Gu Ning understood what was on Master Yan's mind, but she still comforted him. We don't want to worry you. You can share more leisure time with Grandpa Fu and Grandpa Bai, and let Uncle Yan deal with the problems. When Gu Ning mentioned Master Fu and Master Bai, Master Yan asked, They don't know that you're in City G now, right? Gu Ning understood what was on Master Yan's mind and replied resignedly, I didn't tell them. If they know that you came to City G and visited me in my house, will they get mad and come here immediately? Master Yan laughed and was full of anticipation. Although Gu Ning was of the younger generation, those masters appreciated her very much. None of them minded the age gap and were willing to make friends with Gu Ning. They treated Gu Ning more like their own granddaughter. Gu Ning hadn't come to City G for 2 weeks, and they missed her a lot, but they also knew that Gu Ning was about to attend the entrance examination to college, so none of them disturbed her. All of a sudden, Master Yen sighed and looked worried. Forget it. Bai isn't feeling well these days. I think that I better not tease him right now. Hearing that, Gu Ning was surprised. What happened to Grandpa Bai? Well, we're old men now and we are always getting sick. Bai lost feeling in his lower limb, so he has been sitting in a wheelchair recently, Master Yen said. Gu Ning thought for a while before saying, Grandpa Yen, would you please take me to visit Grandpa by tomorrow? I know a way of massage which might be helpful. Gu Ning treated Master Fu, Master Yen and Master Bai with sincerity, so she was willing to help them if she could. Really? Master Yan's face lit up. Master Fu, Master Bai and he had been close friends for dozens of years, and he naturally hoped that they could be healthy. Master Yan knew that Gu Ning wasn't a simple girl, and that she wouldn't brag, but it was quite surprising news to him. Grandpa Yen, why don't you try it yourself now? Since Gu Ning was going to help Master Bai, she definitely wouldn't ignore Master Fu and Master Yen. Although they seemed fine now, they were indeed aging, and they were vulnerable to diseases. Therefore, Gu Ning decided to put some of her power into their bodies to protect their organs and help them remain healthy. However, they were elderly after all, and it was impossible for them to be as healthy as the younger generation. Nevertheless, they would be much healthier than their peers. Grandpa Yen, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Gu Ning asked. Master Yen was struck dumb for a second and said, My waist isn't in a good condition, and it aches if I stand for a long time. Hearing that, Gu Ning placed her hand on the back of Master Yan's waist. Master Yen didn't avoid her, but was instead full of anticipation. Yin Zhenglin focused on Gu Ning's hand as well. He doubted it but also anticipated the effects. Can massage really cure diseases? Kissmanga.in. When Gu Ning massaged Master Yan's waist, she didn't put her power in at once, because it might arouse unnecessary suspicion. Gu Ning didn't gradually put her power in until she had massaged for over a minute. Master Yen immediately felt the flow of coldness, which was quite comfortable, and the pain was gradually alleviated before disappearing completely. His whole body felt full of energy afterwards with the help of the cold flow. Wow, this is... Master Yen was too thrilled to finish a sentence. He couldn't believe what had just happened. Yin Zhenglin, who was standing aside, understood that it must have worked. Unexpectedly, massage could really cure Master Yan's disease. Yin Zhenglin was also excited to know that. He was really happy that his father could be healthy and energetic. When it was done, Gu Ning drew her hands back. How do you feel now? Although she already had the answer from Master Yan's reaction, she still asked in person. I'm feeling very good, Master Yen said happily. Right at that moment, Xiao Lihua heard their voices and walked out. Seeing that Master Yen was very excited, she was curious. Dad, what is making you so happy? Yin Zhenglin told Xiao Lihua the reason, and Xiao Lihua was surprised and excited too. She looked to Gu Ning with great admiration. Really? Girl Gu, it's so unbelievable. Gu Ning smiled but didn't explain further. They kept thanking Gu Ning for a long time, which made Gu Ning feel a little uncomfortable. Before long, the dishes were on the table. Yin Zhenglin's oldest son was Yen Gu. He was 27 years old and had just gotten married last year. Yen Gu had moved out to live with his wife. His younger son was Yen Jin, a 23-year-old senior in the capital university. Yen Jin was about to graduate and was busy with his internship. He wouldn't be back until the New Year festival. Thus there were only 3 people from the older generation in the Yen family now. Gu Ning joined them. Because there was no one from the younger generation in the Yen family at the moment, they hadn't had such a harmonious and hilarious meal in a long time. Xiao Lihua kept putting all kinds of dishes into Gu Ning's bowl. Fortunately, Gu Ning ate a lot. Otherwise, she had no idea how she would have eaten it all. After the meal, Gu Ning visited for a while longer. When it was almost 8 p.m., Gu Ning said goodbye to them. Yin Zhenglin offered to drive her home, but was declined by Gu Ning. He understood that Gu Ning was good at kung fu, so he wasn't worried about her safety. Nevertheless, they still walked Gu Ning to the gate. There was a broad road outside of the Jinxiu villas, and it was very convenient to take taxis from there. Gu Ning then directly got in a taxi heading back to Clean Water Blue Sky. Once Gu Ning was gone, Master Yan called Master Bai without delay, and told him that Gu Ning was going to cure his disease tomorrow. Master Bai was quite surprised, but he was more excited. Old people often suffered from different kinds of diseases, which was unpleasant. If Master Yan hadn't experienced it first, Master Bai would have doubted it, but Master Yan had successfully gotten rid of his pain, so Master Bai believed that it was real, and was full of anticipation now. Master Bai told his family about it, and his family were all happy for him, although some were still worried. Even though Gu Ning had cured Master Yan, it wasn't sure that she could cure Master Bai's legs. But anyway, it was better to have hope. Master Yan called Master Fu later, and told him to visit Master Bai together with him tomorrow. Master Fu was also happy for his old friends after hearing the good news, but he also complained that Gu Ning didn't tell him that she was in City G. Master Bai then told him that Gu Ning came to visit Yan Zhenglin for something serious, so Master Fu was cheered up a little. Meanwhile, Yan Zhenglin went back to his study and called his leader without delay. His leader was precisely the vice-governor of Province D, Xiao Changchun. Yan Zhenglin told Xiao Changchun that he had gotten the criminal evidence, and he couldn't hide the fact that Gu Ning had handed it to him from Xiao Changchun. However, there wouldn't be anyone else that would know about. Hearing that Gu Ning had given the evidence to Yan Zhenglin, Xiao Changchun was more than shocked. Gu Ning had rescued both Yan Zhenglin and him from dangerous situations, but also got such important evidence, which really impressed Xiao Changchun. Governor Xiao, Gu Ning wants to acquire some of Hongyun Group's properties, and I've already promised her that she can have the priority to buy it before anyone else. As for the price, do you think that we can offer her a discount given that she has done us a great favor? Yan Zhenglin asked. What? She wants to acquire some of Hongyun Group's properties. Xiao Changchun was as astonished as Yan Zhenglin when he heard the news. Yes, she doesn't lack money, but I think that it's better if we offer her a lower price, Yan Zhenglin replied. No problem, we can give her the lowest price that we can offer, Xiao Changchun said. All the seized companies would be recorded on paper. The government had the right to handle their assets, but couldn't sell it at too low a price, because it would arouse suspicion of accepting bribery. We have to conduct the probe into it right away, Xiao Changchun said. It was the key moment for re-election, so the senior leader behind Lu Shikuan didn't dare to get involved, because it would affect his own career. Although they couldn't unseat the senior leader behind Lu Shikuan yet, they wouldn't hesitate to unseat their political enemies. And they would be very well prepared before starting the probe. It seemed like Lu Shikuan's group wouldn't have a happy new year. On the way back to Clean Water Blue Sky, the taxi passed a clubhouse, and she noticed an ambulance stopped outside of it. She immediately used her jade eyes to see what was going on there. However, the scene shocked Gu Ning. She saw that two women were being carried out by paramedics, and one of the women was Li Zhenjin. Gu Ning didn't remember Li Zhenjin until she saw her again. There was blood on Li Zhenjin's head, and her body was twitching. Gu Ning told the taxi driver to stop, and that she would go over to have a look, but she wasn't going to rescue Li Zhenjin. They were opponents after all. Thus Gu Ning simply wanted to have some fun. She gave the taxi driver 100 yuan bill, and told him to keep the change. The taxi driver seldom met such a generous client, so he was more than willing to accept it. Gu Ning went over and heard the discussion among the crowd. What's going on here? Someone asked. I heard that the two women fought against each other for the same man. One of them was scratched on her face, while the other one was hit on the head by a beer bottle. For a man? Did they have to do that? Someone asked with disdain. If they were injured because of that, no one had sympathy for them. It's not that simple. They were using drugs and lost control of their emotions, which is the reason why they fought so fiercely. Oh, kissmanga.in. I think that they deserve it. They don't work but just play around and are even on drugs. I have no sympathy for them. Me either. After hearing the reason, nobody showed sympathy. Gu Ning, of course, had no intention to help. She just stood aside watching them leaving in the ambulance. Before long, the Li family received the hospital's call and hurried to the hospital. The moment that Gu Ning arrived at her place, Gu Man called her and asked when she would be coming back home. Gu Ning had left her home the minute that winter vacation started. It had been half a month, and Gu Man was worried about her safety. Probably the day after tomorrow.
Gu Ning sighed.
Mom, how is it going at the beauty salon? Not bad. For the last half a month, the people in the Gu family have stopped causing us trouble, Gu Man said. Good to know.
Gu Ning sighed.
Ning Ning, I need your advice on something, Gu Man said. The New Year festival is just around the corner now, so we plan to hold an event in 3 days. Normally they would give discounts or small gifts to clients, but I think that it's too boring. Do you have any suggestions? Gu Ning thought for a while and replied, in my opinion, first we can send all the VIPs a small gift which is around 200 or 300 yuan. Second, all the clients who join our VIP club or renew the membership on the day of the event can have a discount, and you can decide how much is it. Last but not least, all the new clients can join a lottery. We'll have 3 winners, and each of them will get a jade pendant from Jade Beauty Jewelry as the prize. What? A jade pendant from Jade Beauty Jewelry? It's too expensive. The cheapest one must cost at least 100,000 yuan. Gu Man was surprised. If they used the jade pendants as the prizes, it would cost a lot. Mom, are you alone now? Gu Ning asked. She thought that it was time to tell her mother something serious. Yes, I'm home alone, Gu Man answered. Mom, to be honest with you, Jade Beauty Jewelry is my store, so all the jewelry is free. Don't worry, we won't lose money. And we can attract more potential clients by providing valuable prizes. Gu Man was aware that Gu Ning had a jewelry store in City G, so she would find out sooner or later. What? Jade Beauty Jewelry is yours? Gu Man asked. To Gu Man's astonishment, Gu Ning's jewelry store was precisely Jade Beauty Jewelry, which had gained a lot of fame and publicity recently. But how did Gu Ning manage to know so many important figures? Mom, please don't tell anyone else about it, including my aunt. I'll tell you the details when I get back. Please relax, I relied on my own skills to open the jewelry store, and there are no dirty secrets at all. Gu Ning understood why Gu Man was worried. Gu Man was already used to trusting Gu Ning, so she relaxed after Gu Ning's explanation, although she was still shocked. After a short while of chatting, they hung up. Gu Ning then talked with her friends on their WeChat group for a while. In fact, Li Zhenjin was much more severely hurt than Gu Ning imagined. Because Gu Ning had no intention to help Li Zhenjin, she didn't pay much attention to her injuries. Unfortunately, Li Zhenjin died soon after she was admitted to the hospital. The injury on her head wasn't deadly, but she died of an overdose. Li Zhenjin had been behaving quite unusually recently, so Li Shangming had told Li Jinyu to follow and investigate Li Zhenjin. However, they only knew that she loved to go to nightclubs and had no idea that she was on drugs. Thus, when they found out that Li Zhenjin died because of an overdose, the Li family almost had a breakdown. Although the other woman who had been scratched on her face only took a small amount of drugs and so her life was not in danger, her face was doomed to be completely ruined. The next day, around 8:30 a.m., Gu Ning received Yan Jinglin's call. He told her that his leader had already agreed to conduct the probe in the following days. And the government also promised to give her the lowest price that they could offer, but they wouldn't know the exact price until they finished calculating everything. In City F, Gu Man told Gu Qing about Gu Ning's suggestion, but didn't tell her that Jade Beauty Jewelry belonged to Gu Ning. Gu Qing had the same reaction as Gu Man when she heard the plan. She was also afraid that they were going to lose money, but it was Gu Ning's proposal, so Gu Qing agreed in the end. They all trusted Gu Ning unconditionally now. Since Gu Ning said that it would work, they would follow her advice, even though Gu Qing was still a little reluctant. After that, they went to deal with the advertisement. First, they sent messages to their VIPs, and then they put the advertising poster up at the door of their beauty salon. Once the messages were sent, the phone in their beauty salon kept ringing the entire time. Many VIPs called them to find out more about the prize, which was a jade pendant from Jade Beauty Jewelry. Jade Beauty Jewelry was really popular. Gu Ning and Master Yen were going to visit Master by around 10 a.m. Master Yen told Gu Ning to wait for him at the gate of Clean Water Blue Sky at 9:30 a.m., and he would pick her up. Master Yen was already 70 years old, and he wouldn't drive himself, but he had his chauffeur. When it was almost 9 a.m., Gu Ning went to a nearby shopping mall to buy some gifts. She finished shopping around 9:30 a.m. and waited at the gate of Clean Water Blue Sky. Master Yan's car arrived at 9:28 a.m. Seeing Gu Ning carrying so many gifts, he said, "You're going to cure his disease, so he is the one who is supposed to thank you. Why are you bringing so many gifts for him instead?" Master Yen wasn't being mean. He just felt that Gu Ning was being too polite, which made them feel a little guilty. Gu Ning felt like laughing and explained after getting in the car, "Grandpa Yen, I regard all of you as my family, so I'm willing to bring you gifts. I won't give gifts to strangers." Well, Master Bai didn't know how to argue with Gu Ning on that, but he was happy to know that Gu Ning treated them as her family. Master Bai's house was located in a high-end living area, Peach Blossom Villas. Peach Blossom Villas and Clean Water Blue Sky were built by the same real estate developer, but the developer wasn't from City G. Peach Blossom Villas was built on a green mountain, and there was a river which was 5 meters wide in front of the mountain. People had to walk over the bridge to get into the villas. The mountain air was very fresh, and there were also many green plants inside. It looked quiet but not isolated. When they arrived at the security room, Master Yen told a security guard to contact the Bai family. With the Bai family's permission, they moved ahead. Members of the Bai family immediately went outside to welcome Master Yen and Gu Ning. Master Fu had arrived earlier than Master Yen and Gu Ning. Therefore, the moment that Gu Ning and Master Yen arrived at the large villa, they saw Master Fu, Bai Linwei and his wife waiting for them. "Girl Gu, welcome," Bai Linwei said to Gu Ning. And when he noticed the gifts, he was surprised. "Why are you bringing so many gifts? You didn't have to do that." Bai Linwei was the chairman of a famous corporation, and he was always serious and strict, even in front of his children. But he suddenly became a kind and gentle old man when Gu Ning appeared. Sometimes Bai Linwei found it was hard to treat Gu Ning like a child, because she behaved like a mature and stable grown-up. "It's nothing. Just some small gifts," Gu Ning said. It was indeed nothing for the Bai family, who had a fortune of dozens of billions of yuan. It just showed Gu Ning's kindness and politeness. Bai Linwei didn't say anything further and took the gifts from Gu Ning. Bai Linwei's wife was a shy woman. She dressed in a simple way, but had an air of natural nobility. Mrs. Bai greeted Gu Ning politely. "Nice to meet you, Miss Gu." "It's so nice to meet you, Mrs. Bai," Gu Ning responded. Master Fu, on the other hand, gave Gu Ning a tilted glance and scolded her. "How come you didn't tell me that you came to City G? I miss you a lot. How can you forget me like that?" Gu Ning was amused. "I'm so sorry, but I had something important to deal with first. I came to visit you now that I'm free." Well, Master Fu didn't know what to say. "Ah, Fu, didn't you say that you wouldn't scold Girl Gu last night? Why do you still pick on her today?" Master Yen laughed. "Bai, do you have to find fault with me?" Master Fu was annoyed. "You hit the point," Master Yen admitted with alacrity. Everybody knew that they enjoyed teased one another. "You?" Master Fu was mad. Bai Linwei was afraid that they would really begin to argue, so he interrupted at once. "All right, it's cold out here. Let's get inside now." "Exactly, let's go in now," Mrs. Bai added. After that, they walked inside. The second that they got in the house, a girl about Gu Ning's age in pink, furry, loose clothes came out of the kitchen. There was a plate of fruit in her hand, and she was eating fruit while walking over to them. Seeing Gu Ning, the young girl said arrogantly and with doubt, "Seriously, can she cure Grandpa's disease?" "Yen, shut your mouth," Bai Linwei snapped at her. He knew about Gu Ning's ability quite well, and even if Gu Ning failed to cure his father's disease, he wouldn't doubt her ability either. "Girl Gu, I'm sorry. This is my daughter and she has just never met you before," Bai Linwei said to Gu Ning. It's fine. Gu Ning didn't care. She understood that she had to be prepared to be challenged because of her young age. If she hadn't cured Master Yen, they wouldn't believe her either. I don't think that I'm wrong, Bai Shuyan retorted in a low voice. She was afraid of her father. However, no matter how low her voice was, the others still heard it. Get back to your room. Bai Linwei was irritated by her bad manners. Well, let's wait and see, Bai Shuyan said before she glared at Gu Ning and turned back, walking upstairs. Afterwards, Bai Linwei and his wife guided them to Master Bai's bedroom. Master Bai's bedroom was on the first room, and it consisted of 2 rooms. A study and a bedroom were integrated into one. Once they walked in, they saw the study, which was 15 square meters large. The wall next to the door was made up of shelves on which various antiques and emeralds were placed. On the left side, there were bookshelves and a table. The sofa was in alignment with them, and there was a coffee table in front of the sofa. Between the bedroom and the study was a delicately made screen in a traditional style. Master Bai was lying on the bed in the bedroom. Because of Gu Ning's arrival, Bai Linwei told him to stay in bed. Master Bai's legs weren't in good condition, but his mind was very clear. Seeing Gu Ning, he was obviously delighted. Zhirguam. He was happy, not just because Gu Ning could cure his disease, but because he truly appreciated Gu Ning and treated her like his own granddaughter. Maybe it was because Master Bai didn't see Gu Ning often, so he was more pleased to see Gu Ning than his own grandchildren. Grandpa Bai, how are you today? Gu Ning walked to the bedside. Please let me help you with your legs. Sure, Master Bai said. Bai Linwei immediately uncovered the quilt for Master Bai, and Master Bai's legs were out in the air. Gu Ning reached out her hands and massaged Master Bai's right leg first. Except for Master Yen, everyone else was both anxious and excited. Gu Ning still only gradually put her power in after she had massaged for over a minute. Master Bai's leg immediately regained its feeling and his eyes lit up with excitement. I feel. How do you feel? Bai Linwei and his wife asked nervously. Don't you feel a cold flow which is quite comfortable? Master Yen asked, but he seemed proud because he had already known about it. Exactly. Master Bai nodded. He was too excited to complete a sentence. During the following massage, Master Bai felt greatly relaxed and comfortable. Ah! You'll soon be full of energy, as if you were a dozen years younger, Master Yen said. Master Yen had the same experience last night after the massage. He now really felt like he was much younger. Really? Master Fu was surprised. You'll know when Girl Gu helps you with a massage, Master Yen said. Master Fu was full of anticipation. Nobody would refuse to feel a dozen years younger. Old people were often vulnerable to diseases, which was quite bothersome. A few minutes later, Master Bai's right leg was back to normal and healthy. Without delay, Gu Ning massaged Master Bai's left leg. 5 minutes later, his left leg was healthy again. Although it didn't cost Gu Ning much power, she did consume some, so her face turned a little pale, but normal people wouldn't notice it. Master Bai, why don't you get up and have a walk?
Gu Ning sighed.
What? I can walk. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. Sure.
Gu Ning sighed affirmatively.
Bai Linwei immediately went forward to help Master Bai get out of the bed. They were all eager to know the result. When Master Bai's legs were placed on the ground, he was certain that he was able to walk again. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. I can walk. I can walk. Master Bai burst into tears from excitement. Although his legs losing feeling wasn't a severe disease, and he might recover after a period of time of getting medical treatments, it was a torture to go through it. However, now Gu Ning had cured him within minutes, which was quite exciting. Miss Gu, thank you so much. I don't even know how to thank you enough, Mrs. Bai said to Gu Ning, and her eyes were slightly wet with tears. Indeed, Girl Gu, thank you so much. Bai Linwei added. Uncle Bai, Mrs. Bai, it's my pleasure, Gu Ning replied. Although it was no big deal for Gu Ning, it was a great favor for the Bai family. Master Bai tried his best to calm down and said to Gu Ning, Girl Gu, thank you for curing me. If you have any need in the future, feel free to let me or your Uncle Bai help you. We'll spare no effort to help as long as we can. He understood that Gu Ning had a powerful network, so she probably wouldn't need their help, but he still showed his willingness to help her since Gu Ning had cured his legs. Master Bai wasn't pretending either. If Gu Ning really encountered any trouble, they were absolutely willing to help her. Not only because Gu Ning had cured his legs, but because Gu Ning was also a promising young girl. Gu Ning didn't hesitate and agreed. She didn't need the Bai family's support right now, but they could be of great help in the future. No way. She did it. Bai Shuiyan appeared from outside of the door with astonishment on her face. Although she had gone upstairs earlier, she came back down immediately. She didn't believe that Gu Ning was able to cure her grandpa at all, so she planned to laugh at her. Unexpectedly, Gu Ning did it. Hearing what Bai Shuiyan had just said, the rest of the Bai family members were displeased. However, before they could criticize her, Bai Shuiyan opened her mouth again. I'm sorry for what I said to you. Bai Shuiyan apologized to Gu Ning with sincerity, which surprised Gu Ning. She didn't expect that Bai Shuiyan would admit her fault and be so sincere. It seemed like she wasn't a bad girl. After that, her family relaxed as well. Bai Shuiyan's family knew her character very well. Although she was spoiled to some extent, she wasn't a bad young girl, and was willing to admit her shortcomings. However, Gu Ning had never met her before, so they were afraid that Bai Shuiyan would annoy Gu Ning. They understood that Gu Ning wasn't mean, and that she wouldn't care about Bai Shuiyan's rude behavior, but they still didn't want to affect Gu Ning's good mood. It's fine, Gu Ning said. She wasn't affected at all. Seeing that Gu Ning was fine, the others all relaxed. After Gu Ning forgave her, Bai Shuiyan walked to Master Bai at once. She also felt happy for her grandpa. The older generation and the younger generation in the Bai family got along quite well. In the following minutes, Gu Ning helped Master Fu with his sore shoulder. With the nourishment of Gu Ning's magical power, Master Fu experienced the changes of his own body in person this time. He felt like he was full of energy now. Ah! I do feel energetic now, like I am a dozen years younger. Master Fu laughed with excitement. Then he turned to Gu Ning. Girl Gu, thank you so much. Gu Ning smiled gently as response. Come on. Let's go out and have a walk together. Master Fu couldn't wait to walk around now that his body was full of energy. Let's go. Master Yin and Master Bai had the same idea. Why don't you come with us? Master Bai asked Gu Ning and Bai Shuiyan. Afterwards, Gu Ning and Bai Shuiyan followed them, walking outside. Bai Linwei, on the other hand, went back to his study to deal with his own business, while his wife went to the kitchen to cook with their housemate. There was Peach Blossom in Peach Blossom Villa's name, not only because this living area was like the Arcadia one, but also because there were many peach trees along both of the roadsides along with a large peach grove. When the peaches bloomed, people could see a large area of peach color from afar, which was quite stunning. There were more green plants than villas in Peach Blossom Villas, and the villas were divided by a certain distance, so that citizens living here wouldn't be bothered by others. Half of the green plants were from the original forest. The real estate developer had only built some stone roads, pavilions, bridges, small waterfalls and lotus ponds. There were also many surveillance cameras in Peach Blossom Villas, even in the forest. If anyone wanted to commit crime here, the surveillance cameras would record it without any doubt. Even Gu Ning, who was good at kung fu, would expose herself if she wasn't cautious enough. They had all walked for a long distance, but none of them felt tired. And those masters beamed with pleasure along the way. Gu Ning talked with them without any trouble, but Bai Shuiyan failed to join their discussion, which made her feel like she was an outsider. Bai Shuiyan's sight fell on Gu Ning once in a while with curiosity. Gu Ning was the same age as her, so why did she look so mature and stable like a grown-up? Bai Shuiyan was envious, but also admired her. Gu Ning couldn't be a simple girl. Bai Shuiyan thought to herself. Bai Shuiyan was born in a super-rich family, and although she was spoiled by her superior life, it didn't mean that she was dumb. Instead, under the influence of her family, she was more sophisticated than her peers. Gu Ning sensed Bai Shuiyan's curious glances, but ignored them, not because she disliked her, but because Bai Shuiyan didn't say anything. and she wouldn't give Bai Shuyan any responses. Girl Gu, I heard that Jade Beauty jewelry is quite popular, Master Bai said. Jade Beauty jewelry was indeed very famous now for Master Bai to also have heard of it. Yes, Uncle Zhou told me the same thing, but I haven't checked on it myself yet. I plan to go to the store later, Gu Ning replied. I think that Zhou Zhenghong must have gained luck from his terrible experience before. He lost Zhoufu jewelry but met you, Master Yin said. Gu Ning smiled but didn't say anything. Oh, I believe that you won't be satisfied with only one store, right? Where do you plan to open the branches? Master Fu asked. The entrance examination to college is around the corner, and I'm preparing for the capital university, so I'll develop my businesses in the capital. I went to the capital before I came here, and I've already found a store with a great location. It will be decorated after the New Year festival, and I'll be ready to open a branch afterwards, Gu Ning replied. Very good. I like your ambition, but it isn't easy to run a company in the capital. Master Fu appreciated Gu Ning's blueprint, but was also worried about her. There is no business without risks, right? And nothing good comes without risk. I'm willing to try it. Gu Ning wasn't afraid, although she had no idea whether it would be easy or hard for her to build her businesses in the capital. No matter what, she wouldn't retreat. She would fight with courage. I agree. And I do believe that you can succeed. Master Bai encouraged her. Do you own Jade Beauty jewelry? Bai Shuyan was shocked. She naturally knew about the famous Jade Beauty jewelry, and she had also read the news. Many important figures in City Ji, including her grandpa and father, had attended its opening ceremony on that day. Yes, Gu Ning answered. What? Bai Shuyan was stunned. How can Gu Ning be so amazing? Is she really just a year older than me? Master Bai also felt slightly embarrassed after comparing Gu Ning with Bai Shuyan. If only Gu Ning were my granddaughter. Master Bai thought to himself. Bai Shuyan was now jealous of Gu Ning. Master Bai even criticized her right in front of Gu Ning. Look at Gu Ning. She is at the same age as you, but she's able to run several companies at the same time. And you? You simply fool around all day. You don't even read books. How can you build your own career in the future like that? Bai Shuyan felt ashamed and didn't dare to argue back. Even so, she didn't blame Gu Ning. Instead, she really admired Gu Ning. I think that Shuyan is already much better than her peers. And it's rare to see a teenager as talented as girl Gu. Master Fu immediately helped Bai Shuyan out. However, he was also telling the truth. They had never met another young girl who was as unbelievable as Gu Ning. Gu Ning had Tang Aining's soul and her magical power. Thus it was hard for her to not be outstanding. And she was meant to be successful. Therefore, Gu Ning felt a little guilty that Bai Shuyan was criticized because of her. Exactly. Even my two grandsons are barely comparable to girl Gu. Master Yin sighed. Gu Ning was indeed the best among the younger generation. Master Bai wasn't really blaming Bai Shuyan, nor did he hope that she could be as able as Gu Ning. He simply wanted to encourage her to be more independent and outstanding. They walked for another half an hour before going back. It was time for the meal too. During the meal, Mrs. Bai kept putting different dishes into Gu Ning's bowl. Although Gu Ning had a large appetite, it was hard for her to eat all of it, so she politely stopped Mrs. Bai. After the meal, they relaxed in the living room. During the break, Bai Shuyan approached Gu Ning and asked, Gu Ning, would you mind taking me to Jade Beauty Jewelry with you? No problem. Gu Ning agreed with alacrity. Bai Shuyan was pleased and told her mother at once. Mrs. Bai didn't stop her, but reminded her to be polite and to not cause any trouble. Bai Shuyan was outgoing and spoiled by her family, but she would only argue with those that she disliked. Other than that, she was also supportive of her friends, and she had caused a lot of trouble because of that in the past, so Mrs. Bai was worried. Although it wasn't a big deal, it would not be good news if she caused trouble again. Later, a group of them left the Bai family's villa. They took Master Yan's car and Master Yan sent them to Jade Beauty Jewelry. After taking Gu Ning and Bai Shuyan to Jade Beauty Jewelry, Master Yan went back to his home. In actual fact, Bai Shuyan wasn't interested in jewelry, so she had never come here before. However, when she found out that Gu Ning was the boss of this famous jewelry store, she was shocked and curious. Thus she came to have a look. There were a lot of customers in the store, and all the saleswomen were busy serving them, which proved that the brand was really popular. Although there were many people in the store, only a small part of them would buy jewelry in the end, but it was already enough for Gu Ning to make a lot of money. Jade Beauty Jewelry was a high-end jewelry brand after all, and the prices of its products were all high. A saleswoman didn't know that Bai Shuyan came to the store along with Gu Ning, so she wanted to introduce the jewelry for Bai Shuyan, but she was stopped by Gu Ning. "It's fine. She came here with me. Miss Gu, nice to meet you." The saleswoman immediately greeted Gu Ning and followed her order, walking away to serve other potential buyers. All the saleswomen in Jade Beauty Jewelry were well trained with great manners, so they would treat every customer equally, even if the customer was a young girl or the poor or couldn't afford the jewelry. Gu Ning told Bai Shuyan to enjoy herself in the store, while she walked to the office to meet Zhou Zhenghong. All the jade pendants that Gu Ning had booked for Hao Ran and her other friends were already made, so she came to fetch them herself. Moreover, Gu Ning was going to choose several other jade pendants from her store later. One was Su Anya's birthday gift. 3 were the prizes prepared for when Kamei Beauty Salon held the event, and the rest Gu Ning would keep with her. She would probably need them in the future. Within a short time, Gu Ning heard noise from outside, including Bai Shuyan's angry criticisms. Gu Ning and Zhou Zhenghong immediately walked out of the office to the store. In the store there were a group of onlookers, and Bai Shuyan was arguing with another girl who was her age in the middle. "Lulu, why do you have to grab things from other people? This isn't the first time. How could you be so shameless?" Bai Shuyan said angrily. "You didn't buy it anyway, so you can't forbid me from taking it." The girl whose name was Lulu said with disdain. It seemed that she was sure that Bai Shuyan couldn't afford the piece of jewelry. "I didn't bring money with me, but I was going to make a reservation," Bai Shuyan retorted. "Can you even afford it? You already told me that you're from an ordinary family. I don't think that you have enough money to buy it. Do you know how much this jade pendant is? It costs 360,000 yuan. Lulu said acidly. Obviously, Lulu didn't know Bai Shuyan's family background. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so arrogant. Yu's full name was Lin Xiaoyu. She was the cousin of Bai Shuyan's friend, Lin Yu. The two girls never got along. Lin Yu was Bai Shuyan's good friend, so she naturally knew Bai Shuyan's family background, but she never told others, especially Lin Xiaoyu and Lulu. Lin Yu's parents worked for an ordinary company, but Bai Shuyan only made friends with people that she shared common interests with, not just those who were rich. Lin Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was from a rich family with a fortune of over 100 million yuan, so she always disliked and bullied her cousin, Lin Yu. Bai Shuyan was Lin Yu's good friend, while Lulu was Lin Xiaoyu's good friend. Thus they were naturally involved in the conflicts between Lin Xiaoyu and Lin Yu. Bai Shuyan never showed off her family background, so Lin Xiaoyu and Lulu thought that she was also from an ordinary family. Thus Lulu felt that she was superior to Bai Shuyan. "Well, I'm really curious. Your father is the vice mayor, so how can he afford such expensive jewelry?" Bai Shuyan asked in a meaningful way. It had to be more complicated than it looked. How could the daughter of a government official afford such an expensive piece of jewelry at the price of 360,000 yuan? Where did he get the money? Lulu's father must have accepted bribes. Although it wasn't uncommon that public officials accepted bribes, it was rare to see the daughter of a senior government official being so high profile. She was merely digging her own grave. All of a sudden, people looked at Lulu in a totally different way, but Lulu didn't notice. She was even showing off her father's position in politics and said arrogantly, "It's none of your business. Either way, I can afford it." Lulu was also digging the grave for her father. Gu Ning curbed her desire to laugh out loud. If Lu Shikuan found out that his daughter was so stupid, he would probably die of anger. Bai Shuyan wanted to argue back, but was interrupted by Gu Ning. "Shuyan, let her buy it. At the same time, Gu Ning gave her a knowing glance. Bai Shuyan didn't understand what Gu Ning planned to do, but she still listened to Gu Ning. Therefore, Bai Shuyan gave the jade pendant to Lu Lulu and said, "Fine, you're right. I can't afford it, so it's yours now." Bai Shuyan didn't care that others regarded her as poor, because she didn't care how people thought about her. Well, if you can't afford it, don't walk into a jewelry store. You can't suddenly get rich by pretending. Seeing that Bai Shuyan admitted that she couldn't afford the jewelry, Lu Lulu was gloating, but she had no idea that she had been trapped, nor did she realize that her behavior was inappropriate. Lu Lulu said to a saleswoman then, "Pack it up." Saying that, she took out a bank card and gave it to the saleswoman. The card was given to her by her mother. As the vice mayor, Lu Shirkuan understood that he had to be low profile even though he accepted bribes. Lu Shirkuan's wife was also a junior government official, but she was so dumb that she gave her daughter a card with millions of yuan on it. Normally, if the customer could pay the deposit, Jade Beauty Jewelry would keep the jewelry for the customer for 3 days. If the customer couldn't afford the bill after 3 days, they would sell it to others, but since Gu Ning, who was the boss, and the customer both agreed, the saleswoman immediately packed it up. Lu Lulu swiped her card and signed her name. She made fun of Bai Shuyan again before leaving as if she was a princess. As stupid as Lu Lulu was, she had no idea that she had made a big mistake, and that she made a terrible decision which she would regret forever. However, given what Lu Shirkuan had done illegally before, what his daughter did today was simply a moderate issue. Gu Ning did it on purpose so that everyone around them would be witnesses. After Lu Lulu left, the crowd dispersed too. Bai Shuyan was slightly displeased and asked Gu Ning, "Why did you tell me to let her buy it?" "Because I need to make money," Gu Ning said, as if she was really greedy. "I can pay the bill. I just didn't bring enough money with me today." Bai Shuyan was mad. "Alright, let me be honest with you. I have my own plan, and I can give you a better jade pendant than hers. What kind of style do you want?" Gu Ning asked. Hearing that Gu Ning had her own plan, Bai Shuyan calmed down a little, and she was also shocked by Gu Ning's generosity. "Are you sure? It must be very expensive." Although Gu Ning didn't lack jade or money at all, it was very generous of her to give others such an expensive gift. "Do you want it or not?" Gu Ning asked. "Of course I do," Bai Shuyan replied at once. "However, I won't take it for free. I'll pay for it." Bai Shuyan was unwilling to take advantage of others. "You don't need to do that. Just take it as a New Year gift from me," Gu Ning said. "Why? We just met each other. Are you dumb or something?" Bai Shuyan asked plainly. She wasn't laughing at Gu Ning but simply thought that it was too expensive. Gu Ning was amused by Bai Shuyan, but what she had just said did make sense. "Well then, for the sake of your father and grandfather, let me send you this gift." "All right." Gu Ning changed her explanation. "But," Bai Shuyan hesitated. "If you hesitate any longer, I'll regret," Gu Ning threatened. "All right, I'll take it." After seeing so many beautiful pieces of jewelry in the store, Bai Shuyan gradually fell in love with jade jewelry. Most females couldn't resist the temptation of jewelry, especially pretty jewelry. "What kind of jewelry is better than hers?" Bai Shuyan asked with curiosity. Double Happiness Jade has the mixed color of red and green, or Blood Red Jade which has a color as red as blood. "Which one do you prefer?" Gu Ning asked. Of course, there was other jade that was even better than those two types, but Gu Ning chose the two kinds which were suitable for younger girls. The Blood Red Jade. Bai Shuyan was excited. She loved the color more than the jade itself. In fact, the color red was Bai Shuyan's favorite. She had many red clothes and she was even wearing a lot of red now. "No problem. What style do you want?" Gu Ning asked. "Please give me a jade pendant with a dragon on it," Bai Shuyan said. The dragon was Bai Shuyan's Chinese zodiac sign, and she was a year younger than Gu Ning. Gu Ning then went to tell Zhou Zhenghong to make it. Bai Shuyan's jade pendant would be carved by machine, because it took a lot longer and required more energy to carve it by hand. Bai Shuyan could come get it tomorrow. When Gu Ning walked out of the office again, Bai Shuyan asked her, "Are you free today?" Can we go shopping together? Sure. Gu Ning agreed. Afterwards, they went to a shopping mall together. They didn't actually buy anything but just hung out together. An hour later, Bai Shuyan and Gu Ning left for a cafe to have some coffee. Bai Shuyan's favorite dessert was sold in the cafe. Bai Shuyan loved eating desserts. Luckily, she didn't gain weight at all. Otherwise, she would be overweight in a short time since she ate desserts often. After they were both seated, Bai Shuyan said, I love the desserts here and the coffee, of course. The boss is a Sino-German whose name is Alan, and he is not 30 years old yet and single. If it weren't for the fact that he's much older than me, I would chase him. Ah. Bai Shuyan didn't hide her affection towards Alan at all. Gu Ning also sensed her strong fondness to Alan. I don't think that the age gap is a problem, as long as you like each other, Gu Ning said. She wasn't encouraging Bai Shuyan to chase the man, but was simply expressing her opinion. Really? Bai Shuyan's eyes lit up. At least I think so, Gu Ning said. After thinking for a while, Bai Shuyan sighed. Well, forget it. My family won't allow me to have a boyfriend yet. Gu Ning didn't say anything further, because Bai Shuyan was indeed too young to fall in love, and it was her personal affairs after all. Before long, their coffee and desserts were on the table. Seeing the dessert, Bai Shuyan couldn't wait to taste it. Gu Ning tasted the dessert. It really was delicious. Sweet but not greasy. Song Manny, don't be too much. All of a sudden, a sharp female voice sounded and attracted a lot of attention from people in the cafe. Gu Ning and Bai Shuyan also looked over. There were 3 women sitting at a table in the corner of this cafe. A woman who was around 30 years old sat alone on one side. She was pretty to some extent but seemed tired. Opposite her, a woman who was around 50 years old along with a young woman who was about 25 years old sat together. The sharp female voice was from the older woman. After the loud noise, the woman realized that she lost her manners, so she shut her mouth at once. After a long while, she continued in a lower voice. Song Manny, since you're infertile, you should know your position and leave right away. Meishin is already pregnant and she'll marry Jia. Thus you have to divorce him. The older woman said acidly and then threatened the woman who sat across the table. Although the older woman's voice was much quieter, people around them could still hear it, including Gu Ning and Bai Shuyan. Hearing what she had just said, Gu Ning felt disgusted. Although she didn't know the whole story, and shouldn't jump to conclusions, it seemed that this older woman and Song Manny's husband were shameless people. Even though Song Manny was infertile, her husband should divorce her in a gentle way, but they hadn't even divorced yet, and her husband's mistress was already pregnant. Exactly, my older sister. Although it's not your fault that you're infertile, you shouldn't be so stubborn and occupy the position. You can't let my brother-in-law have no heirs at all, and I am already carrying his baby. You should be smart and agree to the divorce, the young woman said and gloated. Hearing that, Gu Ning was completely disgusted. To her astonishment, the young woman was Song Manny's younger sister. And Song Manny's younger sister was pregnant with her husband's kid. What the F***ck? The whole family is shameless. Bai Shuyan couldn't curb her anger any longer, and swore loudly. The older woman and the young woman were displeased and glared at Bai Shuyan. I told you that I will divorce him, but Feng Jia must leave without any property, Song Manny said calmly without any hint of anger. It wasn't that she wasn't angry, it was because she had already had enough. She now accepted reality, but wouldn't give up her benefits. Impossible, my son bought the house. Why should he leave without any property? The older woman was annoyed. Because he cheated on me, thus he needs to leave without any property, Song Manny sneered. And I paid the down payment of the house together with your son, so the house doesn't belong to your son. In addition, I've been paying the home loan alone these last years. And your son's down payment is less than 1/3 of the value of the house. So what? You married into my family, so what is yours is ours. Besides, you can't give birth to a baby, so you should pay compensation to us, the older woman argued. She was so shameless that everyone around her felt embarrassed. What the F***ck? What a shameless person she is, Bai Shuyan said again. Shut up! The older woman snapped at Bai Shuyan. I won't, so what? Bai Shuyan stood up abruptly, walking towards them. You shameless witch, along with your shameless son and this shameless mistress, go to hell. Gu Ning finally understood why Mrs. Bai had reminded Bai Shuyan to be quiet and not cause trouble, because Bai Shuyan really was impulsive sometimes. However, Gu Ning didn't stop her because herself could tolerate it too. What did you say? The older woman and the young woman were both furious. Are you deaf or something? Do you want to bite me? Come on. Bai Shuyan stood with arms akimbo. She deliberately used the word bite to imply that they were crazy dogs. You! The older woman suddenly stood up and raised her palm to slap Bai Shuyan. What a little bitch you are. However, before her hand could fall, Song Manny pushed her down to the sofa. How could you do that? Song Meishin criticized Song Manny. How dare you do that? The older woman flushed and was trembling in anger. You deserve it, Song Manny said with disdain. Don't you think that you're a bunch of shameless people? Oh, you're too shameless to realize that. If you want me to sign the divorce agreement, follow my demand. Otherwise, I won't ever sign it. And when Song Meishin's child is born, it will be an illegitimate child. In the end, you're the only people who will be laughed at. You? Song Meishin panicked when she heard illegitimate child, because she was an illegitimate daughter. And precisely because of that, she had been laughed at and humiliated ever since she had been a child. Thus she had strong animosity towards the word illegitimate, and wasn't willing to let her child go through the same thing. Song Manny's father valued sons much higher than daughters, but Song Manny's mother had only given birth to a daughter who was Song Manny. And because of that, Song Manny's mother had been bullied by Song Manny's father's family the entire time. A few years later, Song Manny's mother had still failed to give birth to a boy, so Song Manny's father secretly had had a sexual relationship with Song Meishin's mother without getting divorced. Before long, Song Meishin's mother had gotten pregnant, but Song Manny's father had been worried that it could be another daughter. Thus the man had deceived Song Meishin's mother, telling her that one of his old family members had just passed away and so it wasn't approximate for them to get married right away, but they could be married a year later after the child was born. Song Meishin's mother had fallen deeply in love with Song Manny's father, so she had agreed. However, when the child had been born, it had been another daughter. So Song Manny's father had regretted and told Song Meishin's mother that he was already married. Song Meishin's mother had been in a rage, but had been reluctant to leave Song Manny's father, so she had agreed to be with Song Manny's father and give birth to a son for him. If Song Meishin's mother could give birth to a son, Song Manny's father would divorce Song Manny's mother. However, if it was a daughter again, they would send the child away. 1 year later, Song Meishin's mother had gotten pregnant once more, and given birth to a son. Thus Song Manny's father had divorced Song Manny's mother afterwards. Song Manny's mother had already known that Song Manny's father had cheated on her, and her heart was broken. Thus she hadn't cried or argued at all when she had signed the divorce agreement. After the divorce, Song Manny's father had brought Song Meishin's mother along with Song Meishin and her younger brother back home, and they had become the joke among the people in the town. Song Meishin and her younger brother were called illegitimate children, and were bullied by other kids for a long time. Thinking of that, Song Meishin was full of hatred. For the sake of her child, she had to change her attitude towards Song Manny. Manny, we can give you 100,000 yuan, so please leave the house to us. You have a high salary and it's easy for you to buy a new house, but we have no place to live without it. The house price was so high now, and a common house cost at least millions of yuan. They couldn't afford it at all. Hearing that, Song Manny laughed. You want to exchange a house at the price of over 1,000,000 yuan for only 100,000 yuan? You're really both cunning and stupid. And it's none of my business that you have nowhere to live. Exactly. I've never seen such shameless people before. It's so disgusting that you hurt another woman and even want to grab her house. Bai Shuyan supported Song Manny. You! Song Meishi was angry at having to face the humiliation from Song Manny and Bai Shuyan. She actually knew that her behavior was immoral, but so what? She did it for her own benefits anyway. Song Manny, we already gave you a chance by talking with you. If you don't compromise, I have tons of ways to torture you. The older woman threatened. This will be the last time that I call you my mother. Mom, you've gone to school, so you should know what laws are. I didn't sue you just because I'm doing you a favor by saving the litigation cost. You should know that the losing party has to pay the litigation costs. And let me tell you the truth. I will definitely win the lawsuit. If you still refuse to compromise, wait for my lawyer's letter. Song Manny said calmly with the air of an elite. Song Manny wasn't weak. She had been ignored and bullied ever since she had been a kid, so had learned to be independent at an early stage. Although she had still lived with her father after her parents had divorced, her mother had paid all of her tuition fees because her father had refused to do so because he believed that it was meaningless for girls to receive education. While she studied in college, her mother had passed away because of cancer, and she had worked part-time while she kept studying hard. What she had done had paid off. She had found a great job after her graduation. Her job was interior design, which was tiring but had a high salary so that she had been able to live a good life on her own. However, she had married the wrong man. As for whether she was really infertile or not, she decided to keep it a secret for now. After she divorced her husband, she would tell them the truth then. Song Manny wouldn't give in to them. She always treated others the way she wanted to be treated. But if anyone tried to hurt her, she would definitely fight back. Her husband and her mother-in-law had annoyed her again and again, so she already had her plan to beat them down. You! Hearing that, the older woman was scared. She knew that they would lose the lawsuit without a doubt. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tried to force Song Manny to compromise by threatening her, instead of using the laws. However, if they couldn't get the house, they would have to move back to the poor small town, which was the last thing they wanted to do. Song Manny, how can you be so cold-blooded? You're part of my family. Do you want us to sleep on the street? The older woman questioned, as if Song Manny was the one who was cruel. Her behavior was totally ridiculous. Song Manny was amused by her stupidity. That's quite interesting. Have you ever reflected on your behavior when you hurt me without hesitation? I'm the victim, not you. At this time, a waiter came over and said, Sorry, we have many other customers here. Please keep your voices low. There was music in this cafe. Normally, the music could cover people's voices when they were chatting, but if anyone raised his voice, it would be disturbing. I'm sorry. Song Manny immediately apologized, then turned to the older woman and Song Meishin. That's all I will say. Please stay away from me. After that, she picked her handbag up and thanked Bai Shuyan before walking out. Bai Shuyan went back to her seat afterwards, while the older woman and Song Meishin were struck dumb. They didn't dare to cause trouble here, so they didn't stop Song Manny from leaving. And they also knew that it was useless to argue any longer, but it was impossible for them to do nothing. They wouldn't give up the house, nor wait for Song Manny to sue them. Bai Shuyan kept complaining after she was seated again. The old witch and the mistress are indeed shameless. They hurt the woman and even try to grab her house. Luckily, the woman isn't weak. Otherwise, it would be a tragedy. I do hope the witch and her family goes to hell. OMG. Shwe, it's so nice to meet you. Suddenly, a male voice with a foreign accent sounded at their back, which surprised Bai Shuyan. She stood up looking at the man. The man was tall and around 28 years old with curly hair. His facial features were attractive and had sharp lines with a pair of blue eyes, and there was a charming broad smile on his sexy lips. He also had an air of nobility like a prince. Gu Ning had already noticed him and assumed that he had to be the boss of this cafe. The man was indeed as handsome as Bai Shuyan had described. Seeing the newcomer, Bai Shuyan obviously panicked as if she had seen her lover. Alan. Bai Shuyan said. Alan replied, then looked at Gu Ning before reaching out his hand. Nice to meet you. You must be Shwe's friend. Gu Ning immediately stood up and shook hands with him. Nice to meet you too, Mr. Alan. Do you know me? Alan was surprised. Shuyan told me a lot about you, Gu Ning replied. Hearing that, Alan smiled gently and asked, May I know your name?
Gu Ning replied.
Great to meet you, Miss Gu. Your coffee and desserts are my treat today, Alan said. He treated both of them as his friends. Since Alan said so, Gu Ning didn't reject. Thank you so much. My pleasure. Then I won't bother you two any longer. Enjoy yourself, please, Alan said. Sure. Gu Ning and Bai Shuyan answered at the same time. While Alan was walking away, Bai Shuyan was absorbed in his back. She didn't get her mind back until Alan disappeared from her sight. She asked Gu Ning, "Isn't he handsome?" "He's such a gentleman." "Yes, he's handsome and polite." Gu Ning couldn't deny it, but she still believed that Leng Xiaoting was better looking than Alan. Thinking of Leng Xiaoting, Gu Ning missed him so much. Especially when he smiles. It's so stunning. Bai Shuyan looked like she fell in love, which amused Gu Ning. After a while, Bai Shuyan and Gu Ning left the cafe. However, Alan didn't show up again when they left, and Bai Shuyan was slightly disappointed. Gu Ning felt sorry for her but didn't know how to comfort her. The two separated when they walked out of the cafe. Bai Shuyan invited Gu Ning to dine with her family in the Bai family's house, but Gu Ning declined. Gu Ning later called Xiaoya and asked her about the company in Citytung. Xiaoya said that everything was fine. Then Gu Ning told them to fly to City F tomorrow. In the following hours, Gu Ning was free, so she went to the processing plant afterwards. When it was almost 6 p.m., people were getting off from work, so Gu Ning left too. She went to a restaurant to have her dinner alone. During the meal, she noticed that Qin Zishuan invited them to gather together on their WeChat group. Muku, will your parents allow you to hang out? Qin Zishuan, they couldn't stop me anyway, because they aren't home and went to City G for a funeral. How ran? Who died? Qin Zishuan, the daughter of one of my father's friends. She attended my uncle's birthday party too. I heard that she was hit by a beer bottle in a nightclub. Qin Zishuan didn't know the details. Reading that, Gu Ning immediately figured out that the person must be Li Zhenzhen. Li Zhenzhen is dead? Gu Ning was greatly surprised. After thinking for a while, Gu Ning assumed that she must have died because of the drugs instead of the injuries to her head. Although Gu Ning didn't hate Li Zhenzhen to death, she had no sympathy for her, because she deserved it. Gu Ning went back to clean water blue sky after the meal. In the evening, Gu Ning received a message from Kay. He had already sent what she requested to her email box. Gu Ning opened her email box and checked the email. Gu Ning had asked Kay to help her investigate medical companies which were barely afloat in the capital. Kay had found 3 of them along with their history, background, reputation and other related information. Gu Ning chose the first one, but she didn't have time to go to the capital again, and could only wait until after the New Year festival. She thought that it wouldn't be acquired that soon. The next morning, Gu Ning flew back to City F without delay. Her plane took off at 9:30 a.m., and she arrived at City F's airport at 10:40 a.m. The moment that she got off the plane, she called Gu Man and asked where she was. Gu Man was at the beauty salon, so Gu Ning took a taxi heading straight there. Gu Man was really happy that Gu Ning was back. She kept running out to see whether Gu Ning was back. "Man, I understand that you're excited that Ning Ning is back, but you don't need to check outside all the time. Ning Ning just left for half a month this time. When she goes to college, she will only come back once a semester," Gu Qing said. Actually, she was also worried about Gu Ning during the half month when Gu Ning was gone. No matter how successful Gu Ning was, she was still a child in her family's eyes. Her family certainly would care about her. Thus Gu Qing was also happy that Gu Ning was back soon. Nevertheless, she doesn't go to college yet, Gu Man said. It took 20 minutes of driving from the airport to the downtown. So Gu Ning arrived at the beauty salon around 40 minutes later. Once Gu Ning walked inside, Gu Man and Gu Qing went forward to welcome her. "Ning Ning, welcome back." Gu Qing took the suitcase from Gu Ning's hand, while Gu Man held Gu Ning's hand walking to the office. When they were in the office, Gu Ning opened her suitcase. "These are your New Year gifts. We already have enough clothes. You didn't need to do that," Gu Man said, but she felt happy in her heart. Nobody would be unhappy to receive gifts. Gu Ning smiled gently. But she couldn't tell them that these were gifts from her son-in-law-to-be. If they knew that she had a boyfriend, they would ask for every detail. Afterwards, Gu Ning took out 3 jewelry boxes and gave it to Gu Man. These are the 3 jade pendants for your event. Gu Qing looked at the 3 jewelry boxes. She wanted to say something but didn't say it because she still thought that it was too expensive. Gu Ning noticed that and comforted her. "Aunt, I know they're expensive, but no pain, no gain." Hearing that, Gu Qing remembered that many VIPs had called to ask about the prize yesterday, which proved that it was indeed attractive, so she relaxed. "All right, it's almost 11:30 a.m. Let's go dine together. What do you want to have, Ning Ning?" Gu Man checked the time and asked Gu Ning. There was a kitchen in their beauty salon and staff could cook and eat here, but Gu Man wanted to have a family reunion, so they decided to eat outside. "Let's have hot pot. It's winter anyway," Gu Ning said. "No problem. Let's go have hot pot." Gu Man agreed. The 3 of them went out afterwards. "Aunt, how is Uncle's business doing?" Gu Ning asked Gu Qing. "I don't know the details, but it's quite good. There is deal coming in almost every day," Gu Qing smiled. They had been dirt poor and now had everything. Gu Qing couldn't help thinking that life was indeed full of changes. And Gu Ning made everything possible. "Oh, I received a call from your youngest uncle this morning. They'll be back the day after tomorrow, and want to have a family reunion with us. I didn't answer him yet because I wanted to hear your opinion," Gu Qing said and looked to Gu Ning. In fact, she just needed Gu Ning's opinion. Gu Ning was silent for a second. She understood that Gu Man and Gu Qing were willing to go. Otherwise, they wouldn't ask her. In addition, there was no deep grudge between them and Gu Qinyang's family, so it was no big deal that they had a meal with them. "I don't think that it's a big deal. There is no deep grudge between us and my youngest uncle's family either. It isn't necessary that we keep a long distance from them. However, let's be candid here. If the old witch and Gu Qinxiang's family annoys me again, I won't be polite to them. And they will have to leave instead of me," Gu Ning said seriously. "I understand," Gu Qing replied. They weren't weak like they had been before, and they had already had enough of them, so there was nothing to be afraid of. After lunch, Gu Ning, Gu Man and Gu Qing went back to the beauty salon. Gu Ning took her suitcase and went back home when it was almost 2 p.m. While she was resting in her home, she suddenly realized that she hadn't seen Chu Peihan and her other friends in a long time. Thus she sent a message to their WeChat group and proposed to gather together this afternoon for dinner. Gu Ning's sudden appearance really surprised them. "How Ran? Ah, boss, you're finally back. I haven't seen you for so long, and I miss you so much. Chu Peihan. Come on, let's gather together right now." "Where?" Chu Peihan couldn't wait to meet Gu Ning, even though it was only 2 p.m. "Muku. Why are you rushing? It's still early now." Chu Peihan, "So what?" Gu Ning. "I need to deal with something, but we can gather together at 4 p.m. Call the people who missed this WeChat message, and you can decide where we'll meet. It's my treat today, so enjoy yourself." "How Ran? Yeah. I love you, boss." Chu Peihan. "I love you too." "Muku, me too." Gu Ning. "Then I'll go deal with my business and you can tell me when you have made your decision." Gu Ning then left for the sales apartment of Fenghua Luxury Mansion to meet Wei Zhirui. She was going to buy an apartment for Gaoyi and Xiaoya. Although Shanghua Real Estate had many apartments for sale, Gu Ning preferred for Gaoyi and Xiaoya to live in a place near her, because Gaoyi and Xiaoya would follow by Gu Ning's sides as her guards, driver and secretary. Moreover, Fenghua Luxury Mansion was a high-end living area with a great environment. Nevertheless, when Shanghua Real Estate's new living area was completely built, Gu Ning would reserve a house there. She didn't need it now, but it could be of use in the future. Maybe she would hold a grand party someday, and her apartment in Fenghua Luxury Mansion was too small to do that. "Miss Gu, nice to meet you again." Wei Zhirui went to welcome Gu Ning when she appeared. "Hi, nice to meet you too. I'm looking for a small, well-decorated apartment," Gu Ning said. Gaoyi and Xiaoya were only 2 people, so 1 room was enough for them. In addition, they would just live here temporarily, thus it was unnecessary to buy a large one. They would move to the capital within half a year. Hearing that Gu Ning was looking for a new apartment, Wei Zhirui was surprised, but he didn't ask for details. The smallest one is 73 square meters in size, and it's a single apartment with only one bedroom. However, we also have an apartment with 2 bedrooms which is 85 square meters. Where is the single apartment? I want to see its layout first, Gu Ning asked. It's in building number 2, Zone F, which is opposite Zone G, Wei Zhirui said. He then guided Gu Ning to see its layout. We only have 2 single apartments left. One is on the 12th floor, and the other is on the 13th floor. Gu Ning looked for a while and said, Great, I'll buy the one on the 12th floor. Wei Zhirui was shocked by Gu Ning's efficiency again, and immediately went to finish the procedure for her. It was only 3 p.m. when Gu Ning left. She wanted to check their WeChat group to see whether they had decided yet. However, before she could open her WeChat, Chu Peihan's call came in. The moment that Gu Ning answered her call, Chu Peihan said anxiously, Boss, Mixie's family is in trouble now. Hearing that, Gu Ning was immediately mad. What happened? Her family's house is going to be demolished, and her oldest uncle and aunt are arguing that they should get to share the money.
Chu Peihan rip lít.
Gu Ning was displeased. There were indeed many shameless relatives who would fight against their brothers or sisters for money. I'll be right there, Gu Ning said, and immediately went to take a taxi heading straight to Yu Mixie's home. Gu Ning called Yu Mixie at once, and Yu Mixie answered it after a long while. Ning Ning, she cried. Yu Mixie burst into tears helplessly. Mixie, don't cry. How is everything going now? Gu Ning asked. Yu Mixie tried her best to calm down and replied, Well, the thing is my family's house is going to be demolished, but my oldest uncle and aunt are arguing that they should get to share the money. The house was given to my father by my grandfather, and my grandfather already gave my eldest uncle and aunt 30,000 yuan when they bought their houses a dozen years ago. My father is quarreling with them right now. I really have no idea what to do. Don't worry. I'm coming now and I'll be right there, Gu Ning comforted. Okay, Yu Mixie said. After hanging up, Gu Ning urged the taxi driver to drive faster. About 20 minutes later, Chu Peihan and Hao Ran arrived at the living area where Yu Mixie lived at almost the same time. Both of them drove here and Hao Ran came with Qin Zixuan and Zhang Tianping. As for Mu Kuan and Yi, they didn't have cars, so they took taxis and would arrive later. Yu Mixie's family lived in an old living area. There were a lot of staircases in the building. When Chu Peihan and the others walked inside, they heard the loud and extremely unkind argument from upstairs. What the F***CK? How dare they bully she? I'll teach them a lesson. Hao Ran was mad and ran to the 3rd floor, followed by the others. In the living room, Yu Mixie's family and another 2 men and 2 women were arguing loudly. I told you that this house belonged to our father, so you can't take it alone. You mentioned that our father gave us 30,000 yuan a dozen years ago. Well, when the demolition compensation is paid, you can take 30,000 yuan and we'll share the rest. A man who was almost 50 years old said. This man was Yu Mixie's eldest uncle, and he had already repeated it at least 10 times. Exactly, a woman in her early 40s echoed. She was Yu Mixie's aunt. It's insane. 30,000 yuan a dozen years ago is barely comparable to that of today. Yu Mixie's father was furious. Indeed, 30,000 yuan a dozen years ago was equal to 300,000 yuan today. However, Yu Mixie's father wouldn't agree to just take 300,000 yuan and let them share the rest either. We don't care. It has to be shared in that way. Yu Mixie's aunt played the blame game. They didn't care about family at all when it came to money. Yu Mixie's father was too mad to say another word. However, Yu Mixie's mother was a weak woman who didn't dare to join the argument. And once Yu Mixie tried to help her father, her oldest uncle and aunt would swear at her, so she couldn't do anything either. The door wasn't closed, so Hao Ran and the others intruded inside directly, which surprised the people in the living room. However, before they could realize what happened, Chu Peihan said angrily, Do you want to grab the house from Mixie's family?
Impossible.
Peihan how ran Zixuan Tianping. Yumixi abruptly stood up with excitement, as if she saw her lifesavers. Yumixi's parents also relaxed seeing that Chu Peihan and the others came. Although they weren't clear about their family background, they knew that all of them were from either rich or powerful families. Their arrival made Yumixi's family feel safe. However, Yumixi's oldest uncle and aunt had the opposite idea. In their eyes, Chu Peihan and the others were merely a bunch of students. Yumixi's aunt snapped at them. "It's our family affairs and it's none of your business." "It is our business and we will support Mixi," Hao Ran said affirmatively. Yumixi's aunt is annoyed. "You're just a bunch of kids," Yumixi's oldest uncle said with disdain. "So what? I think that you better leave now and disappear forever. Otherwise you can't bear the result," Qin Zixuan threatened. "That's interesting. Who do you think you are to threaten us?" A woman who stood beside Yumixi's oldest uncle said with disdain. She was Yumixi's oldest aunt. "We're enough to make you pay for what you've done," a cold female voice suddenly sounded from outside. And Gu Ning walked in their sight. "Boss!" Hao Ran and the others called her. "Ning Ning!" Yumixi immediately ran to Gu Ning and felt like crying. "It's fine. I'll handle it." Gu Ning comforted her and held her hand, stepping towards them. Seeing that it was another young girl, Yumixi's uncles and aunt didn't care about her either. Gu Ning just gave them a cold glance before her sight fell on Yumixi's father. "Uncle Yu, may I know what the demolition compensation for your house is?" Yumixi's father respected Gu Ning, so he was willing to tell her the truth no matter what her aim was. "Our house is only 70 square meters in size, so we can get 700,000 yuan for it. And we can then use the money to buy a bigger house." Hearing that the house was worth 700,000 yuan, Yumixi's uncles and aunts couldn't wait to have the money in their pockets. Their greedy expressions were really disgusting. "When is the house going to be demolished?" Gu Ning asked. "We'll finish the procedure after the New Year festival, and we then need to move out within 2 months, Yumixi's father answered. "Great, why don't you sell this house to me? And I'll give you a simply decorated house which is 120 square meters in size in Jiehua Garden." Jiehua Garden is a living area being constructed by Shanghua Real Estate, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, everyone was astonished. Jiehua Garden was a medium high-level living area, and a 120 square meters house was worth at least 2 million yuan. Gu Ning must be insane to exchange a much cheaper house with an expensive one. Yumixi's uncles and aunts were jealous of Yumixi's father now. They all wished that they could live in such a great house. In fact, Gu Ning had always wanted to help Yumixi's family, but she knew that they wouldn't accept it because it felt like alms. And Gu Ning didn't want to hurt their feelings, but now it was different. Yumixi's family was in trouble now, and it was a perfect time for her to help Yumixi. Although there were many vacant houses from Shanghua Real Estate, they were all ordinary living areas, and Gu Ning decided to give them a better one. "Miss Gu, I don't think that it's a good idea. My house is only worth 700,000 yuan. But the houses in Jiehua Garden are worth at least 2 million yuan. Yumixi's father declined. He wasn't a man who would take advantage of others, and Gu Ning had already helped them a lot. "Exactly, Miss Gu," Yumixi's mother echoed. Yumixi's uncles and aunt were irritated by Yumixi's parents. They were more than willing to accept the house in Jiehua Garden. "Don't forget that Mixi is going to work for me in the future. I'm Mixi's boss. Please just take this as her advanced bonus," Gu Ning said to calm their anxiety. Yumixi's parents were aware of that, but Chu Peihan and others didn't know that, so they were all surprised, looking to Gu Ning puzzled. However, it wasn't the right time for them to ask the question. Well, Yumixi's father still thought that they shouldn't accept it. "Don't worry. We're all Mixi's good friends, and friends always help each other. Mixi will work for me in the future and she'll get housing benefits after all. Please just take it as the advance. It's the same," Gu Ning sighed. Hearing that, Yumixi's parents changed their mind. They knew that Gu Ning was persuading them to accept her kindness without feeling guilty, but if they didn't solve the problem, their shameless relatives would keep annoying them, and they were unwilling to argue with them all the time. Wait, even if you sell this house to her, we still can share the new house with you. Yumixi's aunt argued. It seemed like they wouldn't leave just because Yumixi's father sold the house. Exactly. Yumixi's oldest uncle echoed. You're indeed crazy people, Guning sneered. She looked at them coldly, which threatened them and made them feel greatly stressed. Even so, Yumixi's oldest uncle still retorted. The house is our father's property, so of course we should share it together. Is your name on the premises permit? Guning asked. Yumixi's oldest uncle panicked but still argued. No, but it doesn't matter. I still can share the house. Everyone was amused by his reply. Chu Peihan even swore at him. What the F***ck? I've never seen such a shameless person before. I really want to punch you. Chu Peihan rolled up her sleeves. Seemed like she was going to fight with them. I had the same idea. Hao Ran agreed with Chu Peihan. Right at this moment, an Yi and Muku arrived. They knew Yumixi's parents too and were also willing to help. However, Yumixi's uncles and aunt were slightly scared. If they were really going to fight, it was possible that they would lose because there were only 4 of them. Sorry we're late. Are we going to fight? Muku asked and rolled his sleeves up. Not yet, Guning replied, then turned to Yumixi's uncles and aunt. Since your name isn't on the premises permit, this house has nothing to do with you. It's called laws. And if you want to take it through force, we'll call the police. Actually, Yumixi's uncles and aunts knew that their names weren't on the premises permit of this house, but they were very eager to get the money. And they were so used to bullying Yumixi's family, so they tried to act against the laws. Knowing that Guning wasn't simple and that she was really going to call the police, Yumixi's uncles and aunts hesitated. Besides, they couldn't beat Guning and the others in a fight, so they left reluctantly in the end. Miss Gu, since they are gone, I think that Yumixi's father opened his mouth. He hoped that Guning would take back what she had just said. Uncle Yu, they only left because they were scared of us, but it doesn't mean that they will give up. I think that they will probably come back again, so please don't argue with me over the house. Let's settle it as soon as possible, Guning said. Indeed, they were just scared of Guning and the others, which didn't mean that they would give up. Greedy people like them wouldn't give up until they were forced to do so. Exactly. Uncle Yu, please listen to our boss this time. Hao Ran and the others persuaded Yumixi's father. After hesitating for a while, Yumixi's father agreed in the end. He now really didn't know how to thank Yu Guning enough. However, the new houses aren't on sale yet. We need to wait for a month. You can continue living in this old house. If the house is handed over to the government, you can rent a place. Once the new house is ready, you can move in. If they dare to cause you trouble again, don't hesitate to call the police. I'll come to sign the contract with you tomorrow, Guning said. Sure, Yumixi's father answered. After that, Guning and Yumixi went out with their friends for a reunion. Yumixi's parents invited them to eat at home to thank them for what they had done, but was declined by Guning. Yumixi's parents understood that teenagers preferred to gather with their peers. Boss, why did you say that you're Mixi's boss? Tell us about it. The moment that they left Yumixi's home, Chu Peihan asked without delay. Exactly. What happened? Hao Ran and the others all looked to Guning with curiosity. I'm going to run my own company, and I need skilled workers. Mixi is good at math and she plans to study financial management, so I hired her beforehand, Guning explained. It wasn't news that Guning was going to run her company, so it wasn't shocking. Boss, what kind of company are you going to establish? Hao Ran asked. I feel like you're always busy since I've met you, Qin Zixuan said. Exactly.
Chu Peihan echo.
And you're always mysterious. Nobody can find you.
Jata jevelry, Guning replied.
Jade Jewelry? Have you established your company yet? Muku asked because he was involved in the jewelry industry too and he was interested in it. Yes, I have. Jade Beauty Jewelry in City G is my brand actually, Guning said. She didn't hide the truth any longer. What? Jade Beauty Jewelry? Hearing that, everyone rounded their eyes in shock. Jade Beauty Jewelry was very famous recently, and the brand was their boss's. Although they all knew that Gu Ning wasn't simple, and that she was destined to build her business empire. Unexpectedly, Gu Ning's very first company was already very successful. OMG, boss, you are really awesome. I feel like I'm having a heart attack. Hao Ran covered his chest with one hand like he was really astonished. Boss, you must be super rich. Jade beauty jewelry is worth at least several billion yuan. Muka said with admiration. Although Jade beauty jewelry only had one flagship store now, it was a high-end jewelry brand. The value of its assets was extremely high. Boss. Each of them was full of interest and discussed with excitement. Boss, how did you do it? Please tell us details so that we can learn from you. Muka's eyes lit up and begged for Gu Ning's useful skills. Please. The others all echoed. Muku was really curious about the secret of Gu Ning's success, while the others were simply curious. Gu Ning smiled and said, Do you still remember that I told you that I cut out Jade by stone gambling? I went to play stone gambling later again, and used the Jade which I cut out to open a store. No way. Boss, you're so unbelievable. Everyone knows how hard it is to cut out a single piece of Jade. But you are able to run a Jade store just by stone gambling. Muku was quite surprised. Boss, do you have Jade eyes? Hao Ran joked. Although the others all had the same idea, none of them believed it. Unfortunately, it was the truth. Alright, stop conjecturing. And keep it a secret among us. Don't say a word to your families, Gu Ning warned. We won't. Everyone promised. Boss, since you're so rich now, we should have a luxury meal today. Come on. Let's go dine in a 5-star hotel before we have fun in Dihao Clubhouse. Qin Zixuan said. Agreed, the others said with one accord. I'll call to make the reservation in Dihao Clubhouse, but is it possible that our boss will win the top prize again? Chu Peihan said. Thinking of Gu Ning's incredible luck last time, Chu Peihan had the strange feeling that Gu Ning was going to win the top prize again this time. I would love to see boss win the top prize again, but it isn't very likely for it to happen the second time. Unless boss does have Jade eyes and is able to see which one in the box is the top prize, Hao Ran said. Although they didn't believe in Jade eyes at all, Gu Ning panicked a little when they kept talking about it. Thus she decided to not win the top prize this time. Alright, let's go dine together now. Which hotel? Gu Ning immediately changed the topic. Let's go to Shengyuan Hotel. It's close to Dihao Clubhouse, Chu Peihan proposed. Afterwards, a group of them took taxis heading towards Shengyuan Hotel. Coincidentally, Gu Qinxiang also invited his client to have a meal together at Shengyuan Hotel. His client was an executive of a famous company. A hotel under the company's name needed decorating, and Gu Qinxiang was eager to strike the deal. Thus, in order to show his ability and willingness, he waited for the executive in person at the entrance of the hotel. If he could strike the deal today, it would be a big deal of nearly 5 million yuan. Gu Qinxiang only had 50 million yuan in assets, so 5 million yuan was a lot in his eyes. His company's profits were rapidly decreasing, and he was running out of capital now. It was possible that he would lose money too. If he failed to settle this big deal today, his company would barely stay afloat. Therefore, Gu Qinxiang took today's meeting very seriously. When it was almost 6 p.m., Gu Qinxiang's client arrived. The executive's name was Quan Wenfeng, and he came along with his secretary and a friend. However, the man next to Quan Wenfeng shocked Gu Qinxiang. He was Jiang Su. How come Jiang Su is with Quan Wenfeng? Is Jiang Su the friend that Quan Wenfeng mentioned? When Gu Qinxiang had called Quan Wenfeng to invite him to dine together, Quan Wenfeng had told him that he already had an appointment with one of his friends. Gu Qinxiang had then invited Quan Wenfeng to come together with his friend. However, to his astonishment, Quan Wenfeng's friend was Jiang Su. How did Jiang Su meet Quan Wenfeng? Although Gu Qinxiang had many thoughts in his mind, it wasn't the right time to think about them. He immediately went over to welcome them. It's so nice to meet you, Executive Quan. Boss Gu, sorry to make you wait for us, Quan Wenfeng said, shaking hands with Gu Qinxiang. It's nothing. I just arrived too, Gu Qinxiang said. Please let me introduce you. This is the boss of Shiri Construction Materials Store, Jiangsu. Quan Wenfeng introduced Jiangsu to Gu Qinxiang. What? Hearing that, Gu Qinxiang was surprised. He looked to Jiangsu and unconsciously asked, Jiangsu, since when have you become the boss of Shiri Construction Materials Store? Gu Qinxiang had heard of Shiri Construction Materials Store, which was popular recently, but it was beyond his imagination that Jiangsu, who he had never respected, was its boss. What is going on here? How did Jiangsu become the boss of Shiri Construction Materials Store, whose assets are worth at least several million yuan all of a sudden? Gu Qinxiang kept thinking to himself. Hearing that, Quan Wenfeng was surprised too. Do you know each other? Oh, Boss Gu is actually my brother-in-law, Jiangsu explained. Jiangsu and Quan Wenfeng had known each other for a short time, but they got along quite well. Otherwise, Quan Wenfeng wouldn't have come here to meet Gu Qinxiang along with Jiangsu. Gu Qinxiang planned to discuss business with him, and it wasn't appropriate if an acquaintance was there. Brother-in-law. Quan Wenfeng was slightly shocked, not because of their family relationship, but because Gu Qinxiang had no idea that Jiangsu was the boss of Shiri Construction Materials Store. In addition, it seemed that they weren't close at all. Quan Wenfeng was a shrewd businessman, and he instantly understood that the two didn't get along. Even so, he wouldn't point it out. I borrowed some money from my friends and opened the store, Jiangsu explained to Gu Qinxiang casually, who would lend over 10 million yuan to him. Mrs. Hao lent money to Gu Qing and Gu Man to run the beauty salon last time. Did Jiangsu borrow money from Mrs. Hao too? Seeing that Jiangsu suddenly became rich, Gu Qinxiang felt uncomfortable in his heart. Quan Wenfeng, on the other hand, had a bad impression of Gu Qinxiang because of his attitude towards Jiangsu, but he wouldn't deny the possibility that he might cooperate with Gu Qinxiang. As long as Gu Qinxiang's company was able to fulfill their needs, he would still work with him. Well, let's get inside now, Gu Qinxiang said to Quan Wenfeng when he noticed that they were still standing in the hall. After that, they walked inside. When they had just walked in, Gu Ning and the others arrived but didn't meet them. However, the minute that they entered the hall, Gu Ning's phone rang. The caller was Qiao Ye. Gu Ning then suddenly realized that Qiao Ye and Gao Yi would arrive at City F around this time. She immediately answered it. Have you arrived yet? Just got off the plane, Qiao Ye replied. Take a taxi to Shenyuan Hotel to meet me, Gu Ning said. Sure, Qiao Ye answered. Boss, who is it? Hao Ran asked. Two of my friends. They'll dine with us later, Gu Ning said. Men or women? Chu Peihan suddenly thought of Leng shouting and asked. Seeing Chu Peihan's face, Gu Ning understood what was on her mind. A couple. She rolled her eyes. However, she really missed Leng shouting a lot, but he was always busy. She hadn't heard from him ever since she came back from the capital. Fine. Hearing that it wasn't Gu Ning's boyfriend, Chu Peihan was a little disappointed. Let's go inside. Gu Ning and the others then walked towards their private room. After ordering, Gu Ning took out the jade pendants she had prepared for them. These are yours. Peihan already got hers at her birthday party. Wow! Everyone was excited and thanked Gu Ning. She laid the boxes on the table and let them find their own ones. Half an hour later, before the dishes were on the table, Gao Yi and Qiao Ye arrived at the hotel. Gao Yi and Qiao Ye didn't know that Gu Ning was dining with her friends, so they were slightly surprised when they saw a group of teenagers in the room. Boss, Gao Yi and Qiao Ye called Gu Ning. Come on in. Let's have the meal first, and then we'll have fun in a clubhouse afterwards before we go back. As Gu Ning's bodyguards, Gao Yi and Qiao Ye naturally had to keep her company, and they were hungry too after a long flight. As professional killers, they didn't feel tired at all, so they would go back to Fenghua Luxury Mansion with Gu Ning. Yes, boss. Gao Yi and Qiao Ye would obey Gu Ning's order without any hesitation. The others around the table glanced at Gao Yi, Qiao Ye, and Gu Ning. They wanted to ask something, but none of them did it. When Gao Yi and Qiao Ye were both seated, Gu Ning introduced them to her friends. Please let me introduce you. This is Gao Yi and Qiao Ye. They both work for me. Nice to meet you, they said, and Gao Yi along with Qiao Ye nodded slightly. Gu Ning then introduced her friends to Gao Yi and Xiao Ya. They're all my good friends. Chu Peihan Yu Mixi Hao Ran Qin Zishuan Mu Ku, and Ian Zhang Tianping. Gao Yi and Xiao Ya kept silent unless Gu Ning asked them questions. Meanwhile, they had a natural air of coldness. In the beginning, it wasn't easy for them to enjoy themselves, but they started to get used to it as time went by. Everyone knew that Gao Yi and Xiao Ya weren't simple. After the meal, they left together, but met Jiang Su and his group in the hall by accident. Uncle. Gu Ning called Jiang Su but ignored Gu Qinxiang, which annoyed him. Nice to meet you, Uncle Jiang. Chu Peihan and the others all greeted Jiang Su. Nice to meet you all. Did you dine here together too? Jiang Su asked. Yes, Gu Ning answered. Are you going home or? Jiang Su asked. Not yet. We'll go home later, Gu Ning replied. Be careful. After that, Gu Ning and the others left. They got in 2 taxis. Both Quan Wenfeng and Jiang Su had driven here, but they had all drunk. Quan Wenfeng's secretary would drive him back, while Jiang Su didn't have a secretary, so Quan Wenfeng said to him, Su, you drank, so I think that you should let the designated driver in the hotel drive you home for your own safety. I had the same idea, Jiang Su said. Although he didn't drink much, he had drunk, and it was better for him to not drive himself. It would be troublesome if he was caught by the traffic police. When a designated driver drove Jiang Su's car towards them, Gu Qinxiang was even more jealous of Jiang Su after seeing that his car was a luxurious Mercedes-Benz. Thinking of the fact that Jiang Su had always been envious of him during the past years, Gu Qinxiang now had mixed emotions because everything had completely changed. Gu Ning had reminded Jiang Su to keep a low profile. Otherwise, it was easy for her to give Jiang Su enough money to buy a car at the price of millions of yuan. Quan Wenfeng was a rich man too, but he also drove a car which was only worth several 100,000 yuan. Most rich people didn't drive cars that were too luxurious. The richer the person was, the more low profile he would be. On the contrary, only men who weren't very rich preferred to brag and show off their wealth. Gu Qinxiang was eager to talk with Jiang Su, but he didn't do it because of Quan Wenfeng's presence. Therefore, after Quan Wenfeng got in his car, Gu Qinxiang immediately stopped Jiang Su, who was about to get into his. Hey, wait a second. What? Jiang Su asked. He intentionally stayed aloof from Gu Qinxiang. Well, since you're Executive Quan's friend. Gu Qinxiang didn't finish, but his aim was quite obvious. He was worried that Jiang Su would complain in front of Quan Wenfeng because they didn't get along, so he might lose this deal. Although Quan Wenfeng didn't show any dissatisfaction towards Gu Qinxiang today, and emphasized that qualification was the most important element, Gu Qinxiang was still concerned. In addition, he also hoped that Jiang Su could help him to secure this cooperation with Quan Wenfeng. Jiang Su understood what was on Gu Qinxiang's mind, and interrupted him before he could finish. I believe that Executive Quan is a fair man. As long as your company is qualified, he will choose your proposal. It's useless for me, who is an outsider, to say anything. After that, Jiang Su got in his car and left without delay. Gu Qinxiang was furious and thought that Jiang Su did it on purpose, but he didn't dare to annoy Jiang Su at this moment, because he was afraid that Jiang Su would badmouth him in front of Quan Wenfeng. So the deal would be hopeless. Gu Ning and the others arrived at Dihao Clubhouse later. When they came to the front desk, Chu Peihan said, Boss, come over here and let's see whether you can win the top prize again. Although Chu Peihan agreed that it wasn't very likely, she still had hope, so did everyone else. The service staff at the front desk were a little surprised that Gu Ning was the young girl who had won the top prize last time. Thousands of people would come here to have fun every day, but it was rare to see a top prize winner, thus all of them were impressed. And they were also curious to see whether Gu Ning could win the top prize once more. Well, I will be super lucky if I can get the top prize again. Gu Ning gyokget. In fact, she could do it if she wanted to, but she thought that it would be hard to explain it. In order to not disappoint them, Gu Ning decided to choose the third prize, so that they could have 50% off the bill today. When Gu Ning's hand reached into the box of red envelopes, everyone was nervous and curious, as if it was a fierce game. Gu Ning used her jade eyes and took out a red envelope containing the third prize. Once the red envelope was out, Chu Peihan grabbed it and opened it without hesitation. Wow, it's the third prize. Although it wasn't the top prize, a third prize was surprising enough. Boss, you're so lucky. I've never gotten any prizes out of it. Indeed. The service staff were also surprised by Gu Ning's unbelievable luck. Afterwards, a waiter guided them to a private room. Chu Peihan made a reservation for the room which had the best view. There will be a kickboxing game later. If you feel bored, you can join it and make some money for fun, Gu Ning said to Gao Yi and Xiao Ya. She saw the announcement at the door when they had just entered. As professional killers, Gao Yi and Xiao Ya didn't lack money at all. They had savings of over 1 billion yuan in the Swiss bank. Even though they were chased by the killer organizations, their account would still be safe. Gu Ning advised them to have some fun because she had noticed that Gao Yi was interested in the announcement. Sure, Gao Yi said, and his eyes lit up with excitement. Although he normally practiced with Xiao Ya when they were free, he wouldn't use his full force in case Xiao Ya got hurt, so he didn't enjoy himself very much. What? They can fight. Hearing that, Chu Peihan and the others were excited. It's a kickboxing game which is open for challenges, so Dihao Clubhouse sets the bet. If you win, there will be a reward of 100,000 yuan. If you lose, you don't need to pay anything. You can also decide the bet ratio, Gu Ning said to Gao Yi, then turned to her friends. Oh, Gao Yi will join the game later, so you all can bet on him. He will win. Gu Ning was confident. She wasn't sure whether Gao Yi could win in a professional boxing match, but she believed that Gao Yi could do it in a kickboxing game. Really? Hearing that, everyone was thrilled. None of them would doubt Gu Ning's words. I'm in, Hao Ran said with excitement. He would pay 100,000 yuan, which was all he had with him. Nevertheless, 100,000 yuan was also the limit. Me too. Qin Zixuan, Zhang Tianping, Mu Ku and Chu Peihan did the same thing as Hao Ran. And me. And Yi paid 50,000 yuan. Yu Mixi didn't have much money, so she remained silent. It was a great chance to make money. Gu Ning wouldn't allow Mixi to miss it. Mixi, I can lend you 100,000 yuan and you can join us, Gu Ning said. What? Yu Mixi was shocked because she had never gambled before. Moreover, 100,000 yuan was a fortune in Yu Mixi's eyes, so she didn't have the courage to gamble. Relax, we won't lose. Normally, I wouldn't encourage you all to gamble, but this time is a great chance to make money. Don't worry, I'll bear the result, Gu Ning said. Gu Ning was generous, but she wasn't dumb, and she knew when the right time to spend her money was. Exactly, Mixi. Let's listen to our boss this time. Everyone persuaded Yu Mixi to join them, so she agreed in the end, although she was extremely nervous. The kickboxing match wouldn't begin until 10 p.m., and it was only 8:30 p.m. Thus they enjoyed eating, drinking and chatting while waiting for the match. Gao Yi and Xiao Ya wouldn't drink alcohol. They only drank fruit juice. Yu Mixi, on the other hand, joined the others in drinking alcohol. In the Gu family's house, they were watching TV in the living room, including the old lady Lin Li Juan, Gu Xiaoxiao and Gu Qingyun, who just came back from the capital. Gu Qingyun was a good-looking young boy to some extent. However, when he lay against the sofa, placing his feet on the coffee table, playing online games while swearing, he looked like a bad boy without manners. It wasn't uncommon to see a male swearing, but it was impolite to do it in front of females, like his grandmother, mother and younger sister. However, they were all used to it. Sometimes, Gu Qinxiang criticized Gu Qingyun for his rude behavior, but the old lady would argue for Gu Qingyun. Gu Qingyun was the eldest grandson in the Gu family, so the old lady always spoiled him. That being the case, Gu Qingyun was spoiled even more rotten than Gu Xiaoxiao, and he was often involved in fights and trouble. He had now grown older and more mature than before, but he inherited many negative characteristics from his family. For example, he was as selfish as his family. If anyone affected or hurt his own benefits, he would do anything to get revenge without thinking about the results. In his eyes, only his grandmother, parents and younger sister was his family, and he only protected and cared about his own family. When he came back home from his college for winter vacation, he heard that Gu Ning had slapped Gu Xiaoxiao and had even forced her to transfer. Gu Qingyun was mad and wanted to teach Gu Ning a lesson right away. However, they didn't know Gu Ning's address nor phone number, so he had to wait until they gathered together at the family reunion. Gu Qinxiang went back home in a bad mood. But Gu Qingyun wouldn't stop swearing in front of him. "Shut your mouth. Or go back to your room." Gu Qinxiang snapped. It was the first time that Gu Qinxiang had gotten so mad at Gu Qingyun. Gu Qingyun and the others were scared dumb. "Qinxiang, what is wrong with you?" Gu Qinxiang's mother, the old lady, was displeased. "What's wrong with me? Do you know who I met today?
Jiangsu.
Do you know what his title is now? He's the boss of Shiri Construction Materials Store. He now has dozens of millions of yuan and a Mercedes-Benz." Gu Qinxiang said angrily. "What?" Hearing that, everyone rounded their eyes in shock. In their eyes, it was impossible for Jiangsu to own dozens of millions of yuan and drive a Mercedes-Benz. Where did he get so much money to run his business? Lin Lijuan asked. Her face was distorted in jealousy. She was so used to being better than them, but now everything suddenly changed. Gu Man and Gu Qing had a beauty salon with millions of yuan in assets, and Jiangsu was now the boss of a construction materials store with a wealth of dozens of millions of yuan. How come her poor relatives became so rich overnight? "I think that Mrs. Hao lent them money," Gu Qinxiang said. The Hao family had thousands of millions of yuan in assets, so 10 million yuan was nothing to them. Lin Lijuan was jealous again, because Mrs. Hao never showed any respect towards her, but treated Gu Qing and Gu Man as her close friends. How could they do that? Gu Qing and Gu Man are both rich now, so they should share their money with me. I'm their biological mother. The old lady was in a rage. She never stopped trying to snatch money from her two daughters. And now the old lady found out Jiangsu had dozens of millions of yuan in assets. She couldn't wait to share the wealth, even though it had nothing to do with her. Gu Qingyun and Gu Xiaoxiao didn't think that Jiangsu's and Gu Man's wealth was theirs, but they were also displeased that their poor relatives became rich all of a sudden. Other than that, he's my client's friend. I wanted him to help me get the deal, but he rejected me. Gu Qinxiang took it for granted that Jiangsu should help him to settle the deal with Quan Wenfeng. What? How dare he do that? The old lady almost shouted. It's insane. Let me call him right now. Saying that, the old lady took out her phone, but was stopped by Gu Qinxiang. Mom, please don't get involved in this. If he gets annoyed and badmouths me in front of my client, it'll be hopeless for me to settle the deal. He wouldn't dare. The old lady was furious. It's possible. Gu Ning ruined Dad's deal last time, didn't she? Gu Xiaoxiao said. She still believed that it was Gu Ning's fault and never felt guilty for her actions. What? Gu Ning ruined Dad's deal? I think that I need to beat her sometime. Gu Qingyun was mad and made up his mind to punch Gu Ning. Gu Qingyun wasn't a gentleman at all, and he would beat females as always. In fact, Gu Qinxiang knew that it was the fact that his company's proposal wasn't good enough, but he was reluctant to admit it, so he could only blame Gu Ning for his own failure. What should we do now? What if Jiangsu ruins your deal this time too? Lin Lijuan was worried. I don't know, Gu Qinxiang replied. He lost his patience. If he knew the answer, he wouldn't be so anxious. Because of the shocking news about Jiangsu, Gu Qinxiang's family had a terrible day. Even though Gu Qinxiang wouldn't allow his mother to call Jiangsu, the old lady still called Gu Qinyang and kept complaining. Gu Qinyang was also amazed by the news, but he had already learned his lesson after Gu Ning's warning last time.